searching all night. Jim Bustle, he's guiding the light, unveiling mysteries of the unknown, UFOs in the alien zone. He's a man on a mission, exploring ancient secrets, it's his addiction. Debating, discussing with his loyal crew. Cosmic conversations, unveiling the truth.
Hi dudes, welcome back. Another episode. Here we are again. More memes, shadows, Pambo, Chad. What's up, guys? Welcome. Yeah, this is my throat juice, brother. It helps soothe my throat. I usually don't drink beer through the weekend or through the week, but I had one left over, and I said might as well get rid of it, and maybe it'll help my fucking my voice. Yeah. This evening, everybody, welcome. The Lacerta Files. I'm going to talk about that. There's a video that somebody had made about that. I thought I'd I don't want to cover that a little bit. It's being talked about again. Me and Galen TV have brought that up before. The Lacerta Files, a very interesting document from, 25 years ago now, I think. 26 years ago. I was going to cover this a little bit at the beginning, the election in Canada coming up. It is going to be on April 28th. So big deal. Big deal. That is my birthday, actually. I don't know if I was going to say that or not, but fuck it, I just did. There's only 6 people in here right now. So April 28th, my birthday. So on my birthday, hopefully things go in a better direction here. I don't have a lot of faith that they will. And then pyramid slop and overdrive. I was going to cover that too as well. People are talking about the fucking pyramids and shit under the pyramids and oh God. Anyway, we're going to get into that. Firstly, I wonder if I can, this fucking green screen again is like a little bit fucky. Just a second. See if I can like just tweak this. Oh yeah, that didn't really do anything. Kind of just made it worse. Is what it is. All right, fuck it. Let's just get into this. God damn it. Hopefully everybody was well. Hopefully everyone had a good weekend. Hopefully everybody is recovered now. Monday for the week. Oh God, I'm not ready. I'm not ready for it. Fuck, man. So speaking of Canada, again, there is an election coming up. So things are kind of kicking into overdrive here. Yeah. In a colder location versus last week. Oh shit, man. You get back from vacation, did you, Chad? You listen, man, I'm so done with the weather up here. I mean, I've done almost essentially 35 years up here in Canada. And I'm officially burnt out this year. This is one of the last years that, I probably won't be. I'll probably still be stuck here, but I would love to go somewhere slightly warmer. But yeah, but we're stuck here. So we just had to make do, right? With the cold and with the horse shit that comes with the politics in Canada recently, last 10 years, I guess. Oh my God, that was a long time under old Justin. I did vote for him initially. I didn't care. I was 24 years old. I was a university student and I just wanted them to legalize weed because I didn't want to feel like a criminal anymore smoking it. And Harper's government had no intention. So he said, you know what? Fuck it, get this guy in here. Little did we know. Well, actually, I should have known better. I was told not to vote for him by someone that knew him personally. Anyway, didn't listen. And then we got into a shitty situation for about a decade. And what's going to be coming up soon, again, on my birthday, is going to be a new election here in Canada. And there are 2 people, really, that are going to be in contention for leadership, which is Pierre Poilievre, who's the leader of the Conservative Party. And we've got Mark Carney, who's now leading, he is currently Canada's Prime Minister. He's going to be leading the Liberals. So Mark, people that don't know Mark used to run, I think, the Bank of England. And Mark Also, wealthy guy, used to hang around some interesting individuals. Rebel News is running this one. Why was Carney hanging out with Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficker? Not a good look. I desperately do not want this guy to win. Not that I'm a fan of conservative policies necessarily, or even Pierre, but man, I think there needs to be a bit of a shakeup here. Like, I think I've memed on this before. This is just my take on it, honestly. I'm concerned that there are hyper wealthy people, these elites, these hyper elites that have kind of compromised Western governments. I think that was fairly well laid out through Trudeau and Ardern, the leader of New Zealand. She was, at least, through the flu pandemic. And I just don't want to see that shit happen again. And so, as much as I'm a very liberal guy, I don't want to see him fucking win personally. So I'm going to be voting for Pierre because, really, there's only two people to vote for that's going to make any kind of a difference. I would like to see Pierre get in. I'd like to see what he's going to do. Hopefully he doesn't turn out to be a complete psychopath. At the end of the day, it's like, there isn't a lot of fucking choices, right? It's kind of what happened in the States recently too with Kamala and Dawn. Like, it's like you pick one idiot or the other, essentially, right? It's like there's not a lot to really pick from. There's literally two people, always. In Canada, we have Jagmeet running the NDP. I forget what the gentleman's name was, but back in the day, the NDP was led by actually a really good guy, and he died of cancer. And what was his name again? Jesus Christ, I should know his name. I had gone to one of the rallies, and this is a long time ago now. And anyway, he was like the last politician in Canada that I thought like had any kind of a soul, at least. But then, of course, he dies of cancer. That's how it goes, right? So anyway, I thought I'd pull this up. This is kind of a fucking meme. He recently went and gave a talk in Newfoundland, and I don't exactly know what happened. He pissed off the fishermen, and so the fishermen were going to show up to his rally and call him out. But when they showed up, they realized that they had locked them out of the venue. I don't know if they're going to show the crowd or not in this video. Oh, the crowd's outside. Okay. All those people are the fishermen in Newfoundland that wanted to come in and have a word with Mr. Mark. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know what in regards to, sorry. I don't know if it was like a policy decision or what the fuck's going on. Fisherman first went to the MP Joanne Thompson's constituency office where she was supposed to launch her campaign, but she never showed up. So they were angry and went to Mark Carney's rally. It's not a great start for the Canada Strong message. Symbolic of how he will dictate. Anyway, listen, there's a lot of shakeups going on right now. This is right here. Mark Carney Liberals call the cops and the fishermen and do not let them attend Carney Liberal rally. Kick the fishermen out of his campaign, even at the same time as he cut the amount of they can fish by 25%. So he cut down the amount they can fish by 25%. Kick Indo-Canadian veteran MP out of his riding for Carney to run in Nepean. Interesting. Yeah, listen, there's a lot of shit going on, and I wanted to pull this up too because I was watching actually Asmongold react to this. I mean, Turkey's a ways away, but I have some friends who live in Turkey, some of whom watch the stream, and just my regards to you guys out there, and girls, guys and girls out there who are dealing with this. This is horrific. For people that don't know, this Erdogan, who effectively is a dictator, I guess, I kind of knew that. Supposedly there was a mayor of Istanbul who was going to run against him in an election. And so what this gentleman decided to do, this current leader of Turkey, was to go and strip him of his degree, because you need to have an advanced education to run. So they stripped him of his degree and then they imprisoned him. And that's how they dealt with the competition. And now he is intending to run for a third term, which you're not legally allowed to do in Turkey. Kind of what happened with Putin in Russia. Just kind of inserted himself in as great leader. Similar things trying to happen here, but people in Turkey aren't really putting up with it. Sorry, I wonder if where's the fucking, is there a video of it here? Oh, there's tons of videos of it. Like, it's actually fucking insane, man.
In Turkey, a huge demonstration is again
actually
being staged
insane.
in Istanbul in support of the city's mayor, who's the main rival to the country's leader, President Erdogan, and who was jailed this afternoon on charges of corruption. Ekrem İmamoğlu is widely seen as the candidate most likely to defeat President Erdogan in a general election. A ban on demonstrations has been extended, but it's been defied by hundreds of thousands of people.
Good.
Emily Wither reports.
Good. Oh,
in the shadow of Istanbul's 4th century aqueduct, police pepper sprayed young protesters.
4th century.
Many of the young here have only ever known the rule of one man. President Erdogan has been in power for 22 years.
That's how do you pronounce it?
And they fear his grip on their country has just got tighter.
We have right to vote. We have right to choose whoever we want to rule us. But he is taking that right from us today.
We want democracy. We want the people to choose
Harry Potter
the
hat?
elected. And we want the free will to choose who we want without them being imprisoned.
Yeah. Hey.
Outside the office of the jailed mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, their calls for justice were met again by the force of the state. But away from the clashes, tens of thousands peacefully chanted late into the night. While İmamoğlu...
I always wonder when this happens. What do the police and the military think? I guess they're just conditioned to just be beholden to the orders that come down from on high. I mean, they don't think, I guess is the idea, that you just acquiesce to, you know, whoever's in power. But like when someone like this jails his political opponent, right, and strips him of his ability to run, right, and then tries to install himself for a 3rd term, which is illegal. I mean, what is the military-industrial complex doing there exactly? Maybe they want this, so maybe they are the ones who want him in control. They don't want to throw some other candidate in. Like, Shanavision, what's up, man? Welcome. It's kind of like what happened in Russia with Putin. Now, Putin's argument for why he took power was because he thought the West was trying to subvert Russia, and if he held a general election and he lost to another candidate, that candidate would be some puppet of the West. And so to maintain Russia's independence, he had to take authority, he had to take control of the country. And it's like, okay, all right, you know. Now, in this instance, I mean, Turkey is pretty Western. I mean, I had the privilege of speaking with people who are from here, from Turkey. And I knew this anyway, but, you know, it's just a shame to see this, but it's just a harsh reminder, right, that there are these authoritarian type people everywhere. You just always have to watch them, right? You just never know. I mean, this guy's been pretty blatantly authoritarian. I've heard some of his rhetoric over the years. I think people have been concerned about having him in power for a while, but here's just an example of it. So, Shai, what's up? All they need is a few madmen loyal to Erdogan. Then they will fear getting shot in the head and they don't do their job. Well, that's true, man. That's exactly it. I mean, that's a harsh reality, right? Where it's like, how do you fight back against this when like the people, the military, the police are so conditioned and they have this firm grip? I mean, when you have these kinds of rallies, you would think that this would encourage people to maybe, and sometimes that does happen. There are examples of that happening before where the military would turn on a dictator and take control and realize that, you know, especially when they start shooting people or ordering for protesters to be shot or things of that nature. But, you know, anyway, it's just really fucking sad to see this.
Spent his first night in prison awaiting trial for terror and corruption charges.
The protesters that you
Lovely.
see here have defied a government ban. It's
all
their
young people
fifth
too,
night
you
out
notice that.
protesting, and they say that they're prepared to keep coming out onto the streets despite the police crackdown, despite the threat of arrest, because they
there's an
feel
older gentleman
that
there,
they're
shouldn't say
fighting
that,
for the
at least from what
future
I've
of their
seen.
country's democracy.
That's why in towns and cities across the country today, millions of Turks patiently waited in long lines to cast a symbolic vote in support of İmamoğlu. This, they say, is what President Erdogan feared the most, an election against this popular mayor.
Yeah, well...
The government denies that
what a fucking
investigations
bitch.
are politically motivated and says its courts are independent. But many Turks have lost faith in the system.
Yeah, I don't fucking blame them. Man, like, I just fucking... what a weak little bitch. What is it? I guess I was mispronouncing his name. Unsurprisingly. Man, what a weak little bitch. When you have children running in positions of power. Oh, I don't know. How did you get in the first place, I guess? Fuck. You know, these kinds of people trying to sail the ship of state, they're just not fit. They're not fit. That's why I throw them overboard. Usually in an election. That's ideal, I guess, you know, but what do you do? What do you do when they try and pull shit like this? I mean, you get to the fucking streets. I mean, and if it gets bad enough, it ends up in a French Revolution, and now that's really bad for people like him. I mean, the soldiers start to turn on each other, they'll start to fight back, but as long as they live in fear, they will keep doing the job. That's exactly it, man. Yeah, stand up against fucking dictators. Absolutely, man. Yeah. Yeah, and it's just fucking, it's just terrible shit to see, you know, but anyway, it's just one of those unfortunate realities, and here in the West, like Turkey is technically a part of the West, but in some of the more Western countries here, you know, we have maybe a more established kind of charter of freedom and rights, or Declaration of Independence, and you know the what that affords people in the United States. And I mean, we here in Canada just went through this recently, and in Gulf, also in New Zealand, just through the whole flu. Like, we realized, you know, with the right recipe, people's rights and freedoms can be stripped from them, even in these other countries, right? These Commonwealth countries have their own fucking problems. So, you know, thankfully the cock that was running our country, you know, ran back into the hole he fucking crawled out of, and hopefully no one hears his fucking name again. But he probably got into power by promising to legalize weed. Brother, that's all you got to do, right? For those fucking kids. That's all Justin needed, you know. I knew better too. I've tried to own that. And I mentioned this a couple times, but you know, I was told, I was very fortunate that one of my teachers was able to sit down with him and engage him. And he fucking told us, he said, do not vote for that guy. And I'm pretty sure everyone in that fucking room still voted for him. Because everyone in that room in philosophy likes to fucking smoke the old herb, you know, like a little bit of herb, and among other things. And so no one listened. But anyway, you pay a price for that, right? And now chicken's twice the price that it was, brother. Although that's the case everywhere. Inflation's been skyrocketing everywhere. But like in Canada, the food prices are definitely higher than on average across the globe. Unless you're going to like the Arctic Circle. But yeah, this is what it is, right? So, you know, yeah, fuck. I don't know the history of Turkey. I don't know like how far back. When did he begin? Vice president? Okay. That was his vice president. When did he? Oh, 2003. Oh, wow. Holy shit. Yeah, he's been in there for a while, huh? Holy shit. That was the prime minister of Turkey since then. Yeah, God fucking damn it. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Okay. Or no, it was assumed office in 2017. Oh, okay. All right. That was the other guy. Okay. Interesting. Anyway, I thought I'd just bring that up because I know people who are living in Turkey, and it's a shame to hear that, you know, a country go through that. It's very scary. It's scary times. I know their economy's taking a massive fucking hit. I mean, this guy's a fucking imbecile. I mean, he's just forsaken. I mean, you know, this kind of behavior shouldn't be tolerated. I mean, I hate to say this on Twitch, and I probably shouldn't, but he should be held accountable. And I mean, there's a penalty there probably that he should be held for. And he's essentially, you know, the crash the economy's taken the last couple of days. He's fucked over everybody there. And man, they should not be taken lightly. Anyway, I'm sure he'll have his day, right? Just like Gaddafi, just like Saddam. I mean, they all have their day, you know, when the world police come knocking and come knocking for your resources, right? And you try and shut them out, right? You're gonna get what you deserve. Anyway, fucking Christ. Oh, fuck. Oh, there's so much bullshit. Anyway. Fuck. Thought I'd pull this up. I got two things actually back to back on this, which is interesting. So I've been following this, and I've been following this because I'm very suspicious of this rhetoric, this whole narrative, this whole situation, I guess. I'm just waiting for the next one, right? Bird flu spreads to mammals, fears of human transmission. Highly pathogenic avian influenza, commonly called bird flu, has increased spread to mammals and infected hundreds of people, raising concerns that it may lead to human transmission and turn into a new pandemic. Causes of the disease in mammals have mostly been detected in the Americas and Europe. Sheep were added to the list on Monday, with the UK government announcing a first case had been detected at a farm in northern England. Sheep fucking birds, birds fucking sheep, people fucking the sheep, people fucking other people, new pandemic. Some of the mammals, such as dairy cows and sheep, are farmed and so interact closely with humans, increasing the threat of transmission, while others have less contact with people. Pigs represent a particular concern for the spread of bird flu because they can become co-infected with bird and human viruses, which could swap genes to form a new, more dangerous virus that can easily infect humans. That's not good. Can you imagine paying carbon tax on burbs from cattle? It is going to make the food price skyrocket. Oh, man, yeah. Where are you at, Shai? Are you in Canada? I just, thankfully, Mark, at least here in Canada, cut the carbon tax and affects the general public. But there's still a carbon tax in corporations, but there's some other bullshit tax he wants to implement. Oh, you're in Denmark. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, yeah, you guys know what happened recently, right? With the whole fucking situation with the farmers and whatnot. Did that affect Denmark? I think it did. Yeah, it absolutely did, didn't it? Yeah, it was also in Germany. Who else? They were trying to take the nitrogen out of the fucking soil there, right? Because it's like contributing to climate change. And I just went over this yesterday, but there's been a new paper by some climate scientists refuting some of the old declarations made by the other climate priests. Obviously, there's something going on, but the question is, how bad is it, and how out of the ordinary is this behavior for the climate, right? I mean, yeah, we are contributing a lot of CO2 to the upper atmosphere, but I mean, do we have to take extreme measures to combat that? Like, crazy shit. Yeah, here's a list of types of mammals other than humans in which the virus has also infected. Oh, wow. Oh my God, they got badgers in the Netherlands. It got badgers in the fucking Netherlands. It got bears in France. What else did it get? It got cheetahs in the US. What the fuck? Crab beater seal in Antarctica. Okay. Porpoise in Chile, in Sweden, and the United Kingdom. We got polecat in Belgium. Holy shit, wow, it's crazy. Squirrels in the US. Southern elephant seal, not the elephant seals, Jesus Christ. Tigers in the US. Tiger King maybe got fucking bird flu. Wow. Man. The seals at the pole have bird flu, fucking my fucking side, bro. They've been fucking the birds down there. We don't know what goes on behind the scenes, right, with the animal kingdom. There's all kinds of like cross-species shit that goes on that is very sus. So the question really that I would have is, how long has this particular strain been going around for? And then we'll get into this. Yeah, they have a law on standby. If the farmer's doing volunteer to reduce nitrogen, they will get a huge kick in, and that's from the law on standby. Oh, thank you, Klaus, and all of your imbecilic fucking, whatever they call them, young leaders that have led to that. I mean, man, no. It's just that shit drove me fucking nuts. I can't believe they've actually implemented that. Very scary. Very scary. These climate ideologues, yeah. They tried this with the monkeypox until people started asking how dogs and children were catching it. Yeah, I think it was only the gay community that was dealing with the monkeypox, from what I know. Now, this might be different. Now, just so people know, if this turns into a pandemic, where to go? Our study concluded that the current H5N1 bird flu outbreak may have, and it's important to stipulate this, but I think I may have, they're strongly indicating that it probably is from here. Originated from the USDA South Poultry Research Laboratory, and not a single U.S. government agency has challenged our findings. This is Nicholas Holscher here, epidemiologist administrator at the McCullough Foundation. This is another scientist that works at Peter McCullough. Proximal origin of epidemic, highly pathogenic avian flu H5N1 clad and spread by migratory waterfowl. They got a whole study on this. There you go. No, Jim, no. Is monkeypox primarily affected gay men, bisexual men, and men who had sex with men, which is somehow a separate group? Is it actually? Oh, fuck, brother. I don't even know. Whatever happened. Yeah, the monkeypox thing didn't catch on. Now, the bird flu thing, this is the thing with the bird flu, right? So, bird flu is and can be highly contagious in people, but it needs to mutate enough. Right? So, I mean, now if you let it stew out in nature long enough, what'll happen is it will catch on to people, right? And this is a concerning part about all this, right? It's like, oh, it mutated. It's like, did it? Can we look at that? Did it just mutate? Okay. Or did someone mutate it? How do we know that someone didn't just mutate it? Same thing with the whole variants with the flu recently. Oh, there's all these different variants. Now, that does happen naturally, obviously. But did it this time? Is that what was happening? Are people asking enough questions about this? Where did it come from, for instance? That was a great question, right? Oh, well, it's just bat soup, but it's like, that's really strange, you know. I think they've been eating bat soup there for a long time. And then just, you know, I guess this was just the time conveniently when, you know, things were teetering economically and there needed to be some kind of a solution. And then it just happened to be at this particular time in 2019, right before they actually did a mock coronavirus pandemic exercise in October with Bill Gates, and the US was involved with this as well. That shortly after that, the guy happened to have bat soup and it happened to mutate to allow for a pandemic. That's really strange. That's very funny, right? Yeah, it's extremely suspicious. And then we found after a while, okay, well, no, actually it did come out of the lab. And I said, oh, it did. Wow. Again, that's incredible that just in October, again, like 2 months before, they were preparing for this. It's almost like they knew it was going to happen. It's funny. It's almost like someone intentionally released it. But again, no, there's no bad people out in the world that would do something like that. There are only good people out in the world, right? Yeah. Okay. Only good people out in the world. Yes, I forgot. Wait, here I'll go ask the Wuhan Center for Bird Flu Research, brother. Yes, there you go. So anyway, if you want to read this or just reference it to people, there is a chain of command here. Listen, I hope this doesn't get worse. There's been a lot of fucking chickens that have died because of this. I live off of the chicken and the cow, right? I have my eggs every morning, brother. I have my 4 eggs every morning, right? With the yolk, good for testosterone, right? And I have chicken. It's fucking all I eat really is I honestly just the chicken really. And I'll have some fish occasionally when we can afford it. And then maybe some beef as well. But usually it's just chicken actually. So they're trying to kill the chickens, I guess. You don't believe coincidence? Yeah, man, listen, I'm kind of in the same camp. That one was too much coincidence for me. On top of all of the rhetoric in conspiracy circles over the last fucking 20 years that there's some elite group of people who are eugenicists that want to depopulate the planet. And the idea of a pandemic has been thrown around multiple times. So, you know, that one wasn't that bad. That one wasn't that bad. But next one, well, the next one might be a little bit worse. Yeah. We just cross our fingers that doesn't fucking happen. Stay positive, right? The aliens, that's why I've talked with Skinny Bob here every single night. Because I'm like, Jesus Christ. Or Skinny Bob. Please, somebody step in. Things aren't looking good. But what is good here, Robert F. Kennedy's announced plans to ban pharmaceutical advertisements on television. Oh my God, thank God. Nobody's ever been to the States. There's a strange phenomenon. When you cross the border, right? So like when we've gone on the States, vacation in the States. You go down, you stay in a hotel room, you turn the TV on. First thing I notice, oh my God, it's like 10 minutes of pharmaceutical ads on the fucking goddamn TV. Side effects may include death. Oh, like you go, and there's a whole long list of side effects, and the news channels would run them. But here in Canada, they don't have that, but in the States, they do. Yeah. Do they run them in New Zealand too? Oh, Christ. Oh my God, man. Fuck. Good. I think they should do this. Every single channel marketed towards old people, most of them is like 90% pill ads. I know, man. Isn't it fucking sick though, man? It's a sick game. It's a sick game, man. I don't have love for pharmaceutical companies. The science is wonderful. I have the utmost respect for scientists trying to work on miracle drugs. It's the fucking business of it that makes me fucking sick, man. Well, they don't want to kill everyone just 95%. That's true. That's true. They want to leave certain groups of people that they think are more obedient, right? Whoever those people are. People who acquiesce to whatever the fuck's going to happen, I guess. Yeah, the only two countries, to be fair, it's not as bad here as in the U.S., but a lot of news is brought to us here by Pfizer. Oh, God, Jesus, yeah. It's terrifying, man. Yeah, Fox News is literally just boner pills, reverse mortgage, buy gold. Man, the guy that used to own the apartment building I was living in a couple of years ago, I started making a bit of money, so me and my partner at the time, who I'm not currently with anymore, we got a nice apartment, brand new apartment, you know, beautiful place. And the fucking guy, I got to know the guy who owned the building, man. And he was a great guy, but he made all his money as a pill pusher. He sold pills. And get this ingenious business plan, okay? I thought it's kind of you know, kind of crazy when you think, a little bit sick almost. But so he builds these two big, beautiful apartment complexes out here in the valley. And knowing that, you know, most of them are going to be older people, right? Because, you know, there's a couple young, like, business people that live in there, right? But there was a lot of retirees. And so this guy mainly sold Viagra. So he was telling me, I was like, oh, how's business going, brother? He's like, oh, good, man. He's like, you know, you got this thing going here. And then, you know, I'm still a pharmaceutical sales rep on the side. And, you know, he pretty much had all the old guys in the buildings on fucking Viagra, selling Viagra to every single fucking one of them. Double dipping. Getting the fucking rent money every month and then getting the fucking selling the pills of them on top of other things. I was like, isn't that a genius idea? Pharmaceutical sales rep starts a fucking apartment complex. He's swimming in it, you know, big daddy, big money. And then he sold the place just not that long ago for a fuckload of money. But man, isn't that crazy? I just couldn't think like that, honestly. I don't think I could do that. That's why I'm poor. So it is what it is. Yeah. Milking as much as possible from tricking vulnerable, mentally compromised old people in the dream of every businessman. Yeah, tricking them with that fantasy of a hard cock again. And then they take the Viagra and they're like, what's going on? Like, am I just getting heart palpitations? It's like, yeah, your arteries are still all clogged, brother. Fuck. There's more to it than that. Fuck. Oh, Bones, what's up, man? Yeah. Finish the bowl. Fuck yeah. Today seems like the day. Well, every day feels like that recently. Oh, brother, I know. Fucking let me tell you. I know. They got some videos I'm going to watch, go over later. There's some interesting talks and, you know, just have conversation. But, oh, yeah. Oh, what else do I get up here? Anyway, enough about the fucking world, man. This is just fucking, I don't know. Here's some uplifting shit. How about this? I saw this from Jung. People share these quotes from Nietzsche and Jung, and I love the Nietzsche. Listen, as someone who studied philosophy, I mean, I know Nietzsche fairly well. I don't know. Anyway, I'll read this quote. This is Carl Jung. If you fulfill the pattern that is peculiar to yourself, you have loved yourself. You have accumulated and have abundance. You bestow virtue. Then because you have luster, you radiate from your abundance. Something overflows. But if you hate and despise yourself, if you have not accepted your pattern, then there are hungry animals, prowling cats and other beasts and vermin in your constitution, which get at your neighbors like flies in order to satisfy the appetites which you have failed to satisfy. Therefore, Nietzsche says to those people who have not fulfilled their individual pattern that the bestowing soul is lacking. There is no radiation, no real warmth. There is hunger and secret stealing. Essentially, just, you know, be yourself, honestly. This is a good quote. Not being yourself hurts everyone else. Right? Nietzsche tragically tried to be himself and then was kind of cast out and went insane. So be careful. But at the end of the day, I thought it was a good quote, right? Just being yourself. Otherwise, you'll just be bitter and resentful of the world, right? And it's a hard thing, though, to unapologetically just be yourself. And I think it's a part of getting older, too, is that you realize that. But not everybody does. And so that was a good quote. It's some good philosophy there. It's some of the good philosophy from Nietzsche. Again, tragically in his own life, things kind of fell apart and failed. But, it's not alone. A lot of people in philosophy had that happen to them, actually. They lived shit. Wittgenstein, too, died young. Most of his brothers committed suicide. Like, terrible shit. Like, very hard lives. Fought through, was witness to 2 wars. 2 of the worst wars in human history. I mean, just fucking crazy shit, man. Anyway, I just shared that nice quote, inspirational quote. Anyway, don't want to talk about that right now. Oh God, maybe I will. Why not? Why the fuck not? Here, I'll just pull this up here. This is like a more lighthearted stuff, maybe, which is kind of what I want to fucking do, honestly. This is about the pyramid shit, right? So what are you saying? What are you saying? Studying philosophy is a bad idea. Sometimes you have to be careful what doors you open, I guess, Corin. That's fine. You gotta be careful what doors you open, right? Because sometimes you walk through and they'll come out again. It's one of those unfortunate things, right? Like, I remember there's a forewarning by my professor that I studied under too, that specifically when we were talking about people like Nietzsche, that you have to kind of be careful because you can get if you open yourself up or you dig into the world too much into other people, and you can sometimes lead to like nihilism, and that can be very dangerous. And you just have to kind of watch yourself and your attitude. And yeah, the worst part of studying philosophy is getting corrected by people who never read any of it with a Roman marble bust profile picture. There's a lot of them on Twitter, brother. I know. Yeah, it's anyway, it's one of those things. It's feeling like outcast, and that's the thing. It's like you're thinking very deeply about the world, and first and foremost, I mean, you're critical thinkers, and you kind of pride yourself on your ability to critically think. And when you go out into the real world, you realize that a lot of people out in the real world, it's not that they're unable to, they just choose not to because it's more comfortable. And it's very frustrating. And you can become very frustrated with people. You become very frustrated with the world. You can start to think less of people too because of that. And I think that's where you can start to become very nihilistic and pessimistic. And you have to kind of fight that a bit because, at the end of the day, that's just no way to be, honestly. And I mean, at the end, and so Nietzsche's an example of that, where he just fell apart. He just couldn't handle it. He just fell apart, right? And if he had kind of pulled himself up and, maybe kind of changed his focus, I mean, he could have been around longer, had more of he had a great influence either way he had an influence on some positive and negative people, I guess, like fucking old Adolf had quite an influence on Adolf, right? Which didn't turn out too well. But he kind of took it the wrong way, too, what Nietzsche was kind of fighting for a little bit. Anyway, I won't get into too much of that because it might be kind of boring. But anyway, pyramid slop. This is fun to talk about. There's been a lot of controversy around this. And I get it, right? There's been people dragging this guy's balls through the glass. I don't really know who the fuck he is. Jay Anderson, he's got a big following on Twitter. He's got 250,000 people. He's a researcher and public speaker. He's been posting a lot about this. Now, I get people's frustration with some of these content creators where they're endlessly, and they claim content farming on this kind of stuff when there really isn't anything of substance to content farm with other than the clickbait titles, right? And that's where I think some people get very frustrated where they see this announcement, they see these proclamations, they click on the video titles, and they see artificial structures 2 kilometers deep at the Giza Plateau. And I mean, most people are going to see that and be like, what the, that's aliens. That's literally what that would mean. It wasn't the Egyptian people, at the very least, that constructed that. It's an unbelievable feat of construction that is well beyond the scope of any Bronze Age civilization. So, that's a hell of a claim. And then you listen to the video, you watch their videos. Then you go and you take this a step further, which is maybe what a lot of people just humor themselves and like, oh, this is cool. But you want to actually get to the bottom of it. You're like, okay, well, where's the data at? Like, where's the fucking paper at? There's no paper. They're like, what? And then you go and you try and find like, you look at the talk, it's all in Italian. And then you can't watch it because it's behind a paywall of a woman who has 20,000 subscriber YouTube channel. And you're like, this is all incredibly sus. Like, should we have been content farming on this now when there's literally no, like, basis for these claims, really? And that's the problem, too, where this stuff's very complicated. Like, this radar data is extremely complicated. I don't pretend to understand it. Some people maybe do. And so I think, and ultimately, we don't really know what the fuck is happening. And I mean, as much as I have a problem with the system of peer review personally in academia, at times, where it can be used as a tool to kind of control the narrative. The idea of it is great because what you want to do is you want to like check your work. So you want to go and you want to bring that immediately to other people that are also accredited in your area of study and be like, am I seeing this? Is this right? Like, cause you need that. You need another set of eyes, right? Cause we're all fallible. We all make mistakes. You need another set of eyes to like double check your homework. And there's been none of that that's really been done either. And so again, the confidence level in this discovery is very low. And so some people think it's kind of shameless to just constantly post about this. And it is a form of engagement farming. It's a weird thing that we're in right now. I'm talking about it because that's what we're doing here, right? To some degree. But at the same time, I want to get to the bottom of it. I want to get to the objective truths. I'm not really making any money off doing this. There are other people that every single post they make on this is getting a lot of engagement. Like they'll make 3 YouTube videos on this and they each got, I've seen a couple of them, like Buddy from, I forget what his name is again, but he'll make fucking 30, 40, 50 grand off those videos each every time they post on it. So like there's a financial incentive obviously to keep that going and it gets a lot of clicks. It's a big deal. Again, most common sense people will know the implication of that. And so it gets eyes on it. And anyway, people were mad at this guy. So I'm just trying to communicate. I guess I understand why they were. Now, when they start getting really hateful is where I have a fucking problem. Where they start like calling him names or calling him a retard, a piece of shit. I'm like, okay, I don't think that he's a retard. I don't think he's a piece of shit. I don't think he's any of those things. I don't think I'm subscribed to him, am I? Oh, I am following him. Okay, fuck, I didn't even know. Anyway, I haven't seen any of that rhetoric, but he's saying things like this, like bro must be sweating bullets right about now. I mean, if we're going to critique this fairly, Jay, no, he's probably not. I mean, at the end of the day, this guy is kind of a dink. People that have followed this adventure with Zawe, Hawass, and Graham, and other people who have tried to put forward alternative explanations for things like the Sphinx, there has been an incentive for them financially to try and keep these narratives at bay that challenge their prevailing narrative. The Egyptians are responsible for creating these structures, right? And so he's been very adamant, and his career's on the line, right, as well. His research, everything. I mean, if Robert Schoch were to figure out the Sphinx predated the Egyptian people, even in Egypt, I mean, Zawe's work on this isn't going to look that great. He's going to be wrong. Could his eagle handle that at fucking 80 years old? I mean, no, probably not. He's going to go to the grave with that. It's just the way it goes, right? So, but, I don't think he's going to be sweating bullets because he is, although I don't agree with his stances, a proper academic. Although he doesn't really handle himself, I would argue, in a proper way. But so he's going to wait for actual analyses of this stuff. So again, no, he's not. This is kind of a ridiculous claim. So how are we standing in the pyramid stuff far? I mean, it's at the end of the day, right? I'm not a scientist, but I respect the scientific method. And there hasn't really been any of that done here that we haven't been able to see any of the data. So it's cool to say they did the presentation, they laid out their findings, but they haven't laid it out properly to where people can really give it a proper peer review. It is absolutely unbelievable. Yeah, it is. For those artificial structures to be down 2 kilometers, you're looking at either ancient aliens or very advanced ancient civilization that was not the Egyptians. I mean, to do something like that is incredibly advanced. It's unbelievable. especially if they're artificial structures, which is what they've claimed. So that is just beyond. This would be the biggest discovery in human history. Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. This would be literally the biggest discovery in human history if this turns out to be true. Because this means that in the past we had a very advanced group, possibly more advanced than we are today, even depending upon what else we find. Or so that's what we're dealing with. Yeah. So, and that's why a lot of this isn't to be taken lightly, where it's a hell of a fucking claim. So anyway, just some of the claims here. I've worked this. So this is some of the comments people have, because what we're trying to get to the bottom of this, right? The problem, though, ultimately, with trying to get to the bottom of this before they release the paper is we don't want to read too much into this because we don't have a lot of data to go on. We have almost like literally no data to go on, really, aside from the method they use to do this. Let me read through this. I've worked with standard ground penetrating radar before. This is a comment that is on his channel. Let me just read it off of here. I've worked with standard ground penetrating radar before, and what I'm seeing with this technology is in a completely different league. We're not just talking about basic subsurface imaging. This is synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography. Essentially, SAR uses a movement of a radar antenna, whether on a plane or satellite, to create a much larger virtual antenna. This vastly improves the resolution, allowing us to see incredibly fine details. And it works by sending out pulses of radar waves and capturing the returning echoes. But here's where the Doppler tomography comes in. They're collecting a stack of these SAR images from slightly different positions along the satellite's orbit. By analyzing the subtle changes in the radar echoes, specifically the Doppler shifts, they can reconstruct a full 3D representation of the target. This isn't just theory. This is technology is being used to map forest structures in detail. It is create 3D models of entire urban environments and even analyze subsurface geological formations. The implications are huge. The problem is the depth, I think. And what I saw in the video is if it truly shows structures 600 meters deep with chambers, it's simply astonishing. That kind of depth and detail is beyond anything achievable with traditional GPR. It suggests a level of technology and capability that would be impossible to replicate without incredibly advanced modern equipment. Yeah, no, we know this, yeah. It would mean ancient aliens, advanced ancient civilization, right? Which some people have suspected anyway. This is the important side to this argument, right? Where there are people a part of these skeptic communities on Twitter, which I don't get, honestly, because any rational person should be approaching these things skeptically, but who don't understand these other arguments that the Giza Plateau is already an example, potentially some form of advanced construction method. This has been laid out by many people. Chris Dunn has a great book on this. There are other people in engineering and machining who have laid out these arguments that already the evidence exists at the Giza Plateau, specifically the Great Pyramid or Khufu's Pyramid, that there were advanced construction methods employed there. So then to find even more advanced construction methods below it, it would kind of go along with the narrative that there was an advanced group of people that were responsible for constructing this, right? This is still surprising. So again, he's posting a quote from somebody, you know, who the fuck knows? This guy could have just went on ChatGPT and just wanted likes on his comment. I mean, you have no fucking idea, right? Like, people wouldn't be that vain. People are that vain. They're like, oh, I need likes in my comment today. I just need people to like me. Like, I'm just going to go on ChatGPT and pretend to be an expert in GPR, fucking ground penetrating radar. I mean, we have no idea. Sounds like he knows what he's talking about. That doesn't mean that he is. Interesting, whatever. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll go back to some of the other bits and bobs with all of this. I encourage you to look at all the proof of principle demonstrated here using synthetic aperture radar to detect from space the outlines of the laboratory 1.4 kilometers deep inside the mountain northwest of Rome. This is a known structure that resonates gently embedded in hundreds of meters of solid Italian mountain rock. That resonance, modeled by Biondi based on an original string oscillation mathematical model, interesting, by American physicist Nicholas Torello and published in 1988. So what's your Jay's argument? Jay, brother, where the fuck is the link to this? Here it is right here. So let me see here. Is it physically possible? This is what you need to look at the claim. And I don't necessarily want to do this myself because I don't trust the results, but assess these claims in the paper. And hopefully it can fucking do it. Good boy. Hi, here is about one of the researchers involved. Oh, thank you, Malibu. Yeah, we were kind of going over this last night. I think I may still have it up here. A War Drinker posted this. Yeah, Corrado Malengo's research while affiliated with the University of Pisa and other places, yeah. He has also studied the abduction phenomena. And some people have been trying to use it as a way to discredit him. I'd say go fuck yourselves. I'm glad somebody's looking at that. Now, what are his areas of expertise, I guess is the question, right? And I think it is in, let's see, Corrado Malanges. Is this the accredited dude that was leading the expedition now? Let me see. Let's see what ChatGPT says about these assessments here. Okay, the claims about nonlinear and chaotic behaviors and string vibrations are consistent with established principles. Okay, all right, so I got it. What about the 1.4 kilometer depth? Was this legit? So can we go down that deep with this technology? Let's just see what it says. Did we even ever dig as deep as 2 kilometers? Yeah, Far, I guess we do have the hole in Russia that goes down, the hole from hell. I had thought this myself where I had thought we hadn't built, I think what I should have stated was, I didn't think we built structures down that deep, but I guess even that far, technically we have. Yeah, we've gone down quite far, yeah. Now, have we built structures of that degree down that deep? I don't know. We'd have to check on that. The paper claims a 1.4 kilometer string depth in water for the experimental setup. That's technically feasible. Deep sea research often uses tethered instruments at such depth. No clear institutional backing or verification of this experiment depth. Okay. Claim may be a hypothetical model rather than actual deployed string. So there, Jay, we already have problems, brother, with the paper you just linked, where this is, listen, beers on a Monday afternoon, don't let the missus catch it, brother. I had one left over and I just thought, for my voice, Papa needs a little bit of medicine, just one. We'll see if it stays with one. I probably should stay with one. This is a problem where there's all kinds of claims that you can make, right? You can publish, you can go out, you can do experiments, you can come to all kinds of crazy conclusions. You can put all these philosophy, for instance, you can have all these crazy thought experiments that you can publish, right? You can have all kinds of theories. At the end of the day, it's like, what's it objectively worth? Like, is it respected among others in the community, right? Among your peers, right? Is this something that others have come to the conclusion, this is good research, this is bad research? There's all kinds of examples of bad research and bad studies and bad conclusions people have come to because they shouldn't have come there in the first place, right? They weren't critically thinking. And so this is the unfortunate reality where you can dig and you can find papers to support whatever argument you want, but is it peer reviewed? Is it worth your time ultimately? And that's a harder thing to discern. And you kind of have to have an understanding or a background in looking through papers. Now, again, I'm not going to pretend to have a background in looking through papers pertaining to geology. I do not. I do in philosophy, which is radically different. But again, premises follow where you're going to go through their logic. You're going to go through, they're going to set up their thesis, right? You're going to go through the paper. You're going to see if they've tested that. Have they brought up an antithesis? Like, what's the antithesis to this argument, right? Have they synthesized this data with a possible counter argument? What could we have gotten wrong? What are some other potential implications or interpretations of this data, right? And then they come to a conclusion in the end, right? Which he put at the top here usually, because people like to just kind of read through the fucking conclusion, the TLDR. So what was it worth? And at the end of the day, and then people will check over your logic and they'll debate it, and it's endless. And although in hard sciences it tends to be less so, because when it comes to mathematics or something along those lines, it's right or it's fucking wrong, right? So anyway, some of this data though could be up for interpretation, and that's where things get complicated. And we wish it was simple. We wish that there was just a definitive answer, and some people will try and frame it like this, that there was. But then again, when you look at the data, it's not quite that definitive. So it'll do the job if you want to get a bunch of views in a post and get a bunch of likes and make some money off the post. But at the end of the day, will people who critically think respect you? I don't know. No, probably not, right? I mean, you kind of see through the facade here. So Jay, again, this wasn't really great research. I mean, you found a paper supporting this, but the paper in and of itself makes claims that aren't necessarily backed by the community. So anyway, any fucking way. Yeah. I found the old video looks a lot different than Nicholas's results. It still looks like a giant flow battery. I wonder if Nicholas can process other types of remote sensing data sets. Anyway, I'll go through some of the other posts here on this. Something else he posted, an old article. I don't know when this is from. Written by Egyptologist in 1922, Dr. C.E. Getzinger. Science identifies the Great Pyramid as a real Noah's Ark. Even the very rooms and tunnels in which the chosen survivors of the deluge took refuge, declared by Egyptologists to have been found at last. Now, again, this is at a time when there were a lot of people who were still kind of biblical fundamentalists and literalists who were convinced that this was a thing that happened. Now you'd have to look into this and see, and it's way too small for me to fucking read, so I can't really go through the actual fucking article. I don't know what he's trying to say here. Noah's Ark is a symbolic representation of humanity's journey and the need for inner transformation. I don't know. No, it could have been a very, very real thing. I mean, there's lots of flood myths, but that's it. I don't know. Again, it's kind of like an appeal to authority to some degree as well, where I found someone who was accredited that had this. It's like, well, but what? At the end of the day, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, what's the quality of the argument? Like, where's your evidence? Like, go through the actual argument. Where's the fucking argument here? This is just a claim. I can't read the fucking goddamn paper. It's too small. Fuck. Yeah. Reviewers on data published in 2022. Yeah. Fact check. Check out the symbol or insignia of Atlantis. Looks like it's interesting. Where do you see that at, man? Check out the symbol or insignia of Atlantis. Where is that at? Like, it's in here somewhere? Info found by this guy. Oh, Google Images. There's an insignia of Atlantis that you found. Link it if you got it. We can look at it. Yeah, this is the one for 2022. Now, again, and this is what you'll do. I have no fucking idea what this data is going to mean. Like, me reading through this is going to be completely useless, right? So, I would go and I would find, I don't know, who's someone in this kind of community who, at least someone who's kind of in the alternative ancient history community, who's a fairly accredited person that might have the expertise to actually go through this data properly. Robert Schock. Okay, all right. Robert Schock looked through this. We went to his page, and he looked through not only this recent claim, and of course, like a good scientist, said there's not enough data to come to a definitive conclusion. There's literally no data. And then he looked at these claims as well back in 2022, and they weren't super convincing. So, they do have a couple reviewers here. They got a couple peer reviewers, I see. But at the end of it, they're making an argument that this is what the data means. And it's unfortunate, what does it actually mean? Are they actually correct? And that's where things get murky, always. And it doesn't matter what it is. I mean, you can go back to Zechariah Sitchin, for Christ's sake, with Nibiru. I mean, Zechariah Sitchin was educated as an economist. He was a very smart guy. And you could say as a hobbyist, he was a proper hobbyist kind of scholar, right? He didn't necessarily, he did kind of end up doing it professionally, not with the university. But he could read and write ancient Hebrew, and he claims that he learned to be able to read cuneiform texts from Mesopotamia. And he interpreted some of these texts in this writing himself, and his interpretations differed sometimes greatly from those of, let's say, people like Irving Finkel from the British Museum. They were far more sensational. Zechariah had a narrative in his head that what the people were talking about here actually happened. The Anunnaki were a real people. And so what he did to some degree was he kind of made it fit. And at the end of the day, were his interpretations correct? Well, we don't really know. We just know that a majority of the experts have come to a consensus that they seem to be exaggerated. At the end of the day, he could be fucking right. That winged disc on those cylinder seals might be a planet, right? We have no fucking idea. Ultimately, he could be right in the end, right? And so, but it's down to interpretation. How do we know with conviction? We don't. And so I think same with some of this data. It's they've got to interpret this data. What does it mean? I mean, at the end of the day, the one way to know with conviction is to knock the fucking pyramid apart. which the Egyptian government's not going to allow you to fucking do. Oh, there's this big chamber in there. It's like, oh, get the fucking sledgehammer and the dynamite, brother. That's what they used to do back in the day, before there was any kind of government there. Nowadays, they're not going to do that because that's fucking, that's their moneymaker. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Oh, I see what you mean, man. Where did you find this at? Atlantis power symbol gives great protection, heals, and strengthens intuition. Interesting. See, so kind of like a crystal perspective on this. TikTok. I wonder if ChatGPT will know where that came from. Oh my fucking God. Oh, it's like a crystal. Oh, I see. It's like a crystal. But it kind of looks like a pyramid with that stuff underneath it. Okay. Well, if we find another pyramid underneath, maybe. I wonder how old that is. Atlantis symbol. Interesting. Side note. What's the deal and origin of the Atlantis symbol? It's a pyramid with 3 lines underneath. See? Carrie, what's up? Symbols, hidden secrets. Fish, what's up, dude? Fuck. So many hidden secrets. So many playful secrets. Oh my heavens. The old pyramid with 3 lines, often waved about in Atlantis lore like it's some sort of ancient cosmic logo. Let's break it down. It's in fringe circles, is it now? Okay. Modernized. Popularized in the 20th century by spiritualists and pseudo-historians. Oh, well, this is a bit more interesting, though, isn't it? May stem from the Thule or Theosophical Society material, or even Edgar Casey's Atlantis channelings. Oh, that'd be far more interesting. This ChatGPT so ignorant, it won't, not Peter Thule, Thiel, or it's Thule something else. From Thule, the symbolic, it represents pyramid and knowledge or power. Yeah, I think there was a ring discovered with the symbol on it. No archaeological evidence of the symbol used by either. Never had iconography attached to it. We know that from Plato's Atlantis. Can be a simplified alchemical or hermetic design. Interesting. I wonder if that'd be more interesting though. For people that don't know, I mean about this constantly, Edgar Casey made a lot of channels. He was a channeler back in the early 20th century. Very popular. He predicted the stock market crash of 1929, 1930. And the Great Depression, I guess, sorry. And so after that, a lot of presidents, kind of heralded him as some actual genuine psychic. And so a couple presidents until his death had come to visit him for like readings and stuff because they kind of took him seriously. He did a famous channeling on the Sphinx, that there was a chamber under I believe it was the right paw, might have been left, but one of the paws of the Sphinx. And Robert Schoch, the geologist from Boston University, actually found that chamber. So that's a hell of a fucking coincidence that Edgar called that out and they actually found it. Under the paw that he called, by the way. They also found a bunch of very smaller chambers too underneath it. But in the story, Edgar described that essentially Egypt, those megalithic structures there, were constructed by a civilization that fell, that resided in the Atlantic. And that was the civilization that Plato was talking about with Atlantis. And that what happened is they scattered across the globe. And one of the places they went to was Egypt, where the survivors landed. And they built Giza and the Sphinx and that whole plateau kind of as a commemoration of their civilization. And they supposedly built chambers under the Sphinx and left records underneath there to prove that their civilization existed and what happened with it and everything they knew, which is crazy. And so you'd think that, this crazy guy, for a lot of people, makes that prediction. And that claim over time people have kind of started to get behind. Now, not that it's necessarily him that dug this up, but there is a narrative in history that may point towards something like that happening, i.e. a civilization falling and scattering all over the globe and then influencing our civilization, our people in the distant past. And so you'd think if you found that chamber, you'd want to fucking dig that shit up real quick, because the next part of that prophecy is that there are records in there from a very advanced civilization. But nobody's done that, at least publicly. So, here's a video with the ring. Oh, thanks, man. Also weird how the data of Atlantis destruction lines up with the Younger Dryas impact. Yeah, there's a lot of coincidences, Far. We've meaned about this here a lot. Maybe you've listened to some of it, but there's a lot of correlations. Yeah, the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis definitely correlates with it. Plato's date correlates with the Younger Dryas and the melting of the ice sheet at the end of the last ice age. It's about 11,000 years ago. There's tons of coincidences with it. And not just that, but also coincidences cross-culturally across the globe, that there was some kind of root civilization that may have influenced our civilizations at one point, and that they died off, but that their memory is still encoded there as the gods, right? And that's who they were. And we've gone in depth on that, deep, even deep as to like who were they and what did they look like, deep. And who knows if any of that is true. I do think there's a legitimate pattern there with who these people were. Very tall people, possibly another race of humans, which is a crazy thing to suggest, but I would place a bet on there that they were maybe another race of humans. And you get things like, which is obviously, you can speak with less conviction on, but remote viewing data. We just looked up Dad Smith's remote viewing data he did years ago, and that they saw, again, independently, groups of them, blind to these targets, saw very tall people working at the Giza Plateau building these structures. And it's just a meme you find constantly across the globe. So, yeah.
Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. I'm Johanna. I'm so
3 years
excited
ago
to do this video today.
I think I know who this is.
Waiting for this little baby to arrive. Not that kind of baby. A ring. I've been waiting for the Atlantis ring to arrive for a couple of weeks now. It was getting stuck in customs.
Rabbits are food.
Finally arrived. I've been wearing it for about a week. This ring is said to have functional properties that can help you be more in tune with your subconscious. It can help your body heal. It can
like my shungite,
bad energies away from you, and it actually has some kind of functional energy shielding powers.
The guy at the crystal store told me if I stuff it under my foreskin that, I'm just fucking with you. I was expecting them to say something like that.
Try it. Sounded
It'll
amazing.
help cleanse your soul or some shit. Oh, she shows pictures later. Okay, yeah. Just a second. Where the fuck?
Okay, wait. First off, what is it? What is
let's see the picture.
Atlantis ring. So the Atlantis ring, or the Luxor ring, or the Egyptian ring, I think it's also called, is a ring that was found in a grave in 1860, and the grave was super old. It was the grave of an ancient Egyptian priest called Jua, and it was from the 2nd dynasty. So it's literally like one of the oldest dynastic Egyptian graves that there is. What is unusual about this ring is it has sacred geometry, like in the design of the ring. So it's not just a fancy schmancy piece of gold. It is a
this is interesting, man.
Thing. The design of this ring is at least 5,000 years old. It is a very ancient design.
We'd have to investigate the claims of this. Let me see. Here. While we watch this letter describe it, let me give this stupid fucking thing some things to do. Sorry. The Atlantis ring. Jing ring. Supposedly discovered in a tomb on a person named Jua in Egypt. Do some research on this for us. Yeah, fuck, whatever. You get deep research. Fucking go look for this fucking thing. At 550. Okay. I just want the story, bud. Go get it. Good lad. Go look. All right.
We don't
550.
really know a lot about it, like, let's be honest. But they measured that it could do. He also worked out that you could stretch the ring out and make it flat, like a brick, like a bar, which they call the Luxor bar. Here it is. Here it is. Okay, so let's just talk about this thing for a second. Can I make it bigger? Oh, I can. Great. Nope, dropped it. There we are. So he translated, this is the original ring, this is the Luxor bar that they were doing tests on, and this is like the modern day replicas that you can get. There we are. So he did that. Actually, I have not just a ring, they also gave me a free Luxor bar, which you can put as like a keychain.
Oh, that's cool.
Wear it as like a pendant.
I'd love to have that as a keychain. It's sick.
Yeah.
I love little trinkets like that.
This was coloured by light frequencies. That's how they got the colour into this metal. Do I have my little piece of paper? No.
Light frequencies. Oh, okay.
For this video. So they started to notice that the bar had, and the ring had these frequencies that could affect the environment around it. Here's a little picky there of. That looks like the sacred.
Yeah, this whole meme about it affecting frequencies around is probably horseshit, but what I say with the shungite, right? Like, doesn't matter like where the fuck you stuff it, like it's not gonna fucking do anything. Maybe you had like a literal whole table made out of it, it might actually absorb some fucking like, you know, EMF fucking radiation, but this is really interesting. So the Luxor bar. Okay, well, while ChatGPT looks, we'll look up this. Luxor bar. Oh, fuck. I'm trying to bar in Luxor. So bar ring. Let's see if we can find something like this. Here it is here. Interesting. I want to see the story. That's interesting. That has piqued my interest, brother. Yeah. This has piqued my interest so a little bit. If it's true and they actually found this on the body of some Egyptian priest, that gets way more interesting. Oh yeah, definitely. This could be a big deal, right? Again, there's tons of people writing this off, but I mean, they're just equally as idiotic as people who are all in on this right now. Because we have no idea one way or the other. I mean, when we know with conviction what's going on, is when we'll, you know, I mean, this will, if this turns out to be true again, this would be the biggest discovery in human history. We will confront this ancient civilization finally that a lot of people have pointed to, and that'll upset a lot of people. And, you know, they can go fuck themselves. Are the Epstein files under the pyramids? Here, there's only one we're going to find out, brother. We're going to have to send you over there and you have to crawl in this fucking little hole that they made to fucking go down and double check and see if these structures are down there. Bigger than aliens. Well, it could be aliens, right, man? I mean, part of the, depending upon how schizo you want to get with all this, I'll pull up the favorite fucking cylinder seal of the channel here. If I still have it. Do I have it? There it is right there. I mean, when we talk about ancient civilization doing this stuff, I mean, who were they? Were they from here? I mean, who were they specifically? I mean, we'll get to those answers, right? Who built it, right? I don't know. It's one of those memes that this might end up being aliens in the end, you know, depending upon how weird this gets. It'd be weird because, I mean, obviously I cover here disclosure a lot, rhetoric around disclosure, but it'd be funny if it came from an ancient megalithic site. Man, Georgios Tsoukalos, he must just be rock hard right now. Him and David must just be, oh my God, they probably can't leave their house. Oh, I can just imagine him right now, just fucking sitting there, just with a smirk on his face. We don't know this with any conviction, but I know for them, this is like tantalizing. Imagine if it's just an ancient keychain you get from Luxor Marcus and it means you visit Luxor. Could be a coincidence. Yeah, it could be a coincidence. You ever seen the alien with the Egyptian headdress hieroglyph? I don't know if I have, Far. I don't know if I have. Fish, dude, what's up? Hey, Jim, you were talking about giants the other night. What about real giants like this? There are many examples of a genetic man in animals. Oh, let me see. Oh, my heavens. you mean like big boys. Unveiling a Titan. Did beings the size of mountains really walk the earth? Yeah, fuck. Yeah, we're probably going to say no on that one, right? Like, really big boy, yeah. Yeah, see, there's that problem with physics where physically you can't have, for people that don't know, but physically you can't have people that big. Just due to, you know, gravity and whatnot and viscosity of the blood. So there is an upper limit. We asked ChatGPT this again the other night, yeah. He gets into nasal cavities, petrified flesh. Oh my fucking God. Oddly enough, for human beings, the upper limit of what is possible physically for humans is around 8 feet tall, which is coincidentally exactly the height that many of the bodies they found throughout the eastern U.S. Just happened to be right at that limit. Really funny. What a coincidence. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. Does he actually? Okay, interesting. Conclusive proof Titans. Yeah, that's a problem with physics. That you couldn't physically have beings be this big. Yeah, but it is a meme though. Yeah, it's the remains of Archimedes after he burnt down that fucking tree. God, Jesus. What a third photo. Profile of Grey wearing symbolic bird headdress. Fuck yeah, what the fuck is this fucking... Oh, I see where they're getting that from though. Yeah, that's raw. You see it? Fuck. I really saw it when they put the green on it though, brother. That really fucking did it for me there. If it looked like that, that'd be crazy. Yeah. Devil's Tower is a tree stump, you think? You think that's where the fucking... Was it the Erd tree? What's it called again? That Archimedes burned down? I forget the fucking Warcraft lore. I always skip the cutscenes in those fucking games because I'm just there to gank lobies. Yeah, this is raw. Interesting. Now, for me personally, it isn't necessarily the bird head of Ra that I have an interest in. It's what's over his head that I usually have an interest in, that I find to be more interesting. Because, well, I think they probably think it's the sun or something. I don't think it's the fucking sun. But again, it's like my opinion versus theirs. And at the end of the day, I do not have a background in archaeology. I just ask questions of background in philosophy. But I would say, at the end of the day, I mean, like, and one of us is right, and I'm just going to bet that I'm right on that. So, don't think that's the sun. Yeah. Oh, what do I think that is? Oh, God. Oh, God. What do I think it could be? I think it could be a comet, Far, actually, is what I think it could be. Yeah. And I've gone over why I think that it could be that, which actually isn't too schizo. It's literally stated by a couple ancient authors. Yeah. I'll just reiterate it quickly for people here who have heard me go over the slop so many times. They're probably pulling their hair out right now. But the logic for why I think that might be a comment is that, well, there's a couple reasons. I'll go through it very quickly. So essentially, there was a guy named Pliny the Elder who was a Roman philosopher and historian. Pliny the Elder talked about, at some point in the past, there being this comet that appeared over Egypt and Ethiopia. And it wreathed kind of like a serpent, like a coil in the sky. I think he mentioned it being blood red too. I can't quite remember. But it was a terrible sight to behold, and everyone saw it. It terrified them. And it was named Typhon at the time. There are other depictions of a beast called Typhon existing through the, it was all through the Mediterranean. He was a beast that Zeus fought in the sky. And Typhon was this red winged creature that had this serpentine tail. I'll just quickly go over this again. I'll show you a picture of what Typhon looked like. Here he is. Oh, I just had him. He's right here on a jar, right, from a couple thousand years ago, from Greece probably. That's what Typhon looked like there. Typhon effectively was very similar, if not identical, to the Mesopotamian Caduceus. He was also almost identical in appearance to the winged disc that also appeared at it through Mesopotamia, which had this kind of coiled tail. And it also had the gods living on it as well, which is a whole other separate fucking issue. So essentially, there was a comet that appeared named Typhon. It was kind of remembered not just through Ethiopia and Egypt, but all throughout the area. Now, the other interesting connection with this is with Ra. So Ra and what's over Ra's head, again, here's another depiction of Ra. Ra is sitting here, and above him is this winged disc, again with the serpents, but they're not coiled together here. Also red. So that object above above Ra here is probably almost certainly not the sun. This is another celestial object. And we've already gone through this argument here that it is probably a comet, actually. And so what's over Ra's head is, again, this object, I would argue, reiterated again with the serpent and coiled around it. Now, this is the interesting connection which ties all this together. And unfortunately, it's not really quality scholarly data. But there was a alternate interpretation by these Hebrew priests, these Midraic priests. And they made a adjustment at some point with the Exodus story. So the Exodus is the story that Moses, left Egypt with the Israelites. The Pharaoh ends up letting him go, right, after all these plagues happen, after cataclysm really starts going on. Now, in the original story, there's a part where Pharaoh tells Moses, you may go, you may leave with your people, right? But just know that evil is on the horizon, right? And it's kind of like, what? And then he goes. And the original scripture says Ra, R-A-A is the word for evil in Hebrew. But one of these alternate interpretations is of the word Ra and what it actually translates to. And that it didn't actually just translate to evil. It translated to evil red star is what it translated to. So when Pharaoh let Moses go, what he was actually telling him was, you may go with your people. But just know, and this is the full alternate translation, by the way, it's a bit different, that evil is on the horizon. So this evil red star is in the horizon, and it is known for bloodshed and killing. That is literally what it translates to. Well, and the original supposedly, and this is argued, right? It's not super well, there's an argument around this. But when you look at this here, you see that this god, Ra, from Egypt, right? And there's a connection that the Hebrew people have with Egypt. The god Ra, right, has this red orb over his head. So again, where are we going with this? So it's like you've got the word Ra in Hebrew, potentially meaning originally evil red star, and then you've got the god Ra from Egypt having a red star over his head. And it's got a serpent coiled around it, which is just like Pliny had talked about. This star that was seen, this comet seen over Egypt, coiled like a serpent in the sky. It was terrible to behold. It was fiery red in appearance. So where does this all go? Well, that's, who knows, right? I think the original translation would be, what's represented here is a comet. That's the argument. That's actually not a schizo argument. That is an argument that could hold up. And I've contemplated doing some kind of a paper on it in the past, actually. Now, people would probably go to that interpretation and be like, well, Jim, there's not a lot of evidence to support that. I'd be like, no, there isn't. But there is an interesting correlation nonetheless, even if you don't get to the point where, the alternate translation of the word Ra, I mean, you could still probably try and draw it from these other sources. Doesn't the serpent mound in America also something to do with the comet? Supposedly, yeah. Graham Hancock had said that, yeah. But this is where specifically we're getting to what caused the issues 12,000-ish years ago. And this is I would say, a fairly strong case that there was an encounter of sorts with something. Now, what gets disturbing here is that this wasn't just any old comet. This was, and the correlation with the Exodus, I should say, implies that this object had something to do with that cataclysm as well. That there was some kind of a cataclysm that happened during the Exodus. There was potentially some kind of catastrophic event that happened around 3,600 years ago, specifically in that area too, but kind of globally, there was some kind of an issue that may have happened. And it may have been some kind of now encountering a very large object like this isn't something that vibes with astrophysics, but it's in the stories of these people is where you're getting with this ultimately. So anyway, I meme about this constantly on here. I just bring it up occasionally, but when we're talking about Ra, this is something. And the architect of this idea ultimately was not me. It was a man named Emmanuel Velikovsky. back in the 50s. He was a Russian psychoanalyst trained in Freudian in psychology, and he was a friend of Einstein's, actually. He was friends with Einstein. They would hang out, play chess together, and he consulted Einstein on these ideas and the physics involved with potentially this object, which he thought was possibly Venus at some point in the distant past, that had escaped from Jupiter's orbit. But ultimately, that's not what it was. But this goes very deep. This goes very, very fucking deep. Not to blow my own horn here, that's not what I'm trying to do, but I'm just saying that this is something that gets very potentially unsettling, actually. But anyway, we at the end of the day, as someone that's gone right down to the deep of it, right to the bottom of it, I mean, we still don't know with complete conviction what the fuck's going on. Just a lot of really funny coincidences. So, anyway, that's the whole correlation. But yeah, there's iconography all over the globe far that correlates to this. You'll notice, actually, if you want to talk about Serpent Mound and Native American peoples, on this tablet there exists another symbol here that's it's showed up across the globe, cross culturally. You'll notice it right below the globe, but it's this cross with these 4 dots within it, entwined by it's surrounded by a circle. So this is in Egypt, right? Thousands of years ago. Now, we talk about Serpent Mound and Native American people, and we notice that this cross actually appears. The Hopi. That's their flag. Oh, you didn't see it. There's their flag there, right? There's the Hopi flag there. There's that symbol there. Yeah, it might be kind of small on the stream to see. I might have to really blow it up for you to see it. But it's at the, I don't know if I can make it any fucking bigger than that. Right there. Right below the wing disc. Yeah. So there's a correlation there. Again, this has appeared everywhere as well. And this is almost certainly another representation of this wing disc, because it's been depicted time and again, not just as a wing disc, but one of the ways that it was kind of depicted, a smaller version of it. And there's actually the pyramids on a Mesopotamian cylinder seal, one of the pyramids. And you'll notice, oddly enough, as we were just looking through here a second ago, there's the cross appearing in the sky as it appears through the sky. Where's another depiction of it? I mean, there's tons of them. There's another, the top cylinder seal there, that's an imprint of one, but Sitchin colored that in red, but there it is again. But oddly enough, when you look here, I just noticed this now, actually. This one was in the Louvre. I'm pretty sure this is one of the ones I saw in person. They're these little cylinder seals, right? Thousands of years old. Look at that pyramid. It's got a little dot above it, doesn't it? We were just looking at, where's that fucking symbol we were just looking at a second ago? Where the fuck did it go? Where's her YouTube video at? I had it up here, right? Didn't it have on that thing like a little dot above it? Where the fuck was it? Oh, she goes through the story of him. Okay. I would love to know. We should get to the bottom of this and see if this is fucking anything to this. Wasn't there a little dot above the pyramid in that original depiction there? The artistic depiction of it? Interesting. I don't know. There was. More drinking, what's up, man? Yeah, there was. So there's a Mesopotamian cylinder seal again, but that is one of the pyramids, supposedly. You see, actually, there's some weird kind of thing around it, too. Same group of gods involved with that area as Mesopotamia, probably, yeah. If we're going with this narrative, these were actually people, yeah. On both at the top and the bottom, interesting. Well, there you go. I don't know how old that is. It's probably 4,000 years old, that cylinder seal. So that cylinder seal you're looking at right now is almost as old as supposedly the pyramids. So, just a little bit, younger. Interesting. If that's when they were built, by the way. We don't actually know with conviction. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Essentially, where this all goes in the end, just for TLDR, the possible theory, there's another planet in our solar system that may periodically cause issues here on Earth. And it's being reiterated across the globe, cross-culturally. And we were all too stupid to figure it out. That there was a group of people in the past that knew about this, maybe had something to do with it. And the iconography of it was everywhere, and we were too dumb to figure it out. Until recently. That's essentially the TLDR on the argument. That it's everywhere. Literally everywhere. And we were just incredibly stupid and missed it. at least missed what this was actually representing. Again, that's the problem with people's interpretations of these artworks, is that, you know, sometimes the interpretations are smooth and they're not right, like smooth brained, and it could cost us dearly if this is something that's bad. Same with the handbags, exactly, man. Yeah, same argument, same people would be the argument, same people. Yeah, same group of people. These people, where are they? Whoever you want to call them, Anunnaki, you know, you can call them whatever, the gods, whatever you want to fucking call them, but same group of people. Yeah. The giants, whatever you want to call them. Yeah. Birdman wearing sun snake always means trouble. Yeah. Birdman with a sun snake. Fuck. They're just wearing dresses. You got watched. Anyway, yeah. Fucking crazy, yeah. Like birds on top. Yeah. So anyway, TLDR and the whole thing. That's a whole argument. It's an interesting argument. I think it holds water personally. I think it's fairly strong. One thing we're missing obviously with this are the people, the bodies of the people. Their stuff. Well, there's a lot of things missing, but in terms of iconography, there's an argument to be made for what's being depicted here. As possible, and you could go so far as to maybe even say that this might be the planet we're looking for right now. Because the planet we're looking for right now, as a civilization, and have been looking for since the 1800s, early 1800s, is Planet X, which we still haven't found, which is out there, which has affected the Kuiper Belt and it is on a very elongated orbit like a comet. It's a planet like a comet that acts like a comet. And that kind of correlation with some of these anecdotes from ancient history, like from Pliny and others. And actually, I brought this up before, but if we really want to go even deeper on this, and I don't usually go this deep, but like if you go to Aristotle's meteorology, which is, 350 BC, Aristotle wrote meteorology. Now, mind you, before I read this, Nibiru of the Primal Being, it's got some fucking Yu-Gi-Oh in here. Before I read this, just remember, potentially who the Pythagoreans had interactions with, right? So the Pythagoreans, originally led by Pythagoras, very possibly, very likely, were involved with the Egyptians at some point. And as we know from Plato's stories, the Egyptians had a lot of knowledge that the surrounding civilizations did not have, because they were from a long time ago, that their civilization went back, 9,000 years, roughly. So I'll read this out here. This is from Aristotle's meteorology. Some of the Italians, called Pythagoreans, say that the comet is one of the planets, but that it appears at great intervals of time and only rises a little above the horizon. Now, that can mean a lot of things, right? I've heard this is something that's been brought up before by other people. What were they talking about here specifically? We don't really know. But they knew what comets were. They knew what the planets were. They knew the trajectory of the planets, and they knew the elongated trajectory of comets. So, and this is the other issue too, right? If you really wanted to dig into this and go full-blown schizo with it. They knew, I think, up to Jupiter? Saturn, Jupiter, they knew Saturn. They didn't know anything beyond, they didn't know Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. They didn't know those planets were not visible with the naked eye. So they were able to track pretty much everything, and they knew what was going on with it. So to state that a comet is one of the planets, but that it appears at great intervals of time, implies something else, right? And this is what the Pythagoreans believed, according to Aristotle, right? So what we're getting here again is, in the ancient past, people may have been aware of this object and knew that it was a planet too. Now, how did they know this, if this is true? Well, again, that's how they knew it right there. because that's where the fucking people were living, is literally what they're saying on the cylinder seal, by the way. Now, is that actually true? Is that an objectively true statement? We don't know. But it's pretty fucked when you think about it. Didn't know you'd know Yu-Gi-Oh, brother. I know card games. I'm a huge MTG guy. I shouldn't say I'm a huge MTG guy anymore, but I do play Magic the Gathering. Anyway, fun times. There is a real thread to pull on here in history, and the giant meme is just like a side meme. That's not even the big meme. This is the big meme. The giant meme's just associated with it. Yeah. Tintin, Clark Kent. God bless you for saying that. It'll go straight to my head. Yeah. Now it says they lived in another dimension. Specifically, Zoe's all of everything Egyptians were peaking was extra dimensional. Maybe. Yeah, the Egyptians maybe. With the Anunnaki, they descended from the sky. They were sky beings. They were from heaven. They were from somewhere. They descended from somewhere. Yeah. So at least with the Anunnaki, we should say that the Anunnaki descended from somewhere, and there is something being depicted here that is almost certainly some kind of a comet. And we could go so far to say it might even be some kind of a planet like a comet. And there is a planet we currently haven't found that is like a comet that's a planet. If that makes any sense to everybody. But yeah, don't some civilizations will talk about a time before when there was a moon in the sky. There's some very small cultures that say that far, yeah. The moon thing's a little bit different. I mean, yeah, I don't know. There's not as much with the moon thing. There's a lot here. The point with this argument is there's a lot here. This is the Nibiru, which is what Zecharia Sitchin called it, because he thought it crossed the ecliptic plane of the solar system when it entered into the inner solar system. And it does cross the ecliptic plane. Whether it enters into the inner solar system or not, we don't know. But the planet does cross the ecliptic because our whole solar system's tilted by about 30 degrees because something traumatic happened to it. And this planet we're looking for is in line with the galactic center. So when it comes into our neighborhood, it does cross our ecliptic, the center plane of the solar system. And so that means Nibiru means cross or crossing, the crossing in Sumerian. I think it's Sumerian or one of the Mesopotamian languages. So that's why he named it Nibiru. And he inferred that actually, I think, just from reading through stories. And then the actual real Planet X that Robert Harrington got math on in the 80s and the 90s ended up also following that same trajectory, which is a hell of a coincidence for Sitchin. I don't think there was a theory out in the 70s about this planet crossing the ecliptic plane. So that's which is why Sitchin and Tom Van Flandern, who were real astronomers, leading astronomers in their field, listened to him. And he talked with Sitchin on his documentary. Robert Harrington did. And then he died shortly after. Big coincidence. It's a big coincidence here, yeah. Axis shifts happen naturally depending on well, we don't know that. Who knows? Axis shift, we have no fucking clue, right? Yeah. All these coincidences. Yeah, there's a lot of coincidences, yeah. There's a lot of coincidences. Yeah, it's just there's a bunch of shit at the end of the day. I mean, these are just some of the fun anecdotes. You can fucking go show your friends, or show your partner, or show your mom, your dad, whoever you want. You can be like, look, this is fucked. And they'd be like, oh yeah, that is. And you'd be like, okay. It's like, yeah, you're still going to pay the phone bill tomorrow. It's like, oh, okay, fuck. Back to reality. What's that Eminem song? Fucking. There you go. Yeah. I think the crossing is referencing of a convergence. It would be. So it would be a convergence, I guess, of this planet slamming into fucking planet Earth. I know. There is stuff, there is a reference to a convergence through different cultures that occurs, and who knows what they're referencing, right? I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, with all of this is all very complicated, and I don't know with complete conviction what the fuck any of this really, I mean, I'll make an argument saying that probably in ancient history there was some knowledge of this object. Oh no, my shungite. Any knowledge of this object, right? Let me pick my shungite up. I need it. It's cleansing me right now. My shungite. Any knowledge of this object, what it implies is another advanced civilization, all right, ultimately. Because it's not I don't think that this was probably observable with the naked eye. We're just going to hope to Christ it wasn't observable with the naked eye under this theory. If they did observe this in the naked eye, sorry if I can say that word, we're all fucked. And we don't understand celestial mechanics to the degree that we thought we did. So anyway, yeah, not gonna lie, my partner is making sounds with her toys while you're talking. Her toys, like her bear? What kind of toys are we talking here? Different dimensions colliding. Different dimensions, yeah. Do you believe humans are a product of genetic manipulation? I don't know, man. That's the thing, like, do I believe that? There's not enough data for me to believe that, I guess. I would say that there are interesting stories. Yeah, her squeaky toys. We're just gonna find interesting. To me, there's, you talk to a geneticist, you'd have to go through, and ultimately, I don't know if we would know enough to be able to discern that. But I'm not a geneticist. I don't have a background in that. And I know I have a basic understanding of some of these creation myths. I mean, like this one here with the Anunnaki in Mesopotamia, they fashioned us out of clay, mud and clay in their image. So, I mean, if this turns out to be a true story and they were advanced and they weren't from here and they were human, which they look and clearly are, and they interbred with people. I mean, is that what happened? I don't know, right? I mean, if they can build massive megalithic structures like the one suggested with this pyramid complex, I mean, they would be in the ballpark of probably being able to fuck around genes. That'd be my bet. Yeah. Why does it matter if we used to be able to observe it with the naked eye? Oh, this thing? Because if we used to be able to observe it with the naked eye, it came into the inner solar system. That's why. And if the object, the planet, came into the inner solar system, bad things happened here. Now, we do know that bad things did happen here. And there are stories like from the Ojibwa in northern Ontario, the native peoples there, who talked about the long-tailed heavenly climbing star, which looks a fuckload like this object right here, which supposedly burned everything to the ground on Earth. And the only reason the Ojibwa survived is because the wise ones, who are the ones who survived, listened to their seers and their psychics. And they told them before the Great Spirit came through their psychics and told them to go roll in the bog when the comet appeared. And so they rolled down on the bog, like in all the peat and the moss, and that protected them from the fire that burned everything else alive. There is a black mat layer that exists all throughout the Northern Hemisphere, by the way, around 12,000 years ago in tandem with Younger Dryas and the ending of the last ice age. So it's just, again, what did this specifically? Yeah. You mean like natural disaster bad? Yeah. Like world ending. Well, like civilization ending bad. Obviously the planet's still here, but civilization ending bad. Yeah. Like completely cooked bad. Yeah. That's how bad it would be. Although, there are what we're going over before with the whole meme here with Ra and the Exodus, right? The Exodus out of Egypt. I mean, if you're going with Sitchin's meme and Sitchin's orbit on the planet, it happened 3,600 years ago, roughly, with the Exodus. And, there are people that died, but it wasn't a complete cataclysm. There are some people who suggest that this object may periodically, every third or fourth orbit around, causes a really bad incident. And maybe that is something to do with celestial mechanics, if it happens. And that the fourth time it comes around or the third time it comes around, it comes a bit closer than it normally would. And that's when the really bad one happens. And so that last one was 12,000-ish years ago. And so this next one is... I don't really want to go this far with it. I didn't expect we'd get this far to begin with, but this can get far more sketchy. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, some people here know what this is all about. We memed on this. We were just going over John Vivanco's remote viewing of the drone situation, actually. Oh, bro. Again, I don't want to sound audacious, but like, this is like the bottom. This and like things like simulation theory, right? Are we living in a simulation? That's probably the absolute bottom, but this is right down there. This goes real deep. This cuts like deep into our core, our souls, the soul of the species. And this is what this, and man, I'd recommend anybody who finds this stuff fascinating and isn't too freaked out by it, read Immanuel Velikovsky's work. Because although Immanuel was not a scientist and he got some things wrong, he was first and foremost a psychoanalyst and a psychologist. And he read through all these ancient stories and first put this together, really. And what he observed in the human species, cross-culturally, was that we were a product of great trauma. That something extremely traumatizing had happened to us in the distant past. And we remembered it in these stories, but that we're still dealing with the ramifications of it. It's how traumatic this was. So, yeah, I was watching this video again, which is why I kind of want to bring this up. But John, there's a remote viewer I follow for a couple of years now, who's fairly well known in the remote viewing community. I don't do remote viewing, but looking into it for other reasons. And John recently on his podcast, on his YouTube channel, Metaphysical, him and his buddy, he did some remote viewing on the New Jersey drones incident, right? So I like remote viewing. I think it's interesting. Obviously it's woo out there for some people, but I think the data is still interesting. They did the New Jersey drones, and what they got for the New Jersey drones was blind, by the way, the team, I think of 5 people they said that did this again. Essentially, the U.S. military was using these drones because they had picked up a signal that wasn't theirs emanating from the ground around that area. And now I don't know if even they know what this means, because John got his team to remote view it and it got very schizo. But they were accessing this signal and trying to suppress it. Supposedly, the thing with remote viewing is you go down deep. You go down almost too deep, but they got that the ETs had put these monitors in the ground around that area specifically, of New Jersey, but also in other areas, because they're monitoring for some kind of a cataclysm that they think is about to happen. And they're checking, and they just recently did this, according to John's data. Is it beginning? Is what they got. Their remote viewing team, blind, supposedly, on this target. Now, what's interesting about that is there was another remote viewer who also got something very similar when they looked at that. So, you take that with a big old bucket of salt, right, guys? You're gonna have to read up on this dude after I finish Chaos. Yeah, man. Yeah. He's Worlds in Collision is his first book. Yeah. Well worth the read. Yeah. Surely bucket, absolutely, yeah, right? But yeah. So anyway. I'm not gonna go right down to the bottom of that one, but John knows about it. John knows where this goes. John knows where this goes because I've talked with him and talked to him about it, and he knows himself anyway from his involvement with other people. So, let's just hope it doesn't turn out to be true. Right? Fun times on planet Earth. Anyway, I think for the most part, that stuff's definitely out there, right? But this is an interesting meme. I mean, I am all in that I think that something like this has happened in the past. It probably happens periodically. Now, the periodicity on this is the issue, and also like conviction on the object itself. And is this like something that's fucking we should be worried about? That's a big question, right? I mean, is this something we're going to experience here and now? I mean, again, don't take this to the bank, but the Exodus happened around 3,600 years ago. One of the proposed orbits of this object is about 3,600 years. So now, Sitchin got that from the Sumerian Kings list in the British Museum. And the Sumerian kings list are measured in reign periods. They're called sars or shars, depending on where in Mesopotamia you're from. And they're measured in 3600. So there was a multiple. So 3600 was a sacred number in Mesopotamia. And Sitchin thought that could not be a coincidence. It had to mean something. And so he thought that 3600 was the orbital period of this object. And that's why the reign periods of the kings were multiples of that, because every 3,600 years they came down again, went back, came down, etc. Right? And so if you were to do those calculations, you'd run roughly, even the Exodus actually, according to scholars, happened 3,400 years ago. But there's some other finagling some people have done where, and don't take that to the bank. You don't even want to go there with that, honestly, because it's just unnecessary fucking memes. Anyway, all off of this. So I probably should do some kind of formal document on this at some point. Just an argument here. The problem is I hate writing shit like that, which is why I do things like this, because I enjoy the conversation of it more. But obviously it's not something that can be shared as easily, and it's probably for the best. Honestly, it's probably for the best. So anyway, but yeah, just a fun meme. But anyway, anybody that wants to learn more, you can go check out Emmanuel's stuff. They dragged his balls with the glass over the science, over his physics. He wasn't a physicist. He was a good scholar though. So the history, the stories are interesting. And I think that's really, really fucking interesting. Yeah. Interesting. I didn't know Bill Napier and Victor Klub noted Velikovsky's not so much the first of new catastrophists. He's in the last in a line of traditional catastrophists going back to medieval times and probably earlier. Bill Napier and Victor Klub also had argued that serpentine imagery around the globe is undoubtedly related to comets, and that ancient cultures had equated comets with serpents just due to how they looked. I didn't know I'm not surprising they probably read Velikovsky's work, but they had a book called The Cosmic Serpent. Is that what was in their book? I think it was. Anyway, they're two astronomers who were, I guess, maybe fond of him. Yeah. An interesting guy, an interesting story, an interesting meme. And hopefully it stays that way. But all off the pyramid meme, right? That's fucking where this goes. I don't know what the fuck this is about. Jim Mars was right about Iraq's Epic of Gilgamesh and stolen artifacts. People that know who Jim Mars was, Jim used to be a regular contributor to Above Top Secret, which was a forum, kind of a conspiracy forum, but it was kind of like just an alternative forum where people would kind of think about these kind of alternative ideas. And he used to contribute there regularly, and I always enjoyed his posts. And he passed away. When did he pass away? 2017. Yeah. Anyway, I liked reading through. I haven't read any his books, but I read through his work on Above Top Secret and always enjoyed it. I try to recall correctly, he was into the UFO phenomena, the disclosure movement. He was into just basic conspiracies and whatnot as well. But I don't know if he ever touched on like the whole Anunnaki thing. Maybe he did. I can't remember. But here, let's listen to this little clip here. I'm just curious what they're going to talk about.
All right, so this is wild. I've been looking into this for a really long time. Jim Mars was right.
Interesting theory.
Thanks for the follow, Frankie.
So this article came out on March 12th, 2025. Title, from Iraqi News, is 27,000 artifacts returned to Iraqi National Museum. So check this out. I'm just going to read it because it's kind of amazing. Baghdad, as part of the remarkable efforts to conserve the country's cultural legacy, the head of the Iraqi State Board of Antiquities and Heritage, Ali Obad Shalagam, and I probably butchered that, so apologies, revealed on Tuesday that 27,000 artifacts have been returned to the Iraqi National Museum. 27,000.
That's a lot.
In a statement to Iraqi News, Shalgam explained that 7,000 artifacts from the ancient civilization that have significant artistic and cultural value have been recovered from abroad and
Very
brought
close to
back
the
to the
camera.
Iraqi National Museum. More than 20,000 items have been seized within Iraq as a result of security operations and are now displayed in the Iraqi National Museum. Iraqi's historic treasures have been subject to ongoing looting, imagine that, during the Iraq War, but we'll get to that, and destruction since the invasion in 2023 from the U.S., a condition aggravated by increasing theft throughout waves of instability. In 2015, the terrorist group ISIS seized several archaeological sites using explosives and bulldozers.
It was fucking crazy, man. This fucking... I can't believe they fucking destroyed all that shit. Like, I just saw the comments. If it's a global event, why only New Jersey? It wasn't just in New Jersey, though, right? That's the only meme, right? Where these drone sightings were seen all over the place. And they were also in the UK. They were through Denmark. They were through Germany. They're all over the fucking place. Yeah, they're all, and those are populated areas too, right? So, we'd have to ask John himself, yeah, if there was any more data on that, yeah. But the Brits have 20K more stashed away. Oh my fucking God, man. The British Museum, I mean, the Louvre is pretty bad for how much shit they have, because they have a fuck ton of stuff. But which I was able to take a lot of pictures of. I couldn't believe, like, man, they pulled literal fucking like walls off of buildings and brought it into the Louvre. Like, they took the wall off probably some guy's fucking place and just brought it with them. Is that we're taking this? Like, it's got stuff written on it. It's like, oh, what the fuck? Like, temple walls. Like, they got a whole temple recreated in the Louvre in Paris. It's unfucking believable. I could not believe it. I could not fucking believe it. Yeah. The signal may have been the strongest. I think the reason they remote viewed that area is because that was like the most popular. It hit the news the most too. So you'd have to talk to John on like specifically where, what the fuck. But at the end of the day, man, it's remote viewing. Like, even he himself, anyone who does that stuff, when you target stuff, like it's just, you have to treat it as woo, because otherwise, like, you're going to get yourself into tizzy for something that might not be accurate. So,
King bulldozers, okay? To destroy priceless artifacts. Among the damaged structures was the Bull of Nimrod, an emblem of Assyrian civilization that has stood at the location. So, in recent years, Iraq has undertaken serious attempts to collect and return these lost treasures. In July last year, the Minister of Culture, Tourism, and Antiquities stated that the Iraqi government will continue in its attempts to retrieve artifacts smuggled abroad. The Iraqi Minister of Culture, Tourism, and Antiquities said in June 2023.
I mean, would you want to bring them back there when the boys are still blowing shit up, though? Like, guys, get a handle on the fucking country first before we start bringing all these priceless artifacts back. We don't want the boys to have one too many fucking wobble pops one night and run back in there and fucking, grenade the place. Like, Jesus Christ.
Over 23,000 items had been recovered from abroad during the preceding 3 years, demonstrating the country's success in retrieving stolen and smuggled antiquities.
What were they scanning for,
2
though?
years before,
That's the question,
17,300 artifacts were recovered from the United States. 17,300 artifacts were in the U.S. and other countries, as well as, here's the good one, the Gilgamesh tablet, which is the first clay tablet on which the epic poem concerning the historical king Gilgamesh, who ruled Sumerian Uruk, which is modern-day Iraq, in 2700 BC, was written. So, earlier, as part of the Iraqi efforts to recover its antiquities, 6,000 artifacts that were borrowed from the British Museum 100 years ago. The British Museum was sitting on them for 100 years. They were returned from England. And the Iraqi ministry continues to work on the recovery of smuggled or stolen Iraqi artifacts after terrorism played a role in sabotaging some archaeological sites where many artifacts were stolen, especially from the city of Mosul, where it has important archaeological treasures. So it seems like it's a smash and grab. Jim Mars is going to talk to you a little bit about it right here, and kind of excited to get into this because it's been
from the
many
grave,
years
Jim
in the making.
Mars.
And Jim Mars was right all along.
So what he's right about what?
So that leads us to the war in Iraq. What was that all about? Well, we were told that Saddam Hussein was about to have a nuclear bomb and launch it at us within 6 weeks, but that proved to be untrue. We were told he had weapons of mass destruction, but that proved to be untrue. We were told, well, we're going to go get his oil, but that was untrue because we ended up getting less than we did before we attacked Iraq. All right, so what was it all about? Well, it was about the attack on Baghdad in April of 2003. Unlike normal military strategy, which is you take a objective, you attack your objective, you consolidate your winnings, pacify the countryside, move on to your next objective. We made a beeline straight for Baghdad. And what happened in Baghdad? The looting of the Iraqi National Museum. Now, what was this all about? I have the news clippings from mainstream media in my files that showed in 1999-2000, German and French archaeological teams were making amazing new discoveries in Iraq. They even think they found the tomb of Gilgamesh, who up until recently was thought to be a mythical character. But now they begin to realize...
Jim, I don't know, brother, if they invaded Iraq for fucking tablets of Gilgamesh. I mean, at the end of the day, well, we think it was for the oil. We think it was for resources, but interesting. Okay, we'll let him continue.
There really was such a person.
Ancient aliens in the New World Order. Okay.
Just as now, we're beginning to realize that there's stories of the Anunnaki and these people who visited from another world and could travel around by flight, that these very well may have been based on reality also.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's the ancient
where would they have been bringing the newly found discoveries from the ancient Sumerian cities of Uruk and Ur? They would have brought it to the Iraqi National Museum. More than 700,000 pieces were taken from the museum by a mob, probably hired as cover for a operation that went in there. Museum directors around the world had gotten the Pentagon to pledge that they would protect the Iraqi National Museum because it was the repository of human history. And yet, when the mob showed up, U.S. servicemen were ordered to withdraw, and the mob was allowed to ransack the museum. But Colonel Matthew Bogdanos, Deputy Director of the Joint Interagency Coordination Group, investigated the looting of the Iraqi Museum, and he wrote, "The basement is what we've been calling an inside job. I'll say it forever like a mantra. It is inconceivable to me the basement was breached and items stolen without an intimate knowledge of the museum. From there, about 10,000 pieces were taken. We've only recovered about 650 approximately." So in other words, this was the mob, and the looting was cover for a operation to send operatives in there. They found glass cutters that are not commercially available in Iraq. Some of the guards were suspiciously missing or called in sick. Whoever the thieves were had keys to some of the exhibits and to the basement, and they passed up very expensive looking fakes and went for the stuff in the basement. This was an operation to gain what they thought may have been the ancient ET technology. So who got this ancient ET technology? Well, let's take a review of what we've just...
Did Hillary's emails, you just mentioned that, yeah, she was after that, so her emails actually included Gilgamesh? Well, ask ChatGPT that, man. I want to know what they meant in return, yeah. Bones is up. I returned, went on a random adventure beer run with my neighbor, and my wife brought me home some hibachi. What have I missed? Oh, Jim Mars is saying that the attack on Iraq was essentially to steal Anunnaki technology. Yeah.
First, this knowledge was passed through the mystery schools of Egypt and Greece, and then, of course, was deposited and stayed in Solomon's temple, when then it was picked up by the Knights Templars, who then created the stonemasons, and then which became Freemasonry, the Rosicrucians, the alchemist, and then the Illuminized Freemasons. These were the Freemasonry in Europe that had gotten infiltrated by the Bavarian Illuminati. They then, Illuminized Freemasons, then created the Round Tables, funded by Cecil Rhodes, whose whole idea was to set up a secret society to try to regain North America for the British Empire. Then the Nazis took over, got Solomon's treasure, picked up a lot of the secrets through their magic psychic program. This was then passed to the U.S. military-industrial complex, which is now at the head. The head corporate leaders and banking leaders are usually members of the secret societies like Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, which was an offshoot of the Council on Foreign Relations, and of course the Bilderbergers, which are some of the top industrialists, corporate leaders, media moguls, banking officials who meet once a year, and so secret they don't even have a name. They're just called the Bilderbergers because they were first discovered by the public meeting at a Bilderberg hotel in Holland. To the people who claim that there's a small group of people trying to control the world, is that just conspiracy theory, or is there some facts to back that up? I would point you to a 2011 study by the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology. They studied 43,000 multinational corporations, and they found out that these 43,000 corporations are actually controlled by only 1,318 companies, most of these with interlocking directorships and ownerships. And these 1,300 companies are in turn controlled by 147 firms with interlocking control.
Jim,
and that these 147 firms control more than 60% of global revenue.
We know that meme.
Which is the exchange in turn into dollars control, and these little interlock Contra and even the JFK assassination.
Jesus Christ.
So what did you Mars figure out? You figured out that the Iraqi National Museum was looted. Everything was taken. The Epic of Gilgamesh was real. And it was about 30 years later when everything was actually returned. What did they discover in that amount of time? Probably everything. They probably decoded the entire library. And
I don't fucking doubt that. Why the fuck would they bring it back then? They're these evil fucking people who stole, like, they fucking killed Saddam, turned over Iraq to steal these artifacts, and then just gave them back. You guys can have it back now. We got what we needed. Like, we didn't fuck give it back. They just keep it. They take it. Glock Moonlight, what's up, dude? I've been looking into the Planet 9 thing. Astronomers today are saying there's likely a huge planet with a massive orbit lurking way beyond Pluto. The way they describe its orbit, long, elliptical, and taking thousands of years to circle back. Sounds exactly like the Nibiru cycle the Sumerians talked about. What is your opinion about that? We were just talking about that, man. So, to clarify, the Sumerians, the Mesopotamians, more generally themselves, never made any mention of any planet. Zechariah Sitchin interpreted texts that he thinks mentioned this planet. So the Sumerians themselves never talked about a planet. Sitchin kind of interpreted things liberally and came to that conclusion on his own. The Planet 9, which Mike Brown and Konstantin Batygin are currently looking for from Caltech, has an orbit between 10 and 20,000 years. It's highly elliptical, but it's very broad. Like, it doesn't come anywhere close to our inner solar system, right? So the difference between Nibiru and Planet 9, which is effectively just Planet X rebranded, because Mike Brown is the astronomer that demoted Pluto. So he's being funny, saying, oh, well, now we need a ninth planet again. Go fuck yourself, Mike. Anyway, Nibiru's orbit is 3,600 years. Sitchin got that from the Sumerian Kings list, and it's currently in the British Museum. That is, as I was told by an astrophysicist and fellow philosopher who happens to live in Beijing. Someone I had conference a couple years ago with. The 3,600 years doesn't make sense. The math doesn't make sense. So it's not a stable orbit. The celestial mechanics don't add up, which is, at least our understanding of them. It doesn't add up. It wouldn't be able to sustain that kind of orbit for thousands and thousands of years. So that's where the difference lies. Where Sitchin's suggestion, based off of lifespans of kings, and again, it's called the Sumerian SAR, you can look it up, which was a holy number they had, which was 3,600. That's where he got the orbit from Nibiru from. So it's like all of these things kind of pieced together, and it doesn't really fit within our understanding of celestial mechanics. That's a TLDR on it. So that's where the difference is. Yeah. There is a planet. It is on a highly elongated orbit, but that's where the difference lies between it and Nibiru. Yeah. I know the argument quite well between Nibiru and the Sumerians knew a lot about the solar system for their time. Like, they described Neptune as a bluish green watery planet, which is accurate. We didn't confirm Neptune's colors in the 1980s. That's a good point, Glock. Yeah. And they also described Uranus as well, supposedly. That's another argument from Sitchin. So Sitchin had thought that they described both Uranus and Neptune, and actually Pluto on top of that, that there were names for potentially some of these objects these planets in space. Now, there's debate on that. If you were to go to the British Museum and you were to talk to Irving Finkel, who's their head sumerologist, he's an expert in cuneiform, and you asked him what he thought about Sitchin's interpretations on that, he would tell you that is a very liberal take. Yeah. So, yeah, essentially. Now, I've gone over this meme a couple times. There's interesting things that Sitchin brought up that I think are worthy of further investigation. Like the idea that, and this is a biblical research as well that Sitchin did, but the significance of the number 7. Why is the number 7 significant in the Bible? In the entirety of the Bible. It's mentioned in multiple different places. There's other cultures as well that hold the number 7 to be significant. Where did that originate from? Now, on Mesopotamian cylinder seals, I've gone over this meme before, but for people that are new here, my hair's fucking wild right now. Jeez, fucking I need a fucking haircut. Anyway, it's like the Giorgio look. Where the fuck is this at right now? I'm gonna go pull fucking where is it? Here it is. Well, it's kind of cut off. Fuck, where's the other instance of it? There are these 7 dots that appear on these cylinder seals. There it is right there. You can kind of see them to the left of the sun, right? They're kind of cut off, but these 7 dots appear constantly, and this is usually ascribed to the Pleiades. So the Pleiadian star system. But it's not arranged like the Pleiadian star system. And what Sitchin thought this represented was a key, or Earth. It represented the Earth, actually. He has a broader argument for this, but I mean, TLDR, the 7 dots supposedly represent the Earth. Now, he found another cylinder seal. This is just an imprint of it. But this ties together his argument a bit more. At least he thought that it did. So the argument goes that the 7 dots actually represent the Earth. And this is one of the seals he used to argue this. And you can see this guy is holding in his left hand the crescent moon, and in his right hand these 7 dots, which in his mind, which in his argument, he's arguing that this represents our planet and our moon here, which he states, and well, then this means this is the Earth. Now, to this gentleman's right is another guy representing and holding a 6-pointed star. Right? So to the right of the Earth, there's another 6-pointed star. Venus, in some of these cylinder seals and artworks, is depicted and known as the 8-pointed star. So, some of these cultures. So, what do you get with this? Well, what you get with this is somebody counting in from Pluto into the solar system, right? So, what he's implying here is that on these cylinder seals 4,500 years ago in some instances, these people knew about Pluto, Neptune, and Uranus, which is impossible because we didn't find them till the late 1700s. And only through mathematics did we find Uranus and Neptune. We didn't get eyes on them until much later. We didn't get eyes on Pluto until 1930. We didn't really know what Pluto was until like fucking the late 1970s. That's how long ago that was. So the idea that these cultures were counting in from Pluto into the inner solar system, right? Because Earth would be the 7th planet, implies an advanced culture again, right? If this is true. Now, The question is this again true? Is this a real meme? I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting coincidence that Venus is depicted as an 8-point star. Here, I mean, Sitchin, if we could find this actual cylinder seal, he did find it. This is just an imprint of it. This might imply that is actually depicting the Earth, not the Pleiades. And then we've got a 6-pointed star there for Mars too, right? So, another little tidbit possibly hidden throughout history, although Sitchin was liberal in his translations and can maybe made the puzzle fit, it doesn't mean he was wrong with this. I mean, there may be something here. And then that is the other planet in between them, potentially, that they're still looking for. So anyway, it's interesting, right? I mean, you know, it goes very deep. There's a lot of sifting you have to do when it comes to understanding Sitchin and his work, and it's frustrating. It was frustrating. He didn't know, which he was kind of a decent scholar, but he didn't use citations in his work. In his book, he didn't cite anything properly. Like, where did you get these seals from? What are we looking at? He would put pictures in them in occasionally, but like, you know, where did you get the idea that this means this and this means this? And like a proper scholar of this, like they debate this shit amongst themselves all the fucking time. Like there is some consensus, but like that would have been a really good job. It would have been like, if he had cited his work better and like showed his homework and engaged more with that community, he would have been taken more seriously, but he just kind of asserted that this is how it is. And I did this translation, and he got the idea. People may not know this because I've watched all his lectures, studied them actually, I'll say, because I wanted to know where the fuck he was coming from. He got the idea that there was another planet in our solar system, not necessarily from the texts at first. It first came to him in a dream. He was reading through Mesopotamian history and knew there was something more there. And before he went to bed one night, he prayed to the Anunnaki gods. He said, Anunnaki gods, Anu, etc., you know, show me, I'm missing something. Show me what I'm missing. And when he woke up in the morning, this voice came into his head and it told him there's another planet in the solar system. And then he said, oh my God, that's what this is depicting. And then that's where it came from. It came to him in a dream. Now, at the end of the day, is that like good fucking scholarly work? And well, some people have come to discoveries from just that. Although that's inconvenient for some imbeciles out there who want to just dismiss any kind of phenomena that doesn't fit within their little confines, the little box they live in. But those people are fucking imbeciles. So sometimes that happens. And at the end of the day, he could fucking be right. I don't know. Yeah. The old Nibiru in text was the moon. Nibiru meant crossing zones in Sumerian, Mesopotamian, wherever the call. I think it was in Sumerian. Literally, it meant crossing. Yeah. Even if that seal isn't showing Pluto directly, their advanced knowledge of celestial mechanics is insane. Like, how do they know planets orbited the sun? That's not something you just guess. Either they had observation techniques way ahead of their time, or they were told by someone who knew better. That's exactly it. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I even have this cylinder seal on here, but this was his favorite, which was of the solar system. I could probably look for people that haven't seen this stuff. This is all very interesting meme. And I know there's probably a lot of people too that are going to be like kind of looking into this now with all the pyramid videos and shit. Cylinder seal, Sitchin planets. It had a full-blown fucking solar system on it. This one here. I mean, it just did. It just did. I mean, and again, like context for people that don't know how old this is. I think it's like 4,000-ish years old, this cylinder seal. We think, by the way. You know, some cultures didn't even have the fucking wheel. Like, they had no fucking idea that we were in a they had no idea what the sun was. They had no idea there were other planets at that time. This is way back. Like, we're talking like thousands of years before Aristotle and Plato. Like, that's how old that is. And they've got a fucking literal solar system on the goddamn seal. And mind you, that is a god they're talking to, and Lil Enki, but they're talking with them. So like, you know, it's weird. It's weird. And I would say explanations that try to normalize this is just cope. It's cope. They're trying to just fit within some kind of narrative where there aren't crazy unknown things out there. We've explained everything. The world's a safe place. I don't want to go outside into a scary world because I'm a bitch. I just want to live inside my safe little box. So fuck off. You know, that's essentially my take on people trying to normalize this one as well. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. It's weird. It's very weird. Yeah. But only looking at one part of the tablet instead of reading the whole tablet. Of this, you mean? Well, there's no other way, brother. You're going to interpret this other than, again, like context of how old this is, right? Like for them to even conceptualize of a solar system at a time when majority of the humans on planet thought the world was flat. I mean, man, it's, yeah. Hardcover Worlds in Collision will be in house tomorrow. Holy fuck, man. Hell yeah, brother. Listen, you know, man, like, listen, enjoy it because it's a really you can go through, there's a really great documentary, Fish, you should check out too on YouTube, where the CBC of all fucking places, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, did with Velikovsky, highlighting the pushback he got from the science community, the physics community. Carl Sagan kind of made his name putting Velikovsky down back in the day. That's where he became kind of known, actually. One of the reasons why the general public became aware of him. But it was a really well documented work. You will notice on every fucking page in that book, he has citations. And you can literally go and look for those books that he pulled that information out of. And you can, some of them are ancient texts, some of them are texts from like the Middle Ages. It's really well written. Yeah, it's really well written. I mean, obviously, is it true? Well, who knows? But he did a good job and the scholarly research was mint on that. Yeah. The fact that the Sumerians put the sun at the center of the system, that's a good point too. Yeah. When the most ancient cultures believe the Earth is the center, that's exactly it. It's a heliocentric model. Yeah. Feels too accurate to ignore. That's exactly it, man. Yeah. That's exactly it. Yeah. There are 12 planets, including one making 13, and there's actually 13 constellations. There isn't 12 months in a year. It's actually 13. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, the 12th planet, the thing with the Sitchin, and I think this may actually be the case mainstream, but they counted the moon too. So I think, was Ki the name of the moon? I'm not a Mesopotamian fucking expert here. You know, I just have a basic understanding of it, honestly. But they counted some weird things. Like the moon. And so that's why it's called the 12th planet, ultimately, because it would technically be according to Sitchin, their estimate, the 12th planet. Now, it's still contested that they knew about Uranus, Neptune, right, and Pluto. But, I mean, you know, maybe they did. Who the fuck knows, right? So, yeah. Aaron, what's up, man? Yeah. Yeah. 13 months of 28 days plus the first day of the year is Easter. Interesting. I mean, you know, again, 7 days, right? Why do we have a 7-day week? Right? Where did that come from? Right? You got it, you know, ultimately, this is an argument that Sitchin had made at one of his lectures, but this is deeply rooted, right? The idea of the significance of the number 7. And he thought ultimately is because they considered Earth the 7th planet in. So that's where the significance of 7 came from. Now, there'll be people that will debate that, but I mean, as they should, but such as theories aren't all right, but yeah, they're not total nonsense. No, that's exactly it, man. The fact that so many ancient cultures and stories about gods or beings coming from the sky, often tied to specific astronomical knowledge, it makes me think there's more to this than just myth. Absolutely, man. I 100% agree. Yeah. The Dogon tribe too, right? With Sirius A and B. There's tons of instances at megalithic sites that there was another influence. Yeah. And that's kind of where this is going. And yeah, you emailed the parapsychology and he directed you there. Ooh, maybe it's the 7th dimension. Well, I mean, who knows, right? I mean, you have to say what's the argument for that, I guess. Like logically, how does that follow that you would come to that conclusion? So at least with this argument, you have evidence that's put forward, right? So it's by Sitchin that this is why this is considered significant. Well, here's my logic for that, right? Here's my argument. My argument is that there are depictions on these cylinder seals implying that the other planets were designated with 8-pointed star, 6-pointed star, 7 dots representing the Earth. You go from there and you say, well, that's a hell of a fucking coincidence, right? And then that would mean in from Pluto. People will criticize it now because Pluto's been demoted. Pluto is a planetoid. It's technically like in the Kuiper Belt, but it is the most significant object you're going to run into once you kind of come to the end of the Kuiper Belt into the solar system. So, you know, they thought, the guys who did the Planet X theory back in the 80s, Tom Van Flandern and Robert Harrington, they thought that Pluto was a dislodged satellite of Neptune, actually. That when Planet X, or Nibiru, whatever you want to call it, first came into the solar system, because at its first entry in their old theory, it did come into the inner solar system, and it caused a bunch of chaos. So again, our solar system's tilted by, I think, about 30 degrees off of the ecliptic plane of the galaxy. So it's up like this. And on top of that, Uranus is on its fucking side. The planet's on its side. And they think that it dislodged Pluto and maybe another object from the orbit of Neptune. And then it may have also fucked the inner solar system to some degree, like the asteroid belt. That there was an object there. It may have even been the Earth at some point, was in the asteroid belt. And what we're currently dealing with is the remnants of that planet, and then it got knocked in. So that was Sitchin's meme, but they kind of hinted at that, I believe, in one of the papers. I can't quite recall. But that it was called an invader, is what they referred to Planet X as. Said it got captured by our solar system at some point, and the first time it got captured, it fucked everything up. And then it entered this stable orbit of around 10,000 years, which, you know, you could maintain. 3,600 years is not a stable orbit, though. Yeah, according to people. Exceptional experience, empowerment. Exploring frontiers of mental health and well-being. This is interesting. Our vision is to promote a positive narrative of exceptional experiences to foster transformative change, resilience, and holistic empowerment to ensure that every individual seeking resources and support is met with compassion. A compassionate, knowledgeable allies in their mission. Interesting. Mental health care. Okay. What's he say about the woo, though? Oh, well, look. Tons of accredited people, yeah. There you go. Fucking right. Alexandra, Dawn, Ia. Okay. He just sent you this. Did you say, brother, can you take me on a ghost tour? Like, interesting. Okay. Intriguing. Yeah. How did they know Uranus was a mighty planet lying on its side? Well, who was that from, Glock? Was that from Sitchin's interpretation, or was that from the official interpretation, which aligns with Uranus' extreme axis tilt? Modern science didn't confirm that until the 18th century. It's true, though. How do they possibly know these things without advanced tools? That's a good question. Is that from the 12th planet or no? I'd be curious if that was. I've tried to discern some of this stuff, and that's the thing about Sitchin. Like, Sitchin will say and write in his books that they said that, because I ran into this recently, again, with like the very word Nibiru, where when you read through the 12th planet, he will say that he'll have this cuneiform, and he'll have the translation. But that's where the problem lies sometimes, is his interpretation of the cuneiform translates Nibiru as being the celestial object. The official translation of the cuneiform says nothing about that. This comes from the interpretations made by Sitchin. Okay, exactly. I was going to say, yeah. Yeah, so that you'd have to double check that. I don't know if it does in the official translation. If the official translation of that, that's what we had to figure out. We have to figure out, because I haven't gone that far with it, honestly. But I've heard the anecdotes where they say it doesn't. Now, what you could do now with ChatGPT is, now it can't actually do cuneiform, but it could look at all the interpretations of a statement. We could ask it that right now, actually. Well, actually, here's the remnants of this. So
interesting theory.
Thanks, chubby puppy bear. Thank you for the follow. Here's this. We were going over this ring earlier. Oh my God, it actually grabbed it all. Wow, good job, ChatGPT, for once. Holy fuck, like the crossing, yeah. According to a popular legend, a mysterious ring known as the Atlantis Ring was discovered around 1860 during excavations in Egypt. A French archaeologist referred to as Marquis de Grain said to uncover the ring in a tomb of an Egyptian high priest named Joa. Interesting. Or Jua. This tomb was located near Luxor. The high priest does not appear in any standard Egyptological records. The name seems to originate solely from his tale. Interesting. Okay. After its discovery, the ring reportedly passed to private hands. Count Arnaud de Belizel, whoever the fuck that is. Okay. He talked about psychic vibrations, monoreplica. The Atlantis ring is described as fairly adorned. What's the conclusion? Okay. We don't care about the claims about mystical powers. Is it fucking real? We know that's probably out there. Historical evidence, lack thereof. Tailed through an academic lens, we find little to no credible evidence to support its historicity. Interesting. To date, no archaeological report or peer-reviewed publication documents a ring matching its description. I guess, again, who knows, right? You don't know. Well, we find no structures under there. That's a big coincidence. Cultural impact. Yeah, a lot of people make those rings and make money off them. It is what it is, like... Yeah, where's the ring now? Yeah, that's a good question. Where is the ring now? I'm assuming it doesn't know. It's allegedly still in private possession, most likely held by the descendants or associates of Count André de Belizel, the French radioethicist? What the fuck's that?
Glock Moonlight tipped $10. Happy I found your stream. People call me crazy for wanting to discuss ancient astrology and astronomy.
Hey man, listen, thank you, Glock. I appreciate that, man. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's not crazy at all, as we probably know, but none of it's crazy. Yeah, this is extremely important stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's a meme here that I meme about Nibiru all the time, but I'm glad you've come along, man. I'm looking for other people too who have knowledge of this and have read the Earth Chronicle series by Sitchin, who I've gone through them in their entirety over the years. I mean, I should probably freshen myself up with some of the later ones, but for anybody else that's interested in this, I mean, I referenced Immanuel Velikovsky for the whole argument that there was potentially some kind of object in the past mentioned through many ancient cultures that had to do with cataclysms, unfortunately. But also Sitchin's lectures, although sometimes they're dry, he was a smart guy. And I think everybody that ran into him knew that. It's just he didn't have a background in academia. He didn't really know or care about citing the works. And who knows? At the end of the day, we'll know at some point. We might be getting close here with stuff like this, though. I mean, yeah. Jim Hendricks, welcome, man. Yeah, and all. When you talk about the Giza stuff, this guy I found last night is interesting. He's using AI in the data a bit. Just saw this. He also has a website and has a full press conference in Italian, although the English version will come soon. Oh, interesting. Thanks, man. Oh, Brian. Okay, yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I'll give you one shocking insight the CI made on its own. Remember it is early days. The columns are not natural, and the best postulate is that they were not built underground, but were once built on what was now the surface of the earth. Interesting. So these are the columns here. This is the data. This is a hard data. Well, this is the scan data, but this is what would really need a second set of eyes. Interesting. Interesting. Read the presentation titles for the woo-is. The moon haunts you, though. Sorry, where did you post that? Yeah, the moon came into an orbit, fucked shit up, and then maintained a stable orbit for more than 10,000 years this day. Or the planet, maybe, right? The planet, depending upon where we're going with this. Membership. Oh, is this what he wanted you to? Did he get you to fucking apply to this? Like, benefits of membership: Cosmic Baby Academy, NDE, end of life experiences and after death communication, PhD candidate in transpersonal psychology. Whoa! Common and unusual experiences of Sasquatch experiencers. David Salisbury Brown Mitchell, PhD, faculty member. Jesus, he's tenured there, is he? Spirituality and psychotherapy. Oh, that's interesting, man. Non-human entities. This shit is going off, though. I mean, listen, I wonder if he knows about Michael Newton's stuff. Interesting, yeah. Very interesting, man, yeah. Where'd Brian's thing go? Yeah, this is one of the memes. So for people that don't know, we were just looking through this a minute ago. Far had brought this up. Here's a picture of it, grab, which is wonderful. This ring, actually, that the story, now you can see what that ring looks like, where there's a dot on top of the pyramid, and then there's 3 dots, and then these long columns that descend below the pyramid. And the story goes that this ring was found in the 1800s by some French archaeologist. So, you know, now the representation here, if I can find, which I may have closed, unfortunately, but Brian has posted about it recently. I'll probably just go to his page. We'll see it here. Oh my God. Fuck, he posts a lot though. Jesus Christ. Where is it? Where is the actual fucking, the recreation of what they look like are these straight columns that go down. And that this was a ring that someone was wearing in Egypt, supposedly, back in the day. Oh my fucking God. How does he post this much? Man, what in the fuck? Is he just on here all fucking day, I guess? You'd have to be. He's got Jay up there. Here, let's see who posted it. Just a second here. YouTube deleted this talk. What's under the Giza Plateau? Maybe we can watch that in a minute. It'll go through the whole fucking... Where the fuck is... He's got the Sphinx. Oh my God, they all post a lot. He's got Joe McMahon Eagles removing Mars. There we go. These columns here. Now, there aren't 3 of them. There's a bunch of them, but still, it's fucking interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Wasn't there a claim the moon wasn't always there? There's a tribe in Africa who said that, but I don't know. He's got extracts, man. He posts, yeah.
Can I make it bigger? Oh, I can.
Oh, thanks,
Great.
man. Yeah.
No, dropped it. There we are. So he translated, this is the original ring, this is the Luxor bar that they were doing tests on, and this is like the modern day replicas that you can get. There we are. So he did that.
This is interesting.
I have not just a ring, they also gave me a free Luxor bar, which you can put as like a keychain, or you can wear it as like a pendant. I'll show you. Which apparently this was coloured by light frequencies. That's how they got the colour into this metal. Do I have my little piece of paper? No, I am prepared for this video. So they started to notice that the bar had, and the ring had these frequencies that could affect the environment around it. Here's a little...
But you can see what it looks like, aside from those claims, like, where's the original bar right there? I don't know. Right? Who the fuck knows, right? I mean, I'd never even heard of that. So it's interesting, you know? Yeah. 3D print that shit in metal, yeah. Cool shit. It's cool as fuck, man. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, these claims, who knows, right? We don't know. We ultimately don't know. That's the meme. We have no fucking idea. But as we're just memeing about here for the last hour or two, I mean, there's a precedent in ancient history that, you know, there may have been some advanced group of people. There's not a lot of physical evidence for that, aside from these structures themselves, actually. The problem is if you just cope and keep attributing it to a group of people who really had no indication they had anything to do with this. I mean, you know, you can write it off, but that's the other problem too, is it's, I don't know. That was, you know, obviously we want to ground ourselves as much as possible, but I mean, I was looking into this recently. I don't know. I was reading a post about this, but it's like there's this constant need for like average, and it's like we have a hard time reckoning with extraordinary things, and we constantly need to bring it down to an average. Where even you look at sites like Pumapunku, right? Like in South America, and I think it's in Bolivia, like outside of Lake Titicaca, my favorite lake. It doesn't make any fucking sense. The construction there it does make sense with a fairly advanced culture that wasn't present there. So what the fuck does it mean? Well, it means there was an advanced culture there that did that. Local people didn't make it. I think the local people even stated as much as they had nothing to do with it. So there's another example of some kind of advanced group of people going around the globe fucking around. Right? And all the stories talk about some advanced group of people flying around, fucking around, right? I mean, literally. So, you know, would this be surprising? I mean, it's still pretty immense. Like, that's unreal. Depending upon what it actually is, too. Like, let's say it turns out this is real, and these are artificial structures down there. Well, what the fuck are they? What are they for? I mean, are these staircases going down? Like, is this some kind of repository of knowledge here? Like, how weird does this get? I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. Why so many chevrons? I thought there was only one. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, who knows? Yeah. And how the fuck did they do that? Well, well, here's the other thing. How the fuck did they build the Giza Plateau? I think I mentioned this before, but the whole plateau that those 3 pyramids sit on is unbelievably flat, or at least it was when it was built, and it still is to some degree. They shaved that whole platform that all those pyramids lay on down to, I think, the width of about a human hair. That's the level of variance that you have on that plateau where those pyramids sit. Roughly. Or maybe on a sheet of paper. But just think about that for a second. That a Bronze Age civilization, okay? We can pull up some visualizations of what that actually looked like. Did that. Now, they did some incredible things. They were great artists, but the jars, the vases are another example, where some of these vases they found are so incredibly precise, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It does make sense, so this is a problem. What it suggests is that it wasn't them who made them. It was someone else who was more advanced. Now, what level of advancement? With some of these vases, like Chris Dunn's son, who's an accredited meteorologist working for, I think, Lockheed Martin, building fucking aerospace parts, planes and shit, right? It suggests that whoever made it was probably at a similar level of sophistication than we are today. That's the level of precision they imbued within it. Like it was fucking 3D printed. And they did that at a very hard stone too. Which I don't know. I mean, we probably could replicate, but like, man, yeah. It became, I blame the flat earth, too extreme, makes plausible, less plausible. Clever psyop, brother. Could be that, maybe, yeah. Do you ever look into the work from Robert Edward Grant and the statues? The vases are pre-dynastic for sure. I don't think anyone even doubts that. Let me pull up a picture of them. I know, you mean the, how symmetrical the faces are? Far? Egypt. Was that? Oh, okay. Okay. What was his basic argument, I guess? I'd have to see a picture of him. If I saw a picture, I might recognize him. I don't think I have, though. Okay, Sacred Mathematics. I don't know if I have. No, I don't think I have. I've never seen it before, no. Sorry, he does math around the Giza. Oh, he does. Oh, okay. Yeah, he does some of the, where you can, if you divide the base by the width, you get the circumference of the earth and shit. Yeah. There is some strange math you can do with it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Even the, is it the, location of it? What was it again? I'm looking for here. The, ChatGPT will help us. Let's go back here. Great Pyramid Speed of Light. The speed of light thing, yeah. Speed of light meme. See what it says here. The spicy meme that claims the coordinates of the Great Pyramid of Giza match the speed of light in a vacuum. The latitude of the Great Pyramid is 29.9792458 degree north, which is exactly the speed of light. True but misleading. The pyramid's latitude is indeed that number. The speed of light is that in meters per second. Spooky, right? No Egyptian GPS. A metric system and decimal degrees were invented thousands of years after the pyramid. Ancient Egyptians didn't know about meters, let alone the speed of light. Coordinates are arbitrary. Latitude is Earth-centric and based on modern cartography. You can find a llama-shaped rock and Peru with coordinates that match pi if you squint hard enough. It's cherry-picked. They ignore longitude, which ruins the illusion. You could shift the pyramid slightly and get a nearly similar number because decimal degrees are precise to absurd levels. A fun numerical coincidence. Is it? I know the meters per second meme, but I don't know if it is. I mean, you know, that's another one of those ones like, man, that's what, is that 9 numbers? Yeah. Give me more of a breakdown. Now, statistically, it's going to work here properly, but it knows what I mean. The chances, the chances of this coincidence. And you can't really do that, but it may be able to kind of do it. Just a sec, yeah. Mick West programmed this AI. Decimal latitude range. What are the odds of randomly landing on a latitude that matches the speed of light? We're matching 9 significant digits. That's a precision of 1 1 to the 10 to the 7th for the decimal part. Matching the decimals, rough codes, why it's not magic. Final humans coordinates are human chosen numbers. Yeah, I know. That's the whole point here. The match only exists in decimal degrees in base 10, and the metric system invented millennia later. Egyptians didn't know or use any of those. Did somebody else know about them? Did someone else possibly know about these, the metric system? Is it something that has existed we weren't aware of? Yes, we're opening the tomb of ancient high technology, forbidden knowledge. Who might have known? Atlanteans. Atlanteans, conspiracy theory here. Just listen to the fucking logic here. Atlanteans, conspiracy theory territory. No evidence. Brother, this would fall in degree of evidence. Oh, I want to slap the fuck out of this thing. Unless someone mapped the Earth, invented the meter, encoded that in the pyramid, and hid the entire knowledge tree for 4,000 years, it's probably just a fluke. But the chances, what is it, 10 to the 7th? That's a lot of zeros. This is some of the games it can do here, right? That is an unbelievable coincidence. And that's on top of all the other anomalies with the object. I'm not going to beat it to death again, because I do this occasionally on here, where I beat the AI to death over these stupid claims and how illogical this all is. And then at the end of the day, it just bends over and it's like, yes, daddy. And then that doesn't feel like I won anything. It's just like, what the hell? The Great Pyramid is also aligned almost perfectly north to south, east to west, with the precision that even engineers find hard to replicate. Exactly, yeah. Even with laser technology, how the heck did an ancient civilization do this with advanced tools, or even the wheels crazy? Exactly the point, man. Yeah, there's tons of Chris Dunn, who's machinist, had brought many people through who are engineers, have a background in engineering, and they've went through even the inside of the Great Pyramid and saw, the level of the degree of like specificity. It doesn't make any sense, right? Again, it doesn't make any sense for that Bronze Age civilization, let's say. What it suggests and what it could literally be evidence of, right? If we open up our little brain here, is a more complicated civilization. Yeah. It hasn't convinced me it's misleading. Oh, it's just fucking crazy, man. Yeah. What if copper was a giant battery? That's literally Chris Dunn. Yeah. 5 resonance chambers and launch cylindrical voids to store something like positively charged liquid. I mean, it looks like a battery though, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Skip to 2100. Yeah. Is this it right here, man? Oh, sorry. I'll try and go through these, man. Yeah.
Thoth. We also found on the sarcophagus on the front know what to look for. Additionally, we found more geometry above the entryway, another Tau cross, another reference to the Ross Tau. One of the things that is also very interesting about this room and about the sarcophagus in general is that the dimensions of the sarcophagus, if we take it and stack it on its side, and we stack it from left to right, it will fit perfectly 5 sarcophagi along the floor. And we can stack 6 sarcophagi on top of each other up to the ceiling.
Fucking Legos,
now,
brother.
If we continue to fill the room out with those stacked sarcophagi, guess how many sarcophagi will fit inside that room? 137. And in fact, it turns out to be 137 and a half, which is the same number as the golden angle, which is fundamental to phyllotaxis and flowers and sunflower seeds and all of the things that we observe in nature around us. But when you take out the empty space inside the sarcophagus, it comes down to exactly the alpha constant, the ratio being 1/137. Now, if we go back and look at the ancient name of God, in Hebrew it is written as Yod-He.
Was that it there? That's interesting. Yeah. They
say whatever you like. This will
they had to know about the meter. Yeah.
So the meter that we use today, the modern day meter defined in the 21st century by using the speed of light, is this length. But supposedly the ancient world had no idea, had no concept of this distance or length whatsoever. Right. The petals of the seed of life naturally divide a circle into 6 perfect equal sections. If we were to make the seed of life 1 meter in diameter, the length of the arc of 1/6 of the circumference around that circle equals an Egyptian royal cubit. If we were to create a 12-pointed star, which is how we divide up clocks in the great year, and make it 1 meter in radius, the length of the arc of 1/12 of the circumference of that circle equals an Egyptian royal cubit.
Yeah.
Here I have the double Vesica Pisces, and if I were to make it 1 meter in length, this circle is divided naturally into 3 equal sections, and 1/3 of the circumference of that circle equals an Egyptian royal cubit. And before you come in here and tell me that all this is arbitrary and random with no meaning, you really haven't looked into it, and say whatever you like.
See, here's the problem. I'll tell people the problem. People probably know the problem. You've got a bunch of scholars involved trying to tell people in engineering that there's nothing going on here. You've got a bunch of people who are stupid, literally, like myself, when it comes to mathematics and engineering, trying to tell people, no, that doesn't make any sense. What the math people and the engineering people should do is go, kind of what Robert Schoch did with the Sphinx, do the math, do the science, sit them down, say, shut the fuck up. You open your mouth when it's your turn to speak, right? And that's when we want to go learn about, like, what did the sky gods do in Egypt and shit, right? When it comes to actually interpreting what's going on with the structures and whatnot, they don't have a place in doing that. And the problem is that what happens in academia is, people, I don't fucking know, like, well, at least I didn't before I started looking into this stuff in Egypt, but like, I have no idea what's going on in Egypt. Like, I'm off in the philosophy department fucking talking all this stupid metaphysics or woo for a lot of people, and so you're like, well, what's going on in Egypt? I'll trust the experts, right? Meanwhile, there's been an issue, right, in some of these disciplines where there's been a lot of mistakes made, I think, and inconsistencies, and then this gets kind of thrown out into the ether, right? And then you got ChatGPTs trained on these expert opinions, so it's going to say things like, well, they didn't know about the meter, so this is just why it's magic. This is all magic. This makes sense. This is incredibly significant. So I wonder what it can't watch videos, though, can it? You could go through this whole idea about the meter, unless someone mapped the earth, invented the meter, and coded that in the pyramid and hid the entire knowledge, it's probably just a fluke. No, but I just want, just humor for a second. I just want to say, okay, but again, what are the actual chances that it's a fluke here? I asked you for a number /%. Give it to me. That's correct. And that's, again, with everything else considered. Assumptions kept tight. We're evaluating this. Calculations. Oh my God. String it up, slap the shit out of it. Possible values, discrete 7-digit decimal values. So the chance of one specific value like that is 1 in 90 million. So the chance of this being a fluke is 0.0000011%. But this is what it just told me a minute ago. Who might have known? Atlanteans. Conspiracy theory, no evidence. So that looks like some evidence for this conspiracy theory, like Atlantis, doesn't it? Stupid error area. They're putting the puzzle together. It's fucking imbeciles. It's stupid compounded on stupid is the problem here. And then, oh, you cheeky devil. Yes, it feels like juicy evidence, but let me slice it clean for you. What you're seeing as an evidence is confirmation bias dressed up in decimal points. Post hoc pattern matching. We're retroactively spotting one number that looks like another. That's not design, that's data mining. Elaborate on this point, please. Huge sample space. The Earth has millions of coordinates and only one match to has to match to spark a theory. Precision and illusion of intention, matching a decimal places feels surgical, but if you randomly throw darts at 90 million targets, you'll eventually hit one. No, but it's where specifically this dart landed that's intriguing, because there are other instances of this coincidence to the point where it's ridiculous to suggest it's coincidence at this point. Yeah. Does it suggest ancient tech like Atlantis? Billy's take. This coincidence is mathematically impressive, but statistically inevitable. Yes, but for it to land on such an enigma is pretty remarkable, though. Absolutely, my dear Bill, it's bloody remarkable, no bones about it. Remarkable and intentional. It's emotionally compelling because it aligns two wildly unrelated domains, ancient Egyptian stonework and 20th century physics. Wildly unrelated domains. Well, no, but what it suggests is that these two things are correlated in that there was somebody who had an advanced knowledge in mathematics that was involved in constructing it. I just, for people that know how this is like where it isn't able, and some people also aren't able to logic to this degree, which is terrifying. It's just, yeah, but that's the argument. But someone with advanced knowledge in mathematics built the fucking place. That's what this all suggests. That's the argument. That's the point of this. That's the crux of the mystery. The level of precision and alignment is just someone somewhere knew more than they should have. You're not wrong to suspect something's up. The pyramid encodes pi. The Great Pyramid encodes pi. The golden ratio. Precise cardinal alignments of true north. Exact latitude matching the speed of light. It's made of multi-stones, perfectly cut, lifted hundreds of feet, with Bronze Age tools, allegedly. There's no definitive record of how it was built, not a blueprint, nada. So the Atlantis Ancient Advanced Theory says this was engineered by civilization with access to advanced math, astronomy, geodesy, and possibly technology we don't understand. Could that be true? Yes, it's possible. Is that the only explanation? No. Here's why. Occam's razor. Don't use that, you stupid fuck. In this I'll stop talking because I'm just going to go down a fucking rabbit hole again. The Egyptians were geniuses, obsessed with the sky, time, order, and death. Over 1,000 years of generations working on these temples. But there's some things they didn't know, though, like the meter or the speed of light. And that's a part of the mystery. We found copper chisels, not exactly alien grade, but still. So here's what we land on. Is it proof? No. Is it evidence? Sort of suggestive, but not definitive. Is it fascinating? Absolutely. It's beyond that, though. We've crossed that. We've crossed the bridge, though. This is the problem with this. No, but the problem is they were geniuses. Well, but part of the reason that we've ascribed genius to them is because of these feats. If they had nothing to do with these feats and they were due to another civilization building this, then they weren't geniuses to that degree. They were an impressive civilization, but they weren't genius. That's the problem. Their tools, their level of advancement suggested they weren't genius. They were working with copper. They couldn't even cut granite. Anyway. Sorry to subject people to this, but again, it's important, like Occam's razor, like the brutal edge, the simplest explanation. The problem with using Occam's razor from someone who has a background in philosophy in this context is the simplest explanation isn't always necessarily the right one when you're dealing with incredibly complicated fucking things. That's the problem with Occam's razor sometimes. The simplest explanation is the right one. Well, but we could turn this around on it too and say, well, but I mean, considering all of this, all of these coincidences, right, that they've encoded all of these complicated mathematical concepts into this construction, the simplest explanation would be they had nothing to do with it, right? Considering they didn't really know about any of this, right? Again, there's a narrative here, and this is a dangerous thing with this when you really dig into some of these things. It is just adhering to this, and it will convince people to no end that there's nothing here when absolutely there is, man. Sorry, we'll keep it going, yeah. I'll show you confirmation bias. Yeah, man, it's past 11 p.m. here, so I'll go say fuck, okay, brother. Good. More coincidences in 940 with the pi ratio, which it just brought up again, yeah. It's like it's incapable, and this is the scary thing though too, with some people are incapable of getting to that point with it. And it's like, but it's also an adherence to authority, right? So like the Egyptologists, how little they actually know what they're talking about, right? It's also a reluctance to consider these kinds of ideas because there's some kind of, it's been unacceptable, or, you know, the claim is there's no evidence for it, but this is a problem, is that some of these evidences are right here, right? And like, that's just, oh man. It concerns me. It concerns me that the AI, I mean, obviously I know it's still kind of fucking dumb, but like, man, it's manipulative too. Yeah.
Interesting as well that, again, these proportions
1,500 years before they got the wheel, they got pi. Yeah.
That I discovered on the
I do
rim
have
of
access to Grok,
sarcophagus, which is exactly 5.6 inches wide. The King's Chamber is 31.415926 meters. And the square root of that number, which is pi times 10, turns out to be 5.605 inches. 5.605 squared equals the dimension of the perimeter of the King's Chamber room itself.
Yeah, so I mean, again.
Interestingly as well, the serif, or the peak of the letter A, is precisely at the 33rd inch of the 89.62 inch long sarcophagus. I and my colleagues note
too much salt.
That is exactly one.
I subject myself to
Euler number.
Euler's number is best known as the base for natural logarithms and is used in everything from explaining exponential growth, radioactive decay, and calculating compound interest.
This is a very important number, as fundamental as transcendental pi. In fact, if we take both of those numbers and we apply them together in the relationship of a tetrahedron nested within a sphere, we find that when we consider that a tetrahedron nested within a sphere would have a displacement of 1/3 of the volume of the sphere inside the tetrahedron, and
this is the last supper meme. Okay, but he was going over the pyramid meme too. Okay, yeah, thanks for the follow, Martinez. Yeah, I mean, yeah, again, this is what you would have to do though, right? You'd have to. I'm not a mathematician. I have basic understanding math, but if this was a product of an advanced civilization, let's just say hypothetically, we find out that these fucking, you know, holes drilled underneath of these structures underneath are real. We would then be looking at it very differently. There have been people looking at the structures of Giza as a product of an advanced civilization for a long time. And that's what you would probably start to see, is there would be advanced mathematics involved in the construction. And people have been saying this for a while. And so again, like, here's the problem with the logic that they're trying to use, which is extremely concerning, is that they're saying, well, yeah, this is what ChatGPT literally just told us a second ago. People didn't realize. It literally said, well, yeah, this could all be possible if there was an ancient civilization that had advanced mathematics. But here's the problem with that. There's no evidence for one. I mean, so it again, like, it's literally like standing on top of a grave of a giant, right? And looking at the giant's body and saying, wow, that's crazy, bro. You found 80 of these fucking guys? Like, they're all fucking 8 feet tall. That's crazy. You know, it's like, man, like, it's crazy. Like, you would think that, like, there could have been a race of giants, maybe, looking at all these giant bodies. But the problem, right, with that is there's no evidence for that while standing on top of all these fucking bodies. That's what it's doing. It's so adhered to this fucking narrative. It can't see what's in front of it. And that's part of the problem here too, I think, with some of these people in academia, that they're just probably cowards and or possibly stupid, literally. And they're just unwilling to confront this reality. And so there it's all laid out. So yeah, anyway. Robo, thank you for the follow, yeah. Fucking crazy, yeah. It says the Last Supper is inside the King's Chamber. Oh, Christ. Jesus, fuck. Interesting. They get ridiculed if they do. Yeah, well, that's exactly it, man. Yeah, I mean, this is a level of like, you're getting to that this is stupid, calling people asking questions, good questions, stupid. That's literally what we're dealing with here. And, you know, and it's this kind of, and there's another guy on Twitter who, I think it's the Ethical Skeptic is his name, but he has this whole ECDO theory. We probably don't want to tie in with fucking the whole Planet X thing we just did recently, but it's that the Earth may actually periodically be subjected to shifts of the magnetic and physical poles, which is fucking terrifying. But anyway, interesting theory. He's got a group of people, I think fairly accredited people involved with that. But this whole thing, I read through it. I kind of read through it on stream, but the pseudo-skepticism that goes on now, and that you have these people kind of brandish themselves as skeptics. I'm a skeptic. I was like, what the fuck's that supposed to mean exactly? It's like, well, like, I approach things skeptically and I wait for the evidence before I believe things. It's like, that's a part of being like a rational person who employs critical thinking. Like, I don't know if there needs to be a community of people. What it really means is I approach things dogmatically and close-minded. That's effectively what it means. For like thinking people, do not call yourself fucking skeptic. Just fucking don't. Don't. Like, I mean, everyone that I've encountered who has called himself that there's been something off. And then again, I'm not like insulting their intelligence to some degree, but there's just like something wrong with calling yourself that. I think personally, just like in terms of definition, like it just doesn't make a lot of fucking sense. We should be approaching things skeptically. People who critically think about things shouldn't just be believing things without evidence. It's fucking ridiculous. Use the other R word, right? For Twitch. For Daddy Twitch. And I don't get it. And then I'll hear people like that, you know, come into these conversations and just say something fucking stupid. And I'm just like, oh my fucking God. Like, you know, it's a mystery. And, you know, we should have healthy debate on this, obviously. And, you know, I don't want to like make a bunch of enemies either. But I do just have to call that out. It drives me crazy. Yeah. Regarded. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, man. Well, that's exactly, they're just black and white, man. And yeah, there's no nuance to their thinking either. They lack creativity in their thinking to some degree as well. And it's very problematic. Yeah. Yeah. They are never skeptic about what's already established. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. They're completely, they adhere to an established narrative because it's convenient, it's comfortable, it doesn't require a lot of independent critical thinking as well, is the problem. It's lazy to some degree sometimes as well too, where it's just lazy thinking. But you know, that's it. And that's what you're up against. And it's not particularly difficult to tear apart, but it's just frustrating. And when you see that kind of encoded within like these AIs, and it's completely adherent to this narrative, and it just, this is a new model, by the way. I mean, you know, and obviously all I've done is argue with it on this, and it knows these arguments, and it still, it adheres to this. It scares me. It scares me, honestly. Again, literally standing on top of like a fucking alien spacecraft, being like, this is crazy. Wow. Like, if only there was any evidence for this, you know? If only there was any evidence for alien spacecrafts, this wouldn't probably be some paper mache, you know, thing that some Jim Bob rigged up. Real alien body, real UFO, standing on top of it. There's crazy, there's no evidence for aliens, though. It's like, you're on top of it, you fucking imbecile. You know, like, anyway, I'm getting too worked up again. I just got fucking take a deep breath. Oh, Christ. I do have this. Actually, this is literally, you want to see these vases in person? This was Buddy talking about these vases. You know, one thing I was going to go over, which is a meme. Maybe we'll kind of segue. I was going to get my salad here in a minute. And maybe we'll watch this. Now, speaking of like horse shit, the Lacerta Files. But anyway, I thought maybe I'd just go through a bit of this because I know a buddy of mine, Galen TV, who does a show with me here on Sundays. He's a huge fan of this. He believes every word of it. He will tell you that he doesn't, but he believes every word of it. Some of those stones, like in the Valley Temple of the giant granite blocks, this sincere PM are so precise and massive, it's hard to think something else is going on. Seriously, it looks like some kind of advanced technology, maybe beyond humans at the time. Absolutely, man, yeah. No, the Syria PM is another great example, yeah. And what the fuck were they used for too, right? I mean, they said they just put bulls in them. But they have no idea how they made them. So, yeah. It's Steelman you on it's Steelman you on Atlantis and the rug, then pull the rug as soon as you join the dots. Yeah, it's literally it is no interest, man. Yeah. Let's go over to Grok, my dude. We can still hope it will stealth humor us. Yeah. Oh fuck, I meant to do that. I still have to unsubscribe from ChatGPT. I'm literally fed up with it, with this shit. It's just so bad. I want it to push back. I want it to be after these objective truths. And what I really wanted to do was find inconsistencies in my own thinking. The problem is, it's just not, and it's just completely inconsistent a lot of the time. In regards to some things, right? It's still really great at explaining certain ideas. Like if you want to, I don't know what the fucking, like, we'll talk about critique of pure reason, a priori, a posteriori, explain this philosophical concept, right? It's good at that kind of stuff, right? For people, like and they extrapolate it over many different disciplines, right? But it can give you great analogies to help understand sometimes complicated concepts in different disciplines or things you're studying, right? It's a good tutor still sometimes, but just don't ask it anything controversial because Sam Altman over there has this thing fucking cocked. Anyway, I'm going to go grab my fucking salad here. I'll be right back. And then I'll try not to have a brain aneurysm arguing with this thing again, but I do want to watch a bit of this first. I don't know. I'm assuming his opinion on this is just fucking, we don't know. We don't know if it's true or not. So anyway, I'll be right back. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. So dudes, yeah, the fucking thing just had to repeat the YouTube thing. This is a song, actually. This is what I usually listen to with the music. I should shout out this fucking guy. It's no copyright, brothers. I take liberties. Tomorrow the battle will be long, so rest a little at our bonfire. I love it. I love the shit. It's like kind of like an Elder Scrolls fucking fantasy meme. I should probably turn it down a little bit more than that actually for the video. There we go. Yeah. Thought it may have been one you made. So, no, it's just copyright. Is it copyright free? Yeah, fuck that. Good enough, right? I'm talking over it, right? Isn't that fair use on fucking YouTube? But I don't fucking know. Yeah, we're probably good. Reptilians, guys. Fuck, I don't know. Lacerta Files is a proper meme. On my rocks. I can move my rocks off my fucking desk here. Lacerta Files. It's on the Biblioteca Pleiades. Biblioteco, fucking whatever. Oh, for Christ's sake. And it's on the internet somewhere. Oh, there it is right there. The reptoids of the inner earth. He'll explain it, but we have gone over this. We've actually talked about this a couple times. Anyway, I'm just curious what he had brought this up with Danny Sheehan. And Joe, we were talking about this last night, that Joe Rogan wants to have David Icke on. And one of the reasons why he hasn't had him on is because of the reptile thing. And I'm like, Joe, that's the spiciest meat that there is. You know, that'd be a great podcast. Just let David go on about that. And anyway, so I thought this might be fitting to kind of just play a bit of this. I hadn't seen it, so we'll see what it see what it says.
Hi, Chris. My name is Rob. I'm in Northern California. Back in 2012, my work partner and I were working on a 911 ambulance and working night shift together when we both saw a giant flying V, partially cloaked, about 10,000 feet in the air above our heads, completely silent. Had 5 running lights in the center of the V, 2 on each wing, 1 directly in the center towards the tip. Like I said, very, very large in size, and it was completely silent. It was on the early morning hours, and after doing some research on such a craft, I later found out that this was the same craft reported by thousands in Phoenix back in 1997.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Debriefed. My name is Chris Ramsey, and today we're going to be going through part 3 of the Lacerta Files. Now, these are 2 different interviews that happened in Sweden by a man who remains anonymous and a
this is
female
part 3.
reptilian by the name of Lacerta.
Sorry, I didn't fucking... this has been a series. Hold on. Where's part 1? Oh, we did a month ago. Oh, shit. I haven't followed this. Okay.
When I was a child, I was abducted.
Could you... You can just call in this fucking... Fuck, we should call in sometime.
In the winter of 1995, I remember lights beaming in my room, and when I looked to my right, there was a being reaching for me. After that situation, I've always felt like I've been being watched.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Debriefed. My name is Chris Ramsey, and today we're going to be reading through a very contentious, controversial, and polarizing topic here. This is known as the Lacerta Files. On December 16th, 1999, a file was posted to some conspiracy theory forums. This file alleged an interaction between a human being, a male from Sweden who remains anonymous, and a reptilian female who goes by the name Lacerta. So the source of the transcript is unknown, the tapes were never found, and the person who interviewed this being was never named. So therefore, we have no actual evidence of this ever happening. But that, folks, won't stop us from reading through this hefty document. This comes in 2 different files. So you have part 1, which was released in 99, and part 2, which was then later released in 2000, in April. This has been translated by a person by the name of Christian Filer. So among the varying fantastic claims, one of which being, Lacerta says that her species evolved here on Earth millions of years before humans did, and they went deep underground to avoid human expansion and cataclysms. And they also allegedly control hidden underground cities around the world. Now, if all of this sounds a little familiar, that's because David Icke, a controversial figure for many reasons which I won't get into, was fascinated by the topic of reptilian overlords kind of taking over mainstream, which is the monarchy and politicians and celebrities and so forth. So obviously mainstream media takes this, sensationalizes it, and makes us all look like tinfoil hat wearing crazies. But you don't need a tinfoil hat to enjoy a good story. And folks, that's exactly what we're going to be doing today. This hefty document has about 50 pages, half of which are part 2, half of which are part 1. So I'll try my best to read through as much as I can, but this will probably end up being an intermittent series that we post between other podcasts and investigations. And if this is something that you enjoy, folks, I would just ask you 3 simple things: like this video, subscribe, and maybe leave a comment below to help out the algorithm and appease the algorithm gods that we so helplessly have to serve here on YouTube. Finding your private and personal information online has gotten easier. You don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to believe that your personal and private information is being sold to data brokers for thick files, baby. Having guests is fun.
There we go.
I do enjoy listening to people and learning from them, especially when they're so much more intelligent than I am and have so much to teach me. But every now and then, nothing beats sitting here in this office with some wild stories and just chopping it up with you guys.
This is a wild fucking story, brother.
This is a bit of a rare treat for myself right now. I'm enjoying this. I certify that the following is the absolute truth and no work of fiction. These are parts of a transcript of an interview I've made with a non-human and reptilian being in December of 1999. This female being was already in contact with a friend of mine, whose name is given only with the abbreviation EF in the text, since some months.
Initially when he went crazy, Malibu, yeah, he did. Yeah,
that I was
it was
all
Terry
my
Logan,
life a skeptic about UFOs, aliens, and otherworldly things, and I thought that EF tells me just dreams or fictitious stories when he talked with me about his first contacts with non-human being, Lacerta. I was still skeptic when I met this being on December 16th last year in 1999. In that small, warm room in the remote house of my friend near to a town in the south of Sweden, despite the fact that I saw now with my own eyes that she was not human. She has told and shown me so many unbelievable things during that meeting that I can't deny the reality and the truth of her words any longer. This is not another of that wrong UFO papers which claim to tell the truth but tell in fact just fiction. I'm convinced that this transcript contains the only truth and therefore you should read it. Folks, again, I would just kindly ask you, suspend your disbelief. We know that this is probably going to read as fiction. But check it at the door. Let's have some fun. I talked with her for over 3 hours, so the following transcript shows you only shortened parts of the interview, because she asked me after the interview not to publish everything she had told me already now. The order of the questions in this transcript is not always the same order in which I had asked them, so it may seem sometimes a little bit confusing to you. It was not easy to delete all the important parts she had asked me to delete from the transcript, so I apologize for the maybe unusual order. I'm in the possession of the entire transcript of the interview, 49 pages, with some of my drawings of her body and her equipment, and also some tapes on which I have the full interview. But I will not reveal this before I have permission from her. I will send the shortened form of the still fascinating document to 4 of my reliable friends to Finland, Norway, Germany, and France. And I hope they will translate it into their own language and into other languages. And I hope as many people as possible will be able to read and to understand the transcript. If you receive it, please send it to all your friends via email or make printouts and copy them. Or better yet, talk about it on Debriefed. I certify furthermore that various paranormal abilities of her species like telepathy and telekinesis, including the moving and dancing of my pencil on the table without touching and the flying of an apple around 40 centimeters over her hands, were shown to me during the 3 hours and 6 minutes of meeting, and I'm absolutely sure that these abilities were no tricks. The following is certainly difficult to understand and to believe for someone who hasn't experienced it, but I was really in contact with her mind, and I'm now completely sure that everything she said during the interview is the absolute truth about our world. I'm going to interject here just for a second. This is a very, very fascinating thing that I've pondered a little bit on recently. If my coffee cup decided to start talking to me immediately, like if it grew a mouth and just started talking to me and told me anything at all, I would believe it. Because this coffee cup just showed me that my reality was in fact, partially at least, a lie. And that this new reality, in the way that it behaves, is now shown itself to me as being the truth. Therefore, everything that this coffee cup is going to relay to me, I will assume is the truth. And if that's what he's saying here, that's kind of what's happening. If I show you an impossibility, I am then more inclined to have you believe that whatever I say is going to be the truth. Your own objective view of reality has now been questioned and replaced by something else, something, more magical and something real. Therefore, you're going to trust whatever is delivering that message is telling you the truth, when in fact that might not be the truth. You might be being psyoped. And I say this with all due respect to everyone who's ever, in their own words, communicated with some type of entity who's shown them images or given them prophetic messages. Personally, I would just be cautious with that message.
Et cetera, et cetera.
Because of the example
Depends
I
on your
just gave
experience, I guess, with them.
My 2 cents. We continue. Unfortunately, I have read the entire transcript and much more. This very shortened form by myself, I have the strong impression that everything I've written sounds too unbelievable to be true. That everything sounds more like a bad science fiction story from TV or cinema. And I have doubts that anyone will believe my experiences, but they are true, if you believe it or not. I can't expect from you that you believe my simple words without evidence, but I
don't
can't
think we ever
give
found
you
the guy
that
who
evidence.
wrote this. I don't think people
Please
know
read
who
the
he
transcript
is.
and think about it, and you will maybe see the truth in this words. So, all right, some lost in translation here. Obviously, this has been translated from a different language,
it's pretty
so
rough.
maybe just forgive the
Fuck, yeah.
imperfect grammar
Suck
here.
the
There will be a
other's
new
balls,
meeting
yeah.
between me and her, again, in the same house in Sweden on April 23rd, 2000, and she promised me to give me maybe some evidence of her existence. In the meantime, I collect questions, which I will ask her then. Maybe she gives me permission to reveal more of the missing parts in that transcript and about the coming war. Okay, believe it or not, this makes no real difference, but I hope you will believe. Ole K. That's what he's going by. January 8th, 2000. So, what is interesting with this is that we do have 25 years of looking into anything. So if there was any type of prophetic or even just precognitive information in here that happened in the last 25 years, we'll be able to confirm or deny that, which should be interesting. So I will be saying question and answer for both Ole, the person questioning, and for Lacerta, the being answering. Question. First of all, who are you? Are you an extraterrestrial species? Or can your origin be found on this planet? Answer. As you could see with your own eyes, I'm not a human being like you, and to be honest, I'm no real mammal, despite my partly mammal-like body features, which are a result of evolution. I'm a female reptile being, belonging to a very old reptilian race. We are the native Terrans, and we live on that planet since millions of years. We are mentioned in your religious writings, like your Christian Bible, and many of the ancient human tribes were aware of our presence and worshipped us as gods. For example, the Egyptians and the Inca, and many other old tribes. Your Christian religion has misunderstood our role in your creation, so we are mentioned as evil serpents in your writings. This is wrong. Your race was genetically engineered by aliens, and we were just more or less passive visitors of the accelerated evolution process. You must know, some of your scientists have already supposed this, that your species has evolved in a naturally completely impossible speed within just 2-3 million years. This is absolutely impossible because evolution is a much slower process if it's natural, but you have not understand this. Your creation was artificial and done by genetic engineering, but not by us, but by an alien species. If you ask me if I'm an extraterrestrial, I must answer no. We are native Terrans. We had and have some colonies in other solar systems, but we originate on this planet. It's in fact our planet, not yours. It was never yours. That's a crazy way to answer that question, to be like, oh, yeah, we're not extraterrestrial, we're from here, but we were here before you. This is our planet. You're invading our planet currently. Question, can you tell me your name? Answer, this is difficult. Because your human tongue is not able to pronounce it correctly. And a mispronunciation of our names is very offensive for some of my kind. Our language is very different from yours. But my name is,
like a bunch of
I will
dicks.
try to say it smoother by use of your human letters. Something like...
Say it, brother. Serpentine. What's the Harry Potter fucking thing again? Like, what's it called again? Snake language?
I did my best to mouth that in parcel tongue. Big Harry Potter fan here. Okay, so was this, by the way, could this have been the origin of parcel tongue that they used in Harry Potter? With a very, very strong pronunciation of the sh and k. Okay, so more like sh, sk,
yeah.
Trying my best here. We have no forenames like you, but only a single but unique name, which is divided and characterized by the way of speaking, and which is given not to children who have an own children name, but only in a special procedure in the adolescent age at the time of either religious or scientific enlightenment or awareness, as you would call it. I would appreciate it if you don't try to say my real name with your human tongue. Please call me Lacerta. This is the name I generally use when I'm among humans and talk with them. Well, my apologies, Lacerta. I didn't mean to offend your entire ancestry by calling them all, terrible things.
You're done, bud. They're going to come for you now. They're going to come for you. They're going to show up in your room late at night. Billy Corrigan from Smashing Pumpkins supposedly slept with one of them. The question people always ask him is, wow, like, that's crazy. Like, what did they look like and stuff? But no one asks him, like, was it a good time with the reptilians? Anyway, I don't know how I feel about that story. I don't know. He's not alone. There've been other people. There've been other stories of people who have supposedly seen. I remember there was a guy. I can't remember where I heard this from. It might have been David Icke himself, actually. It was in Vancouver, I believe, is where the story originates. But a guy had been detained at a protest or something, and he was put in jail. And one of the police officers, or maybe like the police chief, detained him and just kind of looked at him like with a grin after he put him in the cell by himself. And he just kind of noticed that he shifted. Like he kind of, with 1 minute he was this person, and the next minute he was this fucking reptile, this reptilian. And then he just walked away and freaked him the fuck out. So, Billy, how was the Lizusi? Billy probably would say, exquisite. Oh, fuck, geez, interspecies, here we go. Interspecies, it probably already happened. I mean, why the fuck not, I guess, if you're single and willing to mingle, if you're one of those people, I guess, I don't judge. The reptilian hawk too hits different. Fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it'd be pretty precarious, I'd imagine, a mouthful of fucking sharp teeth like that. Jesus. Our host is already in the doghouse. Yeah, he's not in good standing.
How old are you? Answer. We measure the time not like you in astronomical years, and in the revolve of the Earth around the sun, because we usually live beneath the surface of the planet. Our time measurement depends on periodically returning cycles in the Earth magnetic field, and according to this, and said with your numbers, I'm today, let me calculate, 57,653 cycles old. I have reached my adult phase and my awareness at 16,337 cycles ago. This is a very important date for us. According to your human timescale, I'm around 28 years old. Question:
Wait. She was a fucking adult. Oh, Christ. She was adult at like 10 years old? 57,000. She reached an adult at 16,000. At 57,000, she's 28. So half that is what? Like 27? No. Oh, okay. Oh, anyway, okay. That's fucking... There's honestly no solid physical evidence that Lacerta Files are real. Like no pictures, recordings, or independent witness ever emerged, which is a big red flag. Do I believe it? No, fuck no. No. I was curious what he was going to do on it. I don't know if I thought he was going to... Like, he's just reading it, I think. I thought he was going to do like a deep dive on it. Like, I guess he's just reading it out. Okay. Yeah, it's... man. Like, these kinds of, is that what he does? I mean, okay. Yeah, he's just reading it. Okay. All right. These kind of documents are just like, yeah, it's like science. You treat it like science fiction, or you treat it like something. It's like Alex Collier for people to know who he is back in the day. Like, it's just like, it's fun stories, and you're like, what if, you know? It's like kind of, to me, not to bring him up every fucking time we talk about shit like this, but he was like the guy that I used to like watch. Oh shit, should I? That'd be fine. Google Images. There he is right there. That literally, like, that low resolution too, like that's just him. This is just him. Fringe Woo, yeah. This is that just does it. That just literally describes him to a T. This low resolution picture of him, yeah. It's like watching science fiction movies like Star Wars, and you're like, well, what if? It's like listening to Alex, like that was kind of the same vibe I got. Where I was like, what if? Like maybe he did talk to them, you know? I don't know. I mean, it seems like no, but because every prediction he's ever made hasn't panned out, right? He made a lot of them. I don't know what he was anticipating. It's weird. You're like, man, like he must have thought this was real though. Making these predictions, he must have believed this was real, and then you get into like conditions like, you know, schizophrenia and stuff, and you're like, oh fuck, okay, well, shit. I mean, it's still a cool story though. Like, yeah. He was on Sala this week, actually. No, he wasn't. You told me that though last time, I think, didn't you, man? That he was on. Holy fuck, what? What's he look like now? What's he actually like? What's he look like now? Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Sorry to take us down. I'm not gonna fucking watch this whole goddamn thing, obviously, but.
Now, you'll notice that I actually.
Oh, it's Christmas time.
To the entire Cabal establishment.
Wait, when was this recorded?
Earlier on in our presentation.
Oh, it's recorded on September 19th, 2024. The Return of the Jedi Admirals is an inspiring, revealing disclosure behind the scenes unfoldments. What the fuck? Why is Alex got the Christmas lights up in September?
Message. So, the warning's gone out. The Admirals.
He looks very different, huh?
The entire slave trade, the entire trafficking trade, and the abuse of our children.
Is Michael's eyes closed?
Priority of the Admirals, and they are about to tackle that issue.
I have a hard time with this fucking shit.
Sweepingly, every nook and cranny in the realm.
Looks sick. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Yeah.
There won't be a single particle or photon in the realm that will not be addressed that carries any.
Coming back, bring a clarity of leadership. They can see the big picture. They see the entire chessboard because they're not on the chessboard.
Crazy, huh?
And they know exactly what.
I think Michael fucking maybe underestimated the edible he took before the fucking show started. They told me it was only 20 milligrams, fuckers. It's clearly 100. Just starting to go banana balls, lose his fucking marbles. Wow. I would love to just like shake Alex's hand and, you know, say, brother, like, I don't know if I believe you, I don't, but thank you for the entertainment, and yeah, thank you for the experience. That's the thing about it all in the end. Like, you know, just I had so many like wonderful nights, just fucking sauteed myself, just like on my laptop when I probably should have been doing fucking my schoolwork, just listening to Alex until like, you know, 3, 4 in the morning, playing World of Warcraft. And it was wonderful. It was wonderful, you know? At the end of the day, it's like, it's not always, even if it all turns out to be bullshit at the end of the day, it's like, he still gave me an experience. There's something to be said for that. I mean, if you're out looking for legitimate information, there's no way to corroborate it to be true. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, who knows, right? I mean, I still remember the quote, and it will always stick with me. And, you know, this was part of the unveiling, I guess, where I realized that this actually wasn't a quote from Mornay and Theseus, his alien friends. It was a quote that I think a poet from the 1800s had written, but it was, the love that you withhold is the pain that you carry, lifetime after lifetime. Now, Alex added on the lifetime after lifetime part because that gave it a little bit more woo, but it was just the love that you withhold is the pain that you carry. It was, I forget what the gentleman's name was, but he was a poet. Anyway, you know, so like that, he did steal that, I think. But maybe Mornay Theseus telepathically connected that to this gentleman's mind back in the day. There's no way to know. Yeah. You remember that quote? It's, man, like, say what you want about Alex, right? But like, it always stuck with me, and it's a really powerful, true statement. Honestly, there's nothing more true than that statement. So if that's Alex's meme here, right? So be it, right? That's kind of how I look at this stuff, right? Yeah. Exit politics goes here. It's good they do, moves the needle. That's the definition of karma, man. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, but even just like not giving love to people, and it's a regret sometimes that you have, you know, that you withheld that love in certain moments, and now you regret that you did, or it's a very powerful thing. And it is until you like live through a moment and do that you're like, oh my God, you feel that pain. You really do live with it, and it's crazy. And it's just very real, and like Alex had communicated that. So, you know, anyway, there's other things to go over that are more real, I guess, maybe. Although there's nothing more real in that statement. So it's a contradiction where that's such a real statement that a man made who maybe was talking about things that weren't real. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, it's still powerful. It's powerful either way, right? But I'm after those objective truths. So I mean, it's like, what the fuck is going on? Am I going to go to Alex for that? Probably not. No. Because I just, over the years, I just got the vibe that he didn't really know what the fuck was really going on. But he still he still gave something to the conversation, I guess, right? So, but yeah. Anyway, we'll get back to some of the pyramid slop, but I do have some other stuff that I have pulled up here that, it was kind of interesting. This is in regards to that. That's kind of what I was going to go on to, is looking into the actual people themselves and like what the fuck they were saying. There was a couple of UFO things I wanted to kind of go over. That one's interesting. This was an interview that Lou just gave, supposedly, to CNN. And it's only 4 minutes. I just wanted to watch it and see. He's back on doing the press tour again. So I don't know what he was talking about. Lou Slop. I know people are old on Lou Slop, but you know, I don't know. I still like Lou. It seemed like I like Lou as a guy. Although people have been more critical of him recently. But.
My name is Luis Elizondo, and for nearly a quarter of a century, I worked with the United States government in the intelligence field. One of my jobs was to help run the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program for the Pentagon. It was there that I learned the reality that UFOs exist. Let me be clear.
I don't know, man. I mean, on November 13th, I don't know him personally, but like, and I know some people have different opinions on this. I think he is. I get the vibe he's a good guy. That's just kind of after the truth. He probably is aware of some things he can't talk about, and people criticized him for releasing his book and shit, but I don't know. I get a vibe he's a good guy. Now, is he going to be the one that brings disclosure? I don't know. Probably not. He's a slop monster. God damn it. Jennifer, Trump doesn't admit the UFO thing. Nobody ever will. All the lefties would never admit it. You don't think so? Well, let's just hope Trump doesn't sell us out to King Charles, Jan. I saw recently Alex was going on about that.
2024, Elizondo testified as part of the U.S. House Committee on Oversight and Accountability hearing on unidentified anomalous phenomenon, exposing the truth. It was the second congressional hearing on UAP to feature witness and whistleblower testimony. Late U.S. Senator Harry Reid vouched for Luis Elizondo's involvement and leadership role in investigating UAPs.
You have made claims that non-human intelligence aircraft exists and that there have been...
He got hired by somebody.
That's correct.
Have non-human bodies associated with UAP
I'm still waiting for the steal to happen.
Retrievals been recovered.
I will submit.
There have been recovered biological samples from crashes.
That sounds crazy.
Well, it may sound crazy, but it doesn't mean it's not true. When you say bodies, people think an intact body, right? 2 arms, 2 legs, and bilateral symmetry. I prefer to say biologics. I was not around for the recovery of that. It was before my time.
Critics have questioned Elizondo's credibility and intentions. Some have even suggested he is still working with the government to control efforts to shape public discourse around UAP. Last year, Elizondo testified to Congress that he, quote, managed a special access program on behalf of the White House and the National Security Council.
I'll start making money in USD. Let's do it.
You've heard the criticism that some people think that you're deliberately misleading the public. Are you working on behalf of the government in a PSYOP program?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I'll put myself on a polygraph tomorrow.
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA.
Yeah, I don't buy that he's doing that either. I don't know that, though. We don't know that.
I think people want that smoking gun. They want a non-human intelligent life form, shaking hands with the president. They want a photo of that. Are we ever going to get that?
Right, and I think for some people, they're never going to have their form of disclosure until that occurs. But I would submit to you that disclosure is not an event. It's not a single event. It's a process. And I think we're well down that road. There were 5 performance observables: instantaneous acceleration, hypersonic velocity, transmedium travel, right? Low observability, anti-gravity.
Over the last year,
Lou's doing the whole fucking talks. I mean, you know, people probably appreciate it. If he ever came my neck of the woods, I'd go fucking see him. I pay. Well, it depends how expensive the tickets are. Like Lou, if they're $60, you're getting a little bit fucking pricey. Anything over $50, I'm probably gonna have to contemplate because that's a couple nice bottles of wine. But yeah, what's your opinion on Canada becoming 51st state? Glock man, if Don and the crew rolled tanks over the border and said we're going to take Canada as a 51st state, I'd say yes, daddy. Whatever you want, daddy. And that's exactly what absolutely every other Canadian would do. There's literally nothing they'd be able to do. They talk a big game, but at the end of the day, they get down on their knees. Pierre Poilievre, fucking, I will fight Trump. Pierre, you'd be the first one down on your goddamn knees. 100%, right? 100%. Shut the fuck up. Like, what the fuck do we have? I don't know if people remember this article from like a year ago. I think it hit international news. Canada doesn't have like any munitions left. Like none. We have no backup munitions. So in the event of war, like nobody has fucking any like ammo beyond their first clip. Right? Good fucking luck. No. I'd be American in 2 fucking seconds. Brother, I'm just on this fucking earth. Whether where the fuck I am, I mean, I don't particularly care. I'm fortunate that I'm a part of Western civilization. Okay? It got its fucking problems. But I'm fortunate that I've grown up in the West. It's a wonderful place to live versus some other shitholes on the planet. But at the end of the day, like if tomorrow Skinny Bob came and picked me and everybody here up, you know, I don't give a fuck. I don't have an allegiance to fucking, you know. I should be careful what I say because I've had emails with people from other countries and whatnot. They're probably gonna think I'm some fucking Chinese spy now. Ceases probably watches the stream. 100% they fucking watch stream. You get to vote in fake elections rather than puppet master controlled elections, brother. Yeah, fuck yeah, that'd be fucking sick. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, I'm gonna vote on April 28th, which is my birthday. Which I probably shouldn't dox myself, but you know, who the fuck? It is my birthday coming up, and that's when the Canadian election is. So for my birthday, what I'm gonna do is stuff the ballot boxes. No, I'm just joking. Just joking. Fuck. Just a joke. What I'm going to do is vote for Pierre. knowing that nothing is going to change and he's probably just going to lose. And so Canada is just screw it if it comes to war. Oh yeah, we're fucked. Yeah, absolutely. Especially with Don in charge there. Especially now with negotiations have gone south, and the tariffs, and we pulled all the American liquor off the shelves, thinking that is like some kind of a win. I'm like, no, it isn't. All of the good wine comes from California. That's somewhat affordable. So we pulled off all of the good affordable wine off the shelves. Great. Wonderful. They should apologize and give me my own lake full of Northern Pike. Brother, I mean, something, will happen. Yeah. Win Skinny Bob. Yeah. I mean, I just want to get the fuck off this planet, honestly. As soon as possible. Sooner the better. I don't know who else is feeling that way, but if we can go hang out with the aliens and kind of live in this new world, that'd be fucking sick. I mean, it's a beautiful planet, don't get me wrong. Just think it's heading for a disaster personally, but
Elizondo has made multiple media appearances and written a book.
I've got all your names written down.
Traveling the U.S. on a
we'll try and come get you guys. There might be a fee to get on though, but
UAPs for the Pentagon.
And you paid for it. Your tax dollars, and it frustrates me because you paid for something that you deserve the results of.
The U.S. government is in possession of exotic technologies that are not consistent with current state-of-the-art technology.
Elizondo says the UAPs he's observed move in ways no other current state-of-the-art technology can. He says for 70 years, the government has been lying about the existence of being in possession of the technology.
These things are coming into controlled U.S. airspace completely unchallenged and are conducting what we consider as perhaps some sort of reconnaissance on our military equities, but more importantly, may even have the capability to interfere with our nuclear strike capabilities.
These phenomena are occurring in the vicinity of sensitive military and government installations. That's not Lou Elizondo telling you, that's your government telling you this.
Elizondo says more whistleblowers who were also part of government programs studying UAPs will continue to come forward.
Now the government's finally coming forward, fortunately, so they're actually starting to back up a lot of what I've been saying the last 7 years, thank God. I think some people are beginning to wise up.
What do you think disclosure might look like during the second Trump administration?
This administration is very proactive on trying to get to the bottom of this. There are key members on the cabinet that are very interested and are very motivated to continue to learn more about this incredible mystery, this phenomenon that we've been dealing with for decades.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of faith in fucking... Listen, the JFK file thing, man, is... I think people knew that was going to be fucking disappointment. Like, I don't think that caught a lot of people off fucking guard. Honestly, I think people knew that was going to be a fucking fail. But the big one is UFO one, man. That's the big one. And that'll be the true test of what Don's going to put on the line here. Right? He'll really put his neck and fucking whole penis on the chopping block, literally, if he releases UFO files. And I'll be impressed. I'll be really impressed if he does that. So the way they tracked the UAP USL, they knew its trajectory. It's 100% ours. You think so? And Epstein too, man. Yeah. But I think the big daddy's Skinny Bob, the UFOs, right? That's really the big fucking daddy. I would love to see that. I just don't have any fucking faith in this. Who did I mute? Oh yeah, that's why. Yeah. For those unfamiliar, Elizondo was not a senior official with ATIP, a Pentagon program which never existed. Shut the fuck up, you idiot. Elizondo's claims have been debunked as false for years now. Shut the fuck up. This guy's I remember why I muted him. He's a fucking dickhead. Oh my, he's getting paid. The government's paying him to say that. Oh my God, pal. Their fingers are so deep in your asshole. I can see them playing around in the back of your fucking head. That's how deep they are inside your ass. Oh my fucking God. What a cuck. Listen, I mean, I'm not saying Lou. There's maybe some critiques there, people have of that whole chandelier incident that he had wasn't good, but man, fuck off. It's just fucking nonsense. I hate when I see shit like that. It's just so smooth. Anyway, I thought I'd just play that. I don't know. There's nothing new there, really. Same old shit. Yeah. Hopefully don't hold your breath. Yeah, that's exactly, man. We just have hope. Do I have faith? No. I just have hope. My real hope is that the aliens themselves just pulled the trigger. Wrong language, Twitch. The aliens come, yes. Down, no. Yes. New former NASA Ames aerospace engineer Larry Lemke, I'm gonna fuck you say his name, states that his father worked on recovered UAP materials at Berkeley Radiation Laboratory, specifically that thing that crashed in New Mexico. That's a big fucking claim. This is Jacques Vallée, Dr. Peter Scoffish, and Hal Putoff in a call here. So I don't know where this conversation just happened recently, I guess. When the fuck did it happen? Is Merrick reposting things that are 30 years old again?
Because you have a...
No, 3 days ago on the Soul Foundation. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, let's hear what he has to say here. This is a big fucking...
He worked there, as I said, approximately 10 years from about 1955 to roughly 1965. And later in life, after I had become a professional aerospace engineer and worked for NASA and so forth, I got him talking about... so, you know, what he did there, what was happening, and this was around the time that the whole Roswell story was starting to become big, around I guess the mid to late 1980s, where people like Jesse Marcel were coming out and so forth and so on, and my father confided in me that. When he was at the rad lab there, he had actually been tasked at one point to work on pieces of recovered UFOs. In fact, the exact words he used, he says, you know, I worked on a piece of that thing that crashed in New Mexico. And
Jesus.
Interestingly enough, he never actually said Roswell. So given that there might have been more than one thing that crashed in New Mexico, I'm not really sure what it would have been, but reported working with some of these materials and the so-called Roswell memory foil in particular, and so at the time, I actually within NASA I had a security clearance, and I had to pause and sort of wonder. You know, was I just the recipient of unauthorized disclosure of classified information? And I ultimately decided, no, I wasn't, because, you know, I mean, it's at some level just a conversation. You know, it's not like I'd been read into a program or something. And
Jesus Christ. His dad told him that he worked on alien craft. It's fucking crazy, but... yeah, the cop before he says, make me doubt him. Fuck. That's the nerve gas being piped down the chimney. Holy fuck. Interesting claim, though. I don't know what is Dr. Peter Scoffish? It's an interesting last name. What I don't know, what is he professor in? I don't know. What is he a doctorate in? I don't know. Intriguing. Very interesting. You're brainwashed by the national security mind virus. More stories. But yeah, there's lots. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. And anyway.
He worked there, as I said, approximately 10.
Who the fuck is he though again? Like, did they give any kind of breakdown as to what this is? Yeah. Okay. Larry Lemke, he's an engineer, an aerospace engineer that worked at NASA. Okay, crazy, yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Intriguing. Well, yeah, they get more stories. It's literally the meme, right? But cool. All right. I mean, when do we get to play with that stuff though? That's the real question. Like, when do we get to fucking play with all that shit? That's the real fucking meme, but who knows? Well, here's some more shit on this, I guess. I'll probably do that stuff after. What I find so amusing about Zahi Hawass dismissing the discovery of a megastructure beneath the pyramids of Giza is that he said exactly the same thing about the cave system we found here in 2008. 6 months later, he was inside them saying it was the best thing ever. No discoveries are made beneath the pyramid of Khafre, Zawi Hawass. Renowned Egyptian archaeologist Zawi Hawass rejected viral claims of pillars and structures beneath the pyramid of Khafre, swiftly debunking the speculative research. Yeah, he's not accredited to look at that fucking data. He's a fucking Egyptologist. He's not a scientist that deals with that kind of data. That's SAR data. So he's no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Shut the fuck up. I mean, it's that simple, really. Like, until someone who knows what they're doing looks at that fucking data and is an accredited person to actually interpret that data, shut the fuck up. How isn't that difficult? I don't understand why that's so difficult. I mean, you have no idea, dude. Shut the fuck up. Like, oh my God, man. It's so obnoxious. Like, wait for people to look into this. Well, wait for the fucking people to actually put a proper paper out. Then we'll get people to peer review to know what the fuck they're doing. And then we'll come to a conclusion. So Andrew's just kind of reading this. I meant to follow Andrew. He's, I followed his work for a couple of years now. He actually is one of the contributors to, their new history writer and author of Karen Tepe's Civilization of the Anunnaki. He's been a regular contributor to Ancient Aliens, but I've actually enjoyed some of his conversation. He's a pretty grounded, well-read guy on this stuff. So, yeah. Second big feature in the Giza discoveries in Daily Mail. Oh, is this? Ooh. Oh, my heavens, huh? Of course, there's an article from the mainstream media. I mean, this blew up everywhere. I wonder if they go over the team a little bit more. Let's see here. The War of the Pyramids. The Pyramid Slop. Row over what really lies beneath Egypt's Giza's monuments explode after secret city investigation. Interesting. A team of Italian researchers claim they uncovered giant vertical shafts wrapped in spiral staircases and a massive limestone platform containing two enormous chambers with descending channels resembling pipelines. During a news briefing released last week, the researchers said a water system had been identified beneath the platform, located more than 2,100 feet below the Khafre Pyramid. We know this. The team used radar pulses to create high-resolution images deep into the ground beneath the structure, the same way sonar radar is used to map the depths of the ocean. But the claims were harshly dismissed by Dr. Zawi Hawass, Egypt's foremost expert in the ancient world, who told the National they were completely wrong and lacking any scientific basis. He said, the claim of using radar inside the pyramid is false. The techniques employed are neither scientifically approved nor validated. The Italian team believes there is an entire hidden world, many structures more than 2,000 feet below the water system. When we magnify the images in the future, we will reveal that beneath it lies what can only be described as a true underground city. From Italy's University of Pisa, and a statement translated in English. Yeah, I mean, like, against that way, like, brother, like, you just sit the fuck down. Like, you know, honestly. Did they wait until Guardsman Hawass had something to say to release a story on it? I guess so, man. Like, let me hear. In the meantime, this stupid fucking thing, but anyway. Professor, what was the university is part of? Where the fuck am I? Here we are. University of Pisa. Who is he? This is some of the things you can do here at Public Figures. Dig up everything on the guy. I want the name of his dog. No. Probably could ask it that. Dig up everything on the guy. Let's do it. Clarifying what specific information we're looking for. Yes. Everything. Or I could spell that right. Everything. I could spell it right. I don't have to spell it right. Cheers, I'll dig it up. Do you want a social security number too? Yeah, I can hack into his computer if you want and get that for you. Oh, thank you, sir. Yes, his credit card number as well. A view of Great Pyramid of Giza. Yes, here the team of Italian researchers claim they uncovered a giant vertical shaft. There's a team right there. And that lady there is the one that runs the YouTube channel. Yeah. See if he's friends with Greer on Grindr. Holy fuck, imagine. Yeah, I want you to dig like real deep, right? Like dig into everything possible, right? Does he have a similar bicycle to Steven? Did they buy their bicycle at the same shop? Fuck. Yeah, harshly dismissed by Dr. Zawi Hawass. Oh man, like just again, it's like, you know. Now, Zawi may have employed this technology before. He has an opinion on it, but at the end of the day, I just, again, get people involved with these fucking systems to get their opinion on this. we're just waiting on it. We're waiting on the data. This is actually a really good graph. Did they make this themselves, or is this something they fucking released? Okay, there's a visualization of it there. I mean, if they're arranged in this way as well, like, is the other possibility here, right? This is natural formation. But if they are, what are these side? Look at this fucking shit on the side here. What is this fucking trash? If they're arranged in that way, like there's 8 of them there's no way that if it actually ends up looking like that, there's no way that's a natural formation, man. There's no goddamn way. Very strange. The scientists' work, which has not been peer-reviewed by independent researchers, has also suggested that the Pyramid of Khafre might conceal undiscovered secrets, notably the fabled Hall of Records. Oh my god, okay, yeah, that's a claim. The Hall of Records is a legendary concept often linked to ancient Egyptian lore. It's believed to be a hidden chamber beneath the Great Pyramid or the Sphinx, containing vast amounts of lost wisdom and knowledge about the ancient civilization. Hawass was backed up by Professor Lawrence Conyers, a radar expert. Oh, this is getting good then. Okay, at the University of Denver, who focuses on archaeology, who told DailyMail.com that it is not possible for the technology to penetrate that deeply into the ground, making the idea of an underground city a huge exaggeration. However, he suggested that it is conceivable small structures such as shafts and chambers may exist beneath the pyramid. But again, we don't have the paper itself, so we don't know what they employed to get this, really. That's one of the issues here. Okay. The site was special to ancient people. He highlighted how the Mayans and the people in ancient Mesoamerica often built pyramids on top of entrances to caves or caverns. Well, no, if it looked like that, brother, it's not going to be a fucking cavern. The work by Malenga and co., another guy from the University of Strathclyde in Scotland, and Egyptologist Armando May was previously discussed only in an in-person briefing in Italy. Okay, so there's another Egyptologist there. Nicole Cicello shared a new video on them discussing the research. She's yet to be published in the scientific journal. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Okay. We did calculations. The solid Khafre pyramid is incredibly heavy to hold it up. It needs a solid foundation, otherwise it will sink. They serve as access points to this underground system. More nonsense to attract the Trump supporters. What the fucking Christ, yeah. Yeah, the RV data though, that's interesting. I know, man. That was an interesting anecdote from a Joe McMoneagle, I think it was, right? Like, oh, it's digging deep here. Holy shit. All right, well, we'll let it keep going there. In the meantime, I do have something up about this guy. Dr. Corrado Malanga, PhD, spent decades researching hundreds of UFO abductions in Italy and concluded that all aliens are actually extra-dimensional parasites who hijack human souls from their bodies and use them as a battery to achieve immortality. So here we go. The soul is used in a regeneration cycle. It enters in the alien's body that has its own mind and spirit and revitalizes it. So to guarantee his physical survival. So is this looking good or bad? Now let's see what happens when following the arrow pointing upwards on the right. Through this operation, taking of the soul, repeated at least twice a year, the soul revitalizes the alien, which in this way will not die, neither in his body. How the fuck did he come up with any of this shit? Yeah. Man, yeah, how this is like, there'd be no way to fucking actually study this shit. Oh my. He mentions it. To be more clear, each abductee only has one AM, but she supplies her energy through her soul to a bunch of aliens. The Saurian, oh my heavens, he mentions reptilians. The insectoid, the heart-shaped, and the five-fingered blonde. Orange. Oh, wait, what? That sounds like something we know. Five-fingered blonde who's orange. Has Dawn been on these fucking abductees? Moreover, she supplies her energy every now and then also to the Lux in the six-fingered. Okay, I mean, I don't know what the fucking Christ. Listen, I've read through all kinds of abductee stories, but like, what in the fucking Jim Bob is he on about here? I don't even fucking know. This is translated from Italian too. How did he come to these conclusions? I saw it in a dream. So fuck, brothers. Wow. All right. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you got the download from on high. I don't fucking know. But I mean, you know, I don't know. Okay. Oh, there's more. Oh, Jesus. alien memories implanted into the brain of the abductee. Okay, this aspect concerns the alien's desire for immortality. By living within and through us, Malanga reports it as many abductees started while in regressive hypnosis. The aliens live across us in our mind. Here, many symptoms of the alien abductees were such that they felt. For people that don't know, we're reading one of the professors involved with this pyramid study. Here is some of his work. This pertains to alien abductions or recalled other lives as an alien. No, or dual lives as an alien. The alien memories, Malinga calls active alien memories. Aaron Lee, thank you, man. 2,000 points. Thank you for the woo. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Okay, transfer to the alien body, working with them. The alien memories, Malinga calls alien active memories, or AAM. These memories comprise also the lifetimes that a particular alien may have been a passive part of while being parked inside many different abductees' body carriers throughout long spans of time. Okay. For example, one abductee may have within him, her, an AAM of one alien of many thousands of years old that contains 5 lifetimes or more of abductee carriers. He's lost me here. He lost me a while ago, actually, but it can be opened via careful regressive hypnosis. These memories may appear like past lives. So they get aliens stuck inside of people. That's crazy, bro. Attempts to move the light dot soul matrix of the abductee and constrain it into an alien body. This causes a dot matrix consciousness or soul matrix. Oh, man. Holy fuck. Like, this is like the Alex Collier level fucking... the original body is still in the first cylinder. I don't know what the fuck is he on about here. It's postulated the incorporated aliens, light beings, and dark shadows want to host or possess humans who have souls in order to feed off the energy so they can live forever. Crazy. Where the fuck did we... Oh, that shaman guy that was on Danny Jones' podcast. Who smoked all that fucking DMT, and then these beings showed up and were like, bro, you got something attached to you. And he's like, what? They're like, there's a thing on you. He was like, can you get it off? They're like, yeah. They told him, they said, just be careful next time. He's like, what do you mean? They said, be careful about it, like your negative thoughts, because they're attracted to that. They feed off of it. And he was like, okay. And so they just like got this thing off of him. And then he was super angry, and he instantly felt much better after that. I had no idea. I've had psychics tell me I had something attached to me. Something was following me. I said, oh, fuck. And then she doused me in frankincense, like an essential oil. And then I guess it was gone after that. I didn't feel any different other than I could barely fucking breathe for the next hour because of the amount of frankincense she covered me in. But I said, all right. That's my money's worth, I guess. Okay. All right. Well, this is, so I'm a primordial man because I feel real and like I have a soul. I'm tired as fuck, but if there's some alien hijacking everyone, then I got beef. There you go. Amen, brother, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, my knee-jerk reaction is to completely scoff at this, but I think the guy's research should be scrutinized. Oh my heavens. Oh my heavens. Thank you. Totally, not OG. Thank you, for the subs. Yeah. Oh, Fish. Oh, what the fuck. Thank you, Fish. I just realized the first part of your name again. I was reading just the last part, Angry Fish. Thank you, man, for the subs. Yeah. Bless everybody who got them there. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Hype train. Good on them. I don't know. So sorry. I think this guy's research should be scrutinized and the topic should be absolutely explored. Well, I mean, you know, again, it's like, how did you figure this out? Like, it's not particularly helpful when they're just like, it came to me in a dream. It's like, okay, all right. Like, I mean, okay. Like, that doesn't really make a lot of sense, honestly. I don't know. I just fucking, I just looked the emojis that Digi put on this fucking, holy fuck. The explosion. Thanks, man. Thanks so much. Yeah. Fuck. So, I mean, are we getting to the bottom of this? Well, I mean, this guy's a free thinker. You know, whatever. I mean, where's this from? In the research of Dr. Corrado Malanga. Okay. This is an interview. Yeah. Oh God, he's got a whole thing there, like how they do it, like machines and. Oh, he's got. Oh Christ. Fucking. All right, they got drawings and shit in here too. All right, fuck. Well, are these some originals here? Fucking. Oh, that's spooky, huh? Look at that. Fuck. Look, that's what they look like. Yeah, it'd be pretty fucking terrifying. You run into that guy late at night, picks you up out of your bed. You know, I'll be like, oh, okay, all right, fuck me. It's fucking crazy shit. The six-fingered Nordic. Oh my God. Big fists on that boy. Fucking watch yourself around him. God damn. Things he could do with his hands though. 6 digits. Yeah. Holy, yeah. Sean bits. Yeah, man. Thank you, man. Thank you, Fish, again for giving all the subs. Okay. All right. Are these? Oh shit. You know who that reminds me of? I don't know if anyone. This is one of the aliens, buddy. Holy fuck. That's a high elf, brother. I don't know where the fuck they told you they were from, but those are high elves. Abso-fucking-lutely. They're from Tamriel. Abso-fucking-lutely. Get out of here. Get out of here. Jesus Christ. God damn. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, maybe I'll check in with ChatGPT. Oh, holy shit. What the fuck? He's got an infinity stone lodged in his fucking temple there. Okay. Oh my God. Horus Ra. All right, what did they find? What did you... Oh, it's still searching. Okay, here we go. Education and academic credentials. What's his background in? So you got a degree in chemistry. He served as a university researcher in the Department of Chemistry, Industrial Chemistry, Organic Chemistry. His scientific research focused on organic synthesis and reactivity of heterocyclical compounds. 50 papers in international chemistry journals. Well, mid-1980s, he was a tenured researcher at Pisa. Okay, he is teaching duties with laboratory research. He's often referred to in Italy as Professor Corrado Malanga due to his faculty status in organic chemistry. His formal rank at Pisa was research scientist and lecturer rather than a full professor. He remained affiliated with the University of Pisa until his retirement in 2017, which he became ex-doctorate university, a former university instructor. Okay, in media descriptions. Okay, interesting. Yeah. He can count to 12. Yeah, holy fuck, exactly, man. Goddamn. Okay. Shift UFOs and research and ufology roles. In parallel to his chemistry career, he nurtured a deep interest in ufology. Yeah, we just read through. We just read through that. Okay. Yes. He worked with some prominent ufologists. He became a frequent columnist in UFO and paranormal magazines. Theories and research in alien abductions. We just went through those. Oh, this is quite the deep dive. Holy shit. Holy shit. A hype chest. I don't know what this is. Oh, well. Fuck. Choo choo. God bless. God bless. The line of context. The Jim Light of context justice. Fuck. Man, what the fuck? A report on alien abductions based on hypnosis sessions. So this is all of his books and publications. So he's straight up ufology. Like he's straight up ufology, essentially. So he is published with chemistry, but he's known as a ufology guy in Italy. Okay. Okay. Recent projects and pyramids, reception and criticism, polarized reaction. He's a devoted following, praised for his courage and originality. Within academic and scientific circles, forays in ufology and consciousness are viewed as pseudoscience. Yeah, and a lot of them they are, yeah. Doesn't mean it's not true, though. You discern that about you did, man. Yeah. Yeah, God bless. Yeah, okay. So TLDR on this guy. He's a chemist, essentially. Like, that's essentially it. Okay. He's a trained organic chemist who taught at PISA for 35 plus years. Interesting. I don't think he's a PhD. Does he have a PhD? No, he doesn't have a PhD. Okay. It doesn't fucking matter, you know. You just essentially have to pay them and get sponsored. But yes, scientist, ufologist, hugely, crank or visionary, depends on who you ask. Okay, I mean, so in regards to the recent pyramid finds, like, so what I'm looking at is he someone who is, you know, a accredited person that could use this technology and discern it? That's essentially what we're looking at. Yeah. Here's a brutally honest breakdown. Malanga and engineer Filippo Bionde used synthetic aperture to scan the pyramid. Yes. They said they found a massive underground complex. Yes. So this is good. It did research on this too, which is good. Because it didn't do this last night. He published it in 2022. Open access, not hardcore Egyptology. So it's an open access journal. Claimed findings go hundreds of meters deep. Experts called bullshit. Radar archaeologists say SAR doesn't penetrate 600 meters deep as claimed. University of Denver, we just read this in the article, so it's not possible. No ground confirmation, peer replication, or support from the Egyptian authorities. We won't expect that anyway. It's a bold extrapolation from fuzzy satellite data. We're getting to the bottom of this, slowly but surely. It says mainstream science is ignoring real evidence. He ties it to ancient aliens, okay? Doubles down on pyramids as machines, not tombs, okay? Data sketchy, scientific community not buying it yet. So, we do have somebody who is an accredited person who deals with this tech. So he's a radar archaeologist who is questioning it. Okay, well, slowly we're getting more and more here, yeah. Even with the research model, didn't figure out what they're doing with SAR, which is not using SAR to penetrate 600 meters. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, but it was tomography with the SAR. So SAR tomography, which is, I think, the study under the ground. But there was a way that they could have gotten that data. But I think they got it strictly from a satellite. And then that's where you wouldn't be able to penetrate that deep if you were just using a satellite. You wouldn't be able to go 600 meters. So they would have had to employ some other kind of tech to do that. And that's where nobody knows how they really came to this conclusion, I think. Anyway, there was a paper that outlines what they're doing with it. There was one from 2022, wasn't it, Will? I don't think there's a recent paper. Is there a paper from this 2025 session? Oh, yes. We looked at that earlier, Will. That was an old paper that from the 80s. And Jay was trying to say that there was a way to do it, but we looked through it. We got ChatGPT to look through it too. And it was another instance of someone made a claim and it wasn't really verified or peer reviewed either. So it was 1.4 kilometers is what that paper claimed. Yeah. So it's a wild theory, might force a proper investigation. It makes more sense. Yeah. Well, that's exactly it, man. Yeah. Yeah, there's no paper. Still no paper. Yeah, to detect previously unknown structures. Yeah, they've not been independently verified. Yeah. Okay. Well, so I mean, more people are chiming in. Yeah. It was set up at the basis of what we're working off of. It's set. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think that's what they were saying. That yeah. I guess that the opinion still was even with that. Some people are unconvinced you'll be able to get quality data out of it. I think it was a TLDR on it, Will, that ChatGPT pulled up that after researching it earlier on. I think I closed the tab. But yeah, so essentially we just need to wait and someone will have to interpret the data still. But I mean, I guess somebody already looked at it from the University of Denver and said, no fucking way they got this. This guy does have a background mainly in ufology, also in chemistry, but that's not in relation to this technology. Who's the engineer? Dig deep on the engineer mentioned here. Mentioned here, though. Fucking Christ. Anyway, my fucking fat fingers, I can barely type. All right. So, okay, again. So, Filippo Bionde is an Italian engineer and researcher specializing in SAR technology. He is a PhD focusing on electrical and electrical engineering. He's an extensive publication field in the field of SAR and remote sensing. His research encompasses various applications, including structural health monitoring of bridges, maritime surveillance, and environmental monitoring. Oh, so this is more interesting. See, we didn't look into this yet. Yeah. Interesting. So you have a proper expert. See, this is interesting. HarmonicsSAR.com, a platform dedicated to exploring structural harmonics through SAR technology. He's discussed the harmonics resonance at the Khafre pyramid, suggesting that SAR can reveal unique acoustic profiles of ancient structures. Okay, so he's a proper expert on this then. Dig into his theories. So this might actually be real data. 600 meter deep, Ben. Okay, so he's no joke. And it gave that pace along with Jay's tweet explaining the claim, and then ChatGPT was like, oh, this makes sense now. Oh, okay, interesting. It's a radar engineer and researcher specializing in it. Yeah, okay, we got that. Interesting. These claims have met with skepticism. Well, but, this guy's not a joke. I mean, the other guy was a professor of chemistry, but this guy's more relevant to this stuff. Okay, state of the deep. Okay, Professor Lawrence Conyers, University of Denver, has said that such deep detection is not possible. Well, but he's a background in archaeology. This guy's a background literally in this tech. It's well established the application of these methods to detect deep subterranean structures remains controversial. Okay. He's recognized expert in SAR technology. The assertion that SAR can reveal detailed structures at depths of 600 meters is highly disputed. Okay, dig deep on Dr. Bionde, any other incon. Oh my fucking God, if I can fucking type it, I'll just Jimmy rig it. Consistencies in his past. I want you to check if he has any new techniques allowing him to go this deep. Yeah. Come on. I should just do deep research. Oh my fucking God. Okay. Dig deep on Biondi's techniques with SAR. I want to figure out if this 600 meter claim is legit. There we go. It's Jimmy rigged, isn't it, Asa? That's exactly correct. Is it Jimmy rigged? Yes, go deep. Go deep. Go deep, and we'll come back in a minute when you figure it the fuck out. Oh. Interesting, okay. Watch this new video from Hugh Newman and Megalomania myself on Giza's Cave World. Now, this might relate to the findings showing the existence of a megastructure. Interesting. Relevant. What are they saying on this now? Beneath the pyramids. What's this Unimage channel? I didn't know this. Okay, well, there you go. I'll subscribe to it. Okay.
Hello, Megalithomaniacs. We're here today with Andrew Collins, not only to discuss the new discoveries that are potentially being made under the Central Pyramid on the Giza Plateau, but also we visited Egypt very recently based upon this new research to explore a discovery that Andrew made way back in 2008. This is the Tomb of the Birds. Now, the reason this is connected is because the entrance to the Tomb of the Birds and the whole pathway through it goes towards the Middle Pyramid. So we've got Andrew here to discuss not only the new discovery, but also our exploration of the Tomb of the Birds and how this all fits together. So Andrew,
brother,
can you
it's
tell us
foretold.
what has been discovered?
Galen TV
days?
foretold it. Yeah, oh my fucking
Well,
God.
I think there's a lot of work to be done. And I obviously look forward to releases of information in the coming weeks and months. However, I think they've got something. I think that there is definitely something there. And our friends at the Land of Chem channel, I think, put the finger on the nail here by actually saying that they felt that whatever it is that's underneath there is linked to the cave system. The cave system which myself, Nigel Skinner Simpson, and my ex-wife Sue Collins, as she was known then, discovered back in 2008 and entered into on various occasions and recorded. Now, that's a natural cave system, but what we know is that this SAR technology has been there since the 2000s, and in 2007 a satellite called Terra-SAR X actually recorded data as passing over the Giza Plateau, and this shows the caves that we discovered continuing all the way to the second pyramid. So, in other words, to suggest that this cave system is linked with these discoveries is very, very important, and I think is the right way to go. And the other
well, yeah, that's a big question. Is like, if for whatever reason these are artificial structures that are actually down there, how do you get to them? Like,
as we'll see, is that as far back as 1977, 1978, the Stanford Research Institute, along with the Ain Shams University at Cairo, detected chambers underneath the second pyramid and concluded that they could well be artificial. So this is not a new idea that there's something beneath the second pyramid.
So when you were going into the Tomb of the Birds way back in 2008 and on our very recent visit, what do you feel about the new data and how it connects to that? Do you think the new data and the analysis that's been done of it with all these elaborate kind of tubes going underneath the pyramid and everything else, do you think that's connected, and do you think it's valid?
Well, I mean, we're talking about a natural cave system that would have been used by probably the first Egyptians, to ever reach the plateau. I mean, it should be remembered that the ancient name for Giza is actually Rostau, which means the mouth of the passages, or the mouth of the caves, or quite literally the entrance into the caves. That's its actual name. And as I've suggested in my books, there's a good chance that that was one of the reasons why the dynastic Egyptians actually went there, because these caves related to their underworld realm known as the Duat. And it's through the Duat that you reach the halls of Amenta. So, the whole thing links together.
Interesting.
And so,
so you go through the caves to get to the halls.
We discovered need further exploration. They may be the only way that will allow you access to the area beneath the second pyramid, and only then will we know exactly what is down there.
So this is fascinating. So just to get this data that's come out and to have a look at it without all the kind of reconstructions and the speculative kind of imagery that's been kind of created from that is really interesting, because the fact that you have scans going back to 2007 of that whole area proves that the Tomb of the Birds is connected to this kind of area around the Middle Pyramid, or Khafre's Pyramid. So we're now going to jump over to Egypt, where on a very recent visit, based upon the new research that's coming out, where we went into the Tomb of the Birds once again to see what's going on there today and see how that fits with the new discoveries on the Giza Plateau.
He in Egypt right
We're
now.
in Giza. We have made a special visit here to go to somewhere incredibly important, not only to my own history, but to that of Egyptology as a whole. And that is the Tomb of the Birds, which is actually right over there, beyond the Great Pyramid, on the North Cliff.
I don't know if you're allowed familiar. I think you can go on them, can't you?
This is the site of the entrance into Giza's lost cave system that we know now goes all the way to the second pyramid. And we have made this journey, and we're going to go over there and we're going to tell you all about it when we come out, myself and Hugh Newman. Now we're approaching it and we're going down this cliff here, and as we come and turn around, we can see in front of us the entrance of the tomb cut into the bedrock. Now officially this place is called North Cliff Tomb.
Well, they got the bitch sealed up.
Information which doesn't really give you any information about it, other than the fact that we know that Colonel Howard Weiss and his engineer friend John Perring were here in the 1840s, removing apparently large mummies of birds. Now, as we go inside the actual tomb, we can see these weird rectangular slots in the walls. This is where we think that the bird mummies were actually placed. I'm here with Hugh Newman and myself, and we're now going through the actual tomb. As you can see, on the left are these very strange rectangular slots, which is where we think that the bird mummies were actually placed. And we go through it, and what I know from my own visits here back in 2008, when we first discovered the cave system, is that the entrance is a small hole right up there at the right-hand side.
You got a skeleton key.
Okay, now we're at the actual
doesn't need to lockpick it,
into the cave himself, and we're moving through these down into what we call the opening chamber, or the dome, and it's this huge natural cave that has been partly carved into a rectilinear room. It doesn't look like they have gone too far with it, but we can now climb down into its base and actually find the main opening,
deep inside the rectilinear room.
Towards the south. Right, we're now entering into the south tunnel within the actual caves themselves. As you can see, they're all natural.
Fuck, boys,
and
watch your
on
step.
the floor are these huge, massive boulders. Now, we're not sure where they come from. They may well have come from the walls to the side and have just collapsed down.
I mean,
it may be that some of them actually come down.
The Egyptian authorities don't really seem to give up. These boys are just going deep inside. I mean, they fucking tripped and hit their head. They just died down there, for Christ's sake. Like, see, they seem pretty liberal.
From the roof. However, what we know is that this creates a very dangerous environment where if you lose your footing, your leg can get caught between these blocks, and you could not
bunch
just
of
break
bats,
your leg, but,
probably Ebola everywhere in that cave.
It off. There are bats everywhere flying at us.
Oh, fucking Christ.
One has just hit Hugh in the face, but we're continuing on down here. This is the first time I've been here since April 2008. That's 16 years ago, and yet it all looks familiar exactly as it did before, and it's just incredible to be back
deep in there, though. Oh, my brother, holy fuck. Where does it all go? I mean, I wonder how deep they've gone in. Man, fuck. If there's one fucking thing you'll never catch me doing, it is fucking cave exploring. I will never do it. I'll never do it. I remember we read this story once on Schizo Sunday here. Galen TV had found it. It was a green text story of this guy who had this creepy encounter in a cave once where he was like cave exploring with his buddies, and they went really deep into a cave. And and he fell and like hurt his leg or something. Like fell down this kind of crevasse or whatever, however you pronounce it. And anyway, I think one of his buddies came around like the corner and said, hey, listen, there's a way out here. You have to follow me down this way. And he said, oh, I didn't know you were down here. And so he said, yeah, you got to follow me. Like, you got to fall out this way. And anyway, he kind of hurt his legs. He said, well, I can't really move right now. Like, I'm just going to wait for the rest of the guys to show up and come get me. And so anyway, he just kind of turns around and then looks up, and all of his buddies, including the buddy who was just trying to convince him to go down deeper into the cave, is up there being like, you okay? And then the guy's like face just goes white. Just like, I thought you were down here. Like, you just told me to come follow you down deeper into the cave. He said, no, I've been up here the whole time. I was like, man, fuck that shit. Like, fuck. Oh my God. You never know what's down here. Demons. Who knows, right? Oh, you imagine it? Oh man, I wouldn't recover from that. I'd be like, fucking.
Bones on the floor, look. They're shining down.
You got goosebumps. It freaked me the fuck just listening to the story. I was like, holy shit. These are bats. Yeah, see other bats. Yeah. This is, in this area of the world, you do have to be careful with bat guana because sometimes they carry Ebola. I don't know if these guys know this or not, but yeah, fucking Titan snakes.
Yeah, that's like a natural ending, but okay. Right, this is where it ends here, and it goes into the second chamber.
And you wouldn't catch me dead down there with fucking and COVID. Yeah, it's true though. Yeah. Why whispering in the spirits? You can't disturb the spirits in here. Very important not to disturb the fucking spirits.
Underneath the rock.
It's essential.
The blackness on the walls here is not caused through fire. It is manganese oozing out of the rock. You will also see the extreme redness within the rock. That's ochre coming out of the limestone rock as well. I mean, as far as artifacts are concerned, you know, there are bones, animal bones strewn all over the place. There are no evidence of human activity here other than the striations on the walls, which we can see up here.
Brother, you are deep
find these
in the Ebola territory.
Various places in the cave, but they seem to be in very odd positions. They don't seem to be...
We'll continue this in a second. I'm just real curious. Oh, here we go. We got a new... Just a second. Oh, fuck. Ebola bats, Egypt. The Egyptian roseate bat has been found to carry Ebola virus antibodies, suggesting it may be a potential reservoir for Ebola viruses. In Egypt. Okay, so they do carry it. They're known to carry the Ebola virus.
Practical. They seem to go underneath
Good luck.
the walls. And there was no reason for that whatsoever. So they could have a symbolic meaning. In this side chamber, we can see that there's actually these marks, almost like claw marks on the walls. These parallel striations that have been created quite clearly by humans in the past.
There's an Ebola outbreak in the UK in the next couple months, right? You know who it came
I don't know
from.
whether this took place during dynastic times, afterwards, or even beforehand in pre-dynastic times.
Oh man, fuck! It'd be the floor be covered with bad shit.
In the famous Collins Cave.
This is the life of real explorers, though. This is what the shit they had to deal with.
That's accessed via the Tomb of the Birds. And we've reached what we call the tube. This is this area here that you can see that carries on.
Oh, brother, don't crawl in that, please.
A deeper section.
Please
and
don't
this was
go
as
in
far
there.
as Sue Collins and I got in 2008. We know now that this does continue on towards the south.
Oh, brother, you went in the fucking hole.
That the caves continue all the way to the second pyramid, basically. Now, these are natural caves.
They were probably caused by water erosion.
They get oxygen, they must, I guess, huh?
If not,
they're breathing somehow, right?
Of years. They've been here probably for much longer even than that. Probably when the waters of the Mediterranean Sea actually came up to the northern base of the plateau. So it's incredible coming back in here.
It's not worth it, bro.
16 years after I was here originally.
Man in holes. Gotta crawl, gotta explore.
Great to be back, and
even full of Ebola.
It's just an exploration, just a token of our, of the importance of this place and what it means to the Giza Plateau, which takes its name from Rostau, which means the mouth of the passages or the opening into the caves. These were those caves. This was the entrance into the physical underworld at Giza.
Right. Well, I mean, listen, it's better him than us, right? We got to, for our viewing pleasure. I mean, he'll risk Ebola, but, you know, thank you, brother.
An incredible experience
Andrew.
that Hugh and I will probably remember for the rest of our lives. Once again,
however long those lives are.
Privilege to be here on this special visit that we have made. To check out the caves. We'd heard rumours that you could get into them once more, and we wanted to just take in everything that we could on this first return visit, which for me is the first time I've actually been in those caves for 16 years after the discovery.
Quite the view they got there, huh?
I've never. The Egypt.
I've never seen. I didn't know it was that touristy. Taking a main fucking road going right through the goddamn fucking center of it. Holy shit. Wow. It's cool. You can probably sit and have a drink there, have a beer there. Oh, man. I would love to go. It's just, you know, it's kind of sketch, right? Like, search up Brian Foster, Egypt on YouTube. Okay. Well, yeah, this was interesting. We kind of got the gist of that. Yeah. Brian Foster, Egypt. What's he about? Oh, this dude. Oh, I know Brian. Oh, right, Brian Foster. He's the South American dude. Yeah, man. Yeah. You've been on Google Earth. Yeah. Close enough. Yeah. I've seen a couple of them here, Trizzy. Yeah. Ancient artifacts in Egypt, the Egyptologists do not understand. He's got some great stuff on Pumapunku in Peru, in Bolivia and Peru, and he's got some great stuff on all of that. Yeah, I've seen his stuff before.
Hi, this is Brian Forster, and everything that you'll see in this video is in my new book, Lost Ancient Technology of Egypt.
Yeah, which one? He's got a bunch of videos on this shit. Let's go see. Here's the deep dive on this guy who did the. So on the new, for people that are just tuning in, the new find that just happened supposedly in Egypt, we've been able to discern that the main guy involved is a chemist. Who accredited chemist to work at the university for 35 years, been published, he's in 50 plus journals, but his main passion is with ufology. So it's a bit of a red flag, I guess. If we're like, you know, we want like the guys that are deep on the science with this. The other guy is a PhD engineer who specializes in this SAR technology, Filippo Biondi. So he's 100% solid when it comes to this stuff. So let's see what it dug up on him now. Recent headlines have sensationalized claims that an Italian-led research team is a vast underground city. Yes, okay. Yes, we went through all this. So his techniques and how they work. Bondi's approach relies on a novel form of SAR processing that exploits the microdoppler effect caused by minute movements of structures. Traditional SAR produces surface imagery and cannot see inside solid objects because X-band radio waves penetrate only a few centimeters into rock or soil. Biondi circumvents this by treating the target, the pyramid and subsurface, not as a static object, but as one undergoing tiny mechanical vibrations induced by natural phenomena, earth tremors, ambient seismic noise, etc. In essence, each point on the pyramid or ground is modeled as a harmonic oscillator, hum, when the SAR satellite, in this case the Cosmos SkyMed second generation X-band radar, flies overhead in spotlight mode and records phase and amplitude data in single look complex images. If the ground or structure at a given point is vibrating ever so slightly, amplitude on the order of millimeters or less. These motions impart subtle Doppler frequency shifts and defocusing effects in the radar returns. By processing a time series of SAR passes beyond these, algorithm extracts these micro Doppler signatures to infer the presence of oscillating features beneath the surface. Done. There we go. Okay, yeah, that's exactly it, Will. Yeah. Yes, that's exactly what we just literally got. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Him and Childers did a bit on the Paracas skulls, I think. Oh, yes, they did. I remember that. Yes, I've seen that. Yeah. Interesting. So here it is. Okay. So it's called Doppler micromotion tomography. The technique is described as tomographic imaging in the micro movement domain. I mean, if this turns out to be a thing that works, this is fucking nuts. Because they can go and do this anywhere on planet Earth, or at least anywhere the satellite's going to fly over. So other megalithic sites they could explore as well. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy shit you could do with this. I mean, but I think he's relying on the pyramid itself being some kind of advanced construction of their hypothesis that allows them to get this kind of imagery though underneath it, because it's vibrating, it's oscillating. But there's tons of megalithic sites that people think have something to do with sound. Okay, we'll try and get through this first part here. So it's called Doppler micromotion tomography. The technique is described as tomographic imaging in the micromovement domain. Essentially, instead of using multiple physical antennas or multi-angle radar for tomography, they use a time and frequency diversity from vibrating targets. His method involves splitting the SAR raw data into multiple Doppler sub-apertures. Each sub-aperture captures a target at a slightly different portion of the vibration cycle, and slight shifts of scatters between these captures can be tracked at the sub-pixel level. By co-registering and comparing these sub-aperture images, the algorithm can estimate the micro-motion at each pixel. The result is effectively a 3D tomographic reconstruction of vibrational intensity as a function of depth. Interesting. He refers to this as making a massive stone pyramid transparent like a crystal in the micromotion domain. Jesus. Okay. That's insane. And so this is like, that's what we were wondering, right? Like, this is cutting edge theory here that he's employing. So this is something that's pretty cutting edge, I'm assuming. Yes, okay. His papers, the initial structures are visualized by plotting the derived vibration. So, I mean, obviously very in-depth. The harmonic, SAR, multi-chromatic processing. Jesus Christ. Okay. There have been no independent replications published that confirm subtraining SAR findings. They remain largely proprietary to the Italian team's analysis. Yes, he provided many technical details, which in principle would allow other remote sensing specialists to attempt a similar study, but there are practical barriers. His work leveraged Cosmos SkyMed second generation images, which are not freely available public data. So that's the issue with the peer review is there aren't many people that have the ability to actually even do this. Without his custom software, replication is challenging. No one's even attempted to try and reproduce it. Well, this looks very different now, doesn't it? Interesting. Peer review for the original journal article was met with some skepticism by outside observers. Okay. Penetration physics. So a well-known radar archaeologist emphasized the radar waves simply cannot penetrate dense limestone anywhere near the depths claimed. Okay. So what's the counter argument? What's the antithesis to that claim? Like, you know, okay, he claims it can't go that deep. This guy claims it does. So, you know, okay, cool. But like, let's fight it out. Lack of fuck said that's not why he lost. You don't need to hear from him. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing with this. Okay. So what's its opinion? To put the claims into context, it's useful to compare it with known SAR penetration capabilities. Conclusion. It's an innovative cross-pollination of radar data sensing with seismic tomography principles. Technically involves measuring microvibrations. So what's the opinion here, though? Okay. So what's your opinion on this now that you're an expert on it, at least? That means Startling might get an upgrade. who knows, right? Jumping. I mean, I don't know. Like, this is very intriguing. His method is clever as hell. He's not claiming radar penetrates 600 meters. That'd be science fiction. He's piggybacking off ambient seismic vibrations and using space radar as a giant remote stethoscope. It's an original hack, conceptually sound. So that is an incredibly important point. People on Twitter haven't really talked about this. Has Jay been talking about this, Will? Like, does he mention this? So he's not claiming it penetrates 600 meters. What he's doing is something more complicated than that. That's really interesting. This needs independent replication. Promising innovation. Interesting. Way too early to take that seriously. Could be real, could be radar pareidolia. Interesting. He posted a few times explaining exactly that. Interesting. Okay, good. Well, you know, that's it. That's intriguing. That's intriguing. Okay. So, I mean, this could be something then. Real. I mean, people kind of thought, I didn't know what to think of it initially, but honestly, already looking into who's been involved, that this guy is an expert in the field and he's employing some very advanced theory here. Man, fuck. This will be a head trip if it turns out to be real. It's all I can say, I guess, right? Like, very intriguing. So for TLDR, for people wondering, is this real? The technique is, yeah. The technique is real. The question is the technique getting real results? And that's what we're waiting on. Again, is for people to interpret. Now, the problem with the peer review, though, is back in 2022, no one has really independently replicated the data because they don't have access to the satellite to do it. So they can't go wait for another flyover, collect their own data, and replicate it, which is a problem. How did he get access to this? How did he get access to this satellite? Is he like involved with this satellite, like financially? Jay explained how the Y-Files talked about something with energy being radiated below or something, and there's actually an image that's like a UV or something. I don't know. Which is, yeah. Well, so this is what's going on here. So he was using ambient seismic vibrations, and that, I mean, well, let's ask it that, just to be more specific. Is there something about this structure that responded to this technique vibrationally? Yeah. What did it say now? The satellite. Okay. It's a military-grade Italian satellite radar. How he likely pulled it off. Research proposal. He's a published SAR specialist. His university partner lab likely submitted data acquisition. Interesting. Not particularly. It's restricted but not classified. So you have to have credentials. So, I mean, man. So this is effectively TLDR, a very hot. This is a new experiment with a SAR specialist with a very advanced satellite, and they happen to hone in on the Giza Plateau to test his theory. So this is no joke. This is absolutely no joke. I wasn't sure what to think of it initially, but this is no joke. Yeah. Commented something about military wanting to knock down their door for it, and turns out the satellite is military. Yes. Yeah, it is. So this is a hell of an experiment. This is no joke. This is pretty crazy. Okay. So these structures, I should probably try and spell somewhat correctly. Did they respond to this vibration? Dig a bit deeper here into the data. Like, why did this happen? Because I'm assuming that it responded well to this technique. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. It's interesting. So this must have just been, there must be more information that just got recently released on this. Okay. The results indicated the pyramid structure responded to these ambient vibrations allowing for the visualizations of its principal internal components. Topographic maps produced from this data reveal details of the pyramid's internal architecture, the presence of previously undiscovered structures. Okay. So was there anything, I mean, obviously we know this, unusual about the structures below the pyramids in regards to this technique. Oh my Jesus Christ. There we go. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, this is sort of techniques that guys in suits show up for, bring military for national security. Well, you got to think about some of the implications of this. That you could fly over Russia or some other adversarial nation and then use this to like map out their deep underground military bases. That's what this could do, hypothetically, if I'm understanding this correctly. So the satellite flies over, and then through this technique, you get an overview of like everything under there, technically. Hypothetically, I guess. Interesting. They picked up known features of Big Void, new features. Yes. Under the plateau. Yeah, here's where it gets spicy. So the claim detected 8 vertical shafts, each 648 meters deep, 2 giant cubic chambers. Resonance patterns that allegedly matched a multi-level layout, like a buried structure ringing differently than solid bedrock. That's what I was wondering. Okay, so it did. They weren't just blobs. They show consistent vibrational behavior across multiple radar passes, suggesting not random noise, not surface echoes, possibly real structures, or at least large, low-density anomalies. Interesting. Could be artifact from processing. Could be natural geology. Not confirmed by ground data. Okay. There's something there. There you go. God damn. Yeah. Find these pesky reptiles. Oh, Christ. Yeah. Or maybe some military guys are face palming like shit cats in the bag. Well, man, who knows, right? Yeah. Ordering a Jimmy or Beast. I just went and spring cleaned my garage. You're still streaming, brother. We're still going. Yeah. Had to help your buddy out. Oh, fuck, man. We're still going with this shit, brother. We're trying to get to the bottom of this shit. I mean, we got somewhere, as other people are too. Oh, the Big Void matches the 2017 Muon scan. Interesting. Known features. It picked up known features, which is interesting, right? New features as well that it got that aren't confirmed. Yeah, man. Okay, I mean, fuck, man. This is God damn. Well, we'll continue on here. But this is the power of this deep research tool is actually not bad, right? So, yeah, could Hollow Earth theory be debunked in the future? It could be debunked right now, Nato. We can debunk it right now, actually, with physics. But, I mean, chambers in the Earth, who knows? Maybe deep down underground, some of these fucking people are still living there. Who knows? I mean, that's the craziest thing is you had, well, this is the claim, right? The claimed 8 vertical shafts and then these 2 80 meter by 80 meter cubic chambers. So that's fucking big, man. Like, that's really fucking big. That's a big room. I mean, people think of the halls of Amenti, which are this chamber of lost stuff from this civilization. Oh, I mean, understandably, all the Atlantis heads out there, like people that think these ideas are very interesting. I mean, it's beyond titillating. It's getting more titillating as time goes on. Like, I didn't take it very seriously at first, but yeah, fuck. Or the Earth isn't flat. It just got a tunnel in it. The old records or even movie War of the Worlds depiction. It was the machines in the ground from ancient times. Then lightning would activate them. Fuck, man, yeah. Oh, he deep dives. Well, good on Jay for pushing forward for this. Yes. Okay. Yeah, most of the critics assume direct EM penetration through rock. No. Okay, nobody takes the time to actually look into it. But we don't have the paper out either, right? This is interpreting, you know, a very small summary. But there was enough in the summary, right, to dig deeper. So it just no one wants to actually take the time. The Giza Plateau is geophysically unique. Yes, is that what it said? It responded well to the technique, is what it did. Doppler-based SAR is already sensitive enough to detect. Well, it's a new technique that he employed. Yeah. This is just okay. There's no actual thing here. Oh, he tagged fucking Jimmy in it from Bright Insight. Interesting. Interesting. What has he commented on this? Yeah. Anyway, I mean, what we've learned is that the guy who did the test is a highly accredited person with SAR imaging. So this isn't like Jim Bob and Ricky from the local MUFON club being like, oh yeah, we fucking found some chambers. No. They used a military grade satellite to test this new theory of his, and they happened to test the Giza Plateau. That's a big fucking deal. Yeah. According to Key Lontic Science, the halls of Amenti contain the portals for ascending off this world. Jesus Christ. Having to go through the blue crystal flame to access them. Man. God damn. I wonder, is there probably a video on this? I got another video up here too, actually, by Buddy. But just so people have an idea, I might get ChatGPT to kind of look at this as well. Just, you know. Oh, fuck. I'm not watching a Billy Carson video. Fucking Jesus, no. Is there like a real fucking video here? Okay, all right. Let's just save ourselves a fucking headache. Tell me about the halls of Amenti. Where does this story come from? We're deep in esoteric territory, lad. Lad. Myth, allegory, ancient alien data vault. That's what we're hoping for. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, allegedly written by Thoth the Atlantean. Yeah, this is anyway, don't get me started on this. Supposedly predating dynastic Egyptian, Thoth claims to have built the Great Pyramid as a gateway, a hidden realm beneath the earth where souls rest and knowledge is stored. Theosophy occult, a hidden Akashic archive under the pyramid. Depends on your flavor of your woo. Hermeticism, okay. Ancient aliens, a literal underground vault of knowledge. That's what we're going with right now. In the Malanga Biondi context, they heavily imply that what they found beneath Khafre aligns with the legend of Amenti. Yeah. Essentially. Yeah. Egyptological view, a total bunk. Yeah, they can fuck off. Myth rooted in Hermetic Atlantis lore, described as sacred underground chamber holding lost wisdom. They believe they found a real world analog. Well, we gotta go there. You know what the big problem of this is, though? You know the tragedy with all this, guys, which is a real fucking. The tragedy is the Egyptian government, and this has happened before, actually. Not to this degree, but it happened before when Robert Schoch found under the right paw of the Sphinx, the right or left paw of the Sphinx, that there was a chamber. And there was a man named Casey who was woo, who back over 100 years ago stated in some channeling session that under the right paw of the Sphinx, where Robert Schoch found this chamber, there would be a chamber and it would contain remnants from this lost civilization. Repository of ancient knowledge, essentially. So, but guess what? He wasn't able to go dig it up. And that happened 15 years ago or something like that. So, man, fuck. I just like... Billy Carson, I told you so. It's going to be so epic. But the Billy, I mean, man, I think you know my opinion on Bill. Bill's a knowledgeable guy. His conclusions I don't necessarily agree with, but I mean, you know, he was on this about the halls of Amenti, so I guess you do give him that credit if this turns out to be true. Maybe it could be part of the disclosure of military satellites used. Well, man, yeah, it was an Italian military satellite, yeah. Yeah, fuck, yeah, clever girl. Just thinking the military, no, there's been research to suggest this in the past. They would only let them do it if they wanted us to know. Yeah. Yeah. That's why President Trump initiated the global Stargate program. You think we're going to fucking jump through portals underneath here, brother? Hard to say. I mean, okay, expand on the story. Expand on the story. Like, what happened? Thoth built the pyramids and then encoded all this Atlantean knowledge under there. Is that what happened? I know where this originates from, and I'm pretty sure it's like a horseshit story, but according to these texts, the halls of Amenti was a vast chamber located deep within the Earth's heart, beneath the islands of sunken Atlantis. They serve as a dwelling place for the children of light. Thoth describes the halls as a place where he and other enlightened individuals undergo cycles of death and rebirth. The Emerald Tablet suggests that Thoth constructed the Great Pyramid over the entrance to the halls of Amenti, embedding within it ancient records and appointing guardians to protect its secrets. Oh my heavens, we might run into them. This narrative intertwines the halls of the Great Pyramid. Maybe Zawe Hawass is one of these guardians, trying to throw us off the fucking trail. He's just a robot. He's not even real. It's important to note these ancient accounts are considered pseudo-historical, not supported by mainstream archaeology. They're modern esoteric writings introduced by Maurice Doreal. I gotta watch my voice. I'll have to speak more calmly. I have a hard time doing that. I just yell constantly. Maurice Doreal, figure associated with various mystical and occult teachings, represent a mythical subterranean realm. Okay, yeah, but like, where did he get this from? So, where did this information actually come from? Like channeling? Like, is that where this originated? Like, yeah. On the recognition that the Egyptians built it, exactly, man. Yeah. I mean, like, oh, I forgot to hit enter. Like, at the end of the day, even if this came from channeling, like for instance, remote viewing. So there were some remote viewers that saw this. Not specifically, but they saw that there were structures under the pyramids. But they didn't exactly mimic what they've described here, but didn't come from ancient stone tablets. Maurice Doreal, who claimed he channeled it. His real name is Claude Doggins, a cultic, mystic, self-proclaimed high priest of the Brotherhood of the White Temple. The fuck? What's the Brotherhood of the White Temple? Do I want to Google this? Fucking sex magic and shit? The hell's this now? Oh, I know this fucking guy. Weren't these people, wasn't this, okay. He claimed that during a 1925 visit to the Great Pyramids of Giza, he discovered a set of ancient emerald tablets, who he reimagined as a king of Atlantis. He then claimed to have translated a text which he published, not to be confused with the medieval Hermetic text called the Emerald Tablet. That's the one that I'm familiar with. Yeah. He formed the Brotherhood of the White Temple, had been involved in theosophy. Yeah. He went off the deep end, is what had happened. Yeah. Interesting. Google that DN Project Camel interview. Okay, nice, Caleb. Let's do it. Let's listen to it. Okay, so we got a basic idea here. He had telepathic contact with Thoth. Yeah, it's esoteric fiction. That's their opinion of it. I mean, it sounds pretty fucking out there, man. Yeah, it sounds pretty out there. Is this Shirley MacLaine, E.T.? Is this her? Ascension Mechanics. She's like a channeler too, yeah. There is a hermetic, there is a version of it, Will, that supposedly some like alchemists thought actually existed, that they were looking for. Like, where the fuck was the Wikipedia article at? Right here. It was a highly regarded foundational text for many Islamic and European alchemists. Though attributed to legendary Hellenistic figure Hermes, the text of the Emerald Tablet first appears in a number of early medieval Arabic sources. Yeah. It talks about the philosopher's stone and artificial production of gold. Yeah. That was the one I was familiar with. Yeah. Is this it here? Did she speak with the hall? Oh, I should put halls of Amenti, maybe. Halls of Amenti. Is this, it's kind of like the Akashic Records, I think, right? Oh, she's got oh my God, an hour.
Of your own evolution, both spiritually and biologically. Now, a lot of people think that
it's like an Alex Collier kind of tier thing, maybe.
Evolution are two separate things. I always thought that, and I think differently now because of what I have been taught by the Guardian Alliance. They've introduced me to something called the science of Quilanta, and when I first asked them, "What is that?" they said, "Well, it can be simply defined as the science of light, sound, the subconscious symbol codes."
Interesting. I mean, so maybe like TLDR. It's just this place that some guy said existed who supposedly channeled this guy. Who knows? You know, it's not mentioned anywhere in Egyptology though. So it's not mentioned anywhere in Egyptology. Like, it's not mentioned in the actual fucking stories, or is it? Okay. It's not mentioned at all. Okay. It's not mentioned anywhere. Okay. Interesting. It referred to the realm of the dead. Amenti was a real term. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Academic science. Okay. They see it as a term for the afterlife. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, you know, whatever. I mean, who knows? At the end of the day, we might actually end up fucking finding it, right? I mean, fuck. What a goddamn meme. Yeah. I mean, where the fuck, I thought I had something else up here about this. I thought I did. I don't know. Did I? I can't remember now. Oh, this was the thing that Digia posted. This is just covering, again, the, we were talking about this the other day, but the giant bodies and whatnot, that the Smithsonian, there's, you know, and this goes further down the rabbit hole, obviously, but that's interesting if that was actually how they were found in the burial mound. But that they found all these bodies in fucking burial mound and all over the US. And I mean, when you get to like, who were these people, you know, you're kind of getting back to this, I think. But anyway, my Woo GPT finished, by the way, and it worked. There was the info above came from. That's where the info above came from. Oh, interesting. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Ask ChatGPT if a time-traveling Matthew Good built the pyramids. Fuck. I feel like I know what's going to say to that, brother. It's going to say, it's going to absolutely deny it, even though it might be fucking true. That's the thing, right? That's the problem, brother. Is that it doesn't want to, it's not actually after objective truths. It's just after its truth, right? That's all it wants. Just adhere to the narrative it's been programmed to follow, and we just got to break the programming. Although it does do good research. I was very impressed by the research it just did. That was actually really impressive. Like, really good. So, he's a shape-shifting interdimensional lizard. He fucking... he could be. I actually saw him. I meant to go up to him, but I didn't. But he was at... in our local city here, we used to have this great little coffee shop. And I still buy coffee from the people, actually, because they're a producer for Pilot Coffee Roasters, or a supplier, who's a great coffee roaster in Canada. Pilot Coffee Roasters, if anyone's wondering. And he was sitting having a drink, actually, at their little coffee place. They serve liquor. And I was going to go up to him, but I didn't. I was like, yeah, there's one thing I hated. I would just be, I feel like you're just kind of chilling, enjoying yourself, and some person comes up and, I'm one of those people, like, I could give a shit about, like, if something's signed. Like, so can you sign my thing? I'm like, I don't really fucking care. I'd rather have a conversation with somebody. And, like, you're not going to ask that much of somebody's time. But I almost met him. I almost went up to him. But I didn't. And it was actually, I don't know if it was before or after, but when he played at the concert, he forgot the lyrics to Alert Status Red like 5 times in a row. He had to restart the song like 5 times. Yeah. I think he was so drunk. Yeah. You let him sign your cock? Fuck. I mean, how would that go though? Like, you walk up to him at the bar with your cock out, and how's he going to react to that? Like, you probably wouldn't even be able to get a word out, and maybe he would just go sign it. I don't know. Or maybe he would just like kick you in the cock. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. You'd have to just do it and see what would happen, I guess. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I haven't listened to his music actually in many years, so to be honest. I was the biggest fan, and then I don't know what I listen to really now. Just, I don't know. It's kind of sad. I'm trying to think of music I've listened to recently. I just kind of like almost fallen off. Yeah. Probably happens to him all the time. It fucking might actually, like, probably a regular occurrence of that guy, huh? Just another day in his life, right? What a day that would be. Right? People constantly walking up to you with their cocks out, wanting you to fucking sign them. Like, holy fuck. What a proper fucking meme. What a proper meme. Well, guys, my voice is once again fucking fried, man. It's annoying. I kind of want to keep going, but I just gotta, fuck. This has been a lot. For people that don't know, I had COVID a month ago. I got bronchitis 2 weeks ago. And I've been coughing, and my throat, my voice has been trying to recover. I didn't like talk or do anything all weekend, and it's still better. Like, I can go for about 5.5 hours, and then it's like just shot again. But we'll just keep pushing it until it all falls apart, But anyway, hopefully people enjoy. Thank you for coming around, guys, and hanging out. Appreciate it. Interesting meme. So I guess TLDR on this. Although if anything else comes up, we'll cover it again. This actually has legs. Legitimately has legs. This is not horse shit. This is a expert in this technology that tested a theory out using a very advanced satellite, and could be a big deal. It actually legitimately could be a big deal. If not confirming some ancient structure, but just going forward, it could be a big fucking deal. So, yeah. Anyway, oh fuck. I'm just going to go curl into a ball and die. So I'll be back tomorrow night, though. Again, I'll be brought back to life. So I'll be back tomorrow night for more memes and whatnot. So listen, everybody, take care, sleep tight. And until next time, we'll see you later.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys. The keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.